Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Challenged the Soul King? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It only takes one spark to burn away the darkness. A single spark becomes an ember. An ember becomes a flame. So go ahead. Strike a match. Burn that man's schemes down to cinders. Strike a match. There was a hole in Naruto's chest. But why was there a hole in his chest? Was this somebody's idea of a joke? If so, he wasn't laughing. Try as he might, he couldn't make sense of it. Blasted thing didn't even hurt. Wasn't a wound either. It was just out there. Right where his heart should be, just visible beneath his tattered orange jacket. He could stick his hand right through it, flail his fingers around and everything. He did just that and felt perfectly fine. Well, not fine per se, but still pretty strange, you know? He should be panicking, he knew. Hell, he had panicked 3 hours ago when he'd woken up here. Now the panic had bled away, leaving only morbid curiosity behind. Well, he thumbed his chin as he considered the perfectly tear in his torso. This is a problem. That's putting it mildly. Kurama didn't sound much pleased with it, either. How are you even alive? Naruto didn't dare answer that question. Instead he cast another glance to his surroundings. That, at least, remained unchanged. Blue eyes rose to behold the vast wasteland before him. Nothing but sand, sand and more sand as far as the eye could see. A ghastly moon hung high above, bathing the dark sky in perpetual night. A dead world. Even the land of wind looked livelier than this, an endless and vast wasteland that stretched on into eternity. That I don't think we're in the elemental nations anymore. You think? That was putting it mildly. Was he dead? He didn't feel dead. If anything, he'd never felt more alive. He could feel the sage's power still coursing through him, warming his blood and opening his eyes. If he cut his finger, he'd probably bleed. On a whim, he dug a finger into his palm. A thin bead of blood welled up beneath his thumb, the wound sealing almost immediately thereafter. Ouch! A quick pinch to his arm confirmed his suspicion. Yep, felt that. Still alive, I guess. Of course you're alive, fool. Kurama's voice thundered in his head. I wouldn't be here if you weren't. I just wanted to be sure, you know. Honestly, you're denser than a brick sometimes. Well, that settled it. He didn't know where he was, and he didn't much like it. The last thing he remembered was a terrible clash with Sasuke, a burning pain in his right arm. And then nothing. Hopefully he was alright wherever he was. He'd been on his last legs, and even with time to recover, he didn't much fancy his chances in an empty world like this. But on your left. Craning his neck, Naruto spied a building in the distance. At least he assumed it was a building. Some strange structure of a sort. Maybe a fortress? Castle? He couldn't tell from here. But it was something, and something, as they say, was better than nothing. Maybe they had food, or barring that, hopefully a bed. He felt strangely hungry and not the good kind. Oddly enough, it helped to have a destination, if only to settle his mind. He set off at a brisk jog. From there it didn't take long to reach once he actively exerted himself. Kurama's chakra didn't fail him. In no time at all he found himself standing before it. Turned out the castle was a lot bigger close up. Great looming gray walls swelled before him, seeming to touch the heavens themselves. No door to be seen. Seemed the only way up was through. All right then, he cracked his knuckles. Guess I'm walking up that. A dull crack of sound snapped at his flank, causing him to jump. Who approaches the walls of Las Noches? Gah! Sneaky little. He spun and found himself face to face with a well-endowed woman clad in black and white, slender as she was tall. Hazel eyes blinked back at him, set within a stern visage crowned by long, flowing emerald hair. A single crimson line ran the length of her face from one cheek to the other, tracing across the bridge of her nose. Stranger still an odd, skull-like mask sat atop her head, bearing curved horns. There was a sword at her side, and by the look of her, she knew how to use it. Naruto couldn't help but frown at that last bit. What was someone doing with a sword all the way out here? And why was she glaring at him? Why are you here, intruder? She planted a fist on her hip, fingers straying perilously close to her blade. Speak, lest I cut you down. She'd do it too. Naruto found he could still sense that much. Her emotions were a tangled knot, but beneath it he sensed a steely resolve. That sword of hers would come out if he held his tongue. Luckily for her, he didn't have any intention of picking a fight here. Well, he crossed both arms behind his head with a sigh, I was hoping you could tell me. Kinda lost here. You are a hollow. An Arrancar. She didn't quite scoff at him, but it was close. How are you lost? Confusion twisted his brow into a furrow. Hollow? Arrancar? What are those? I'm human. Silence stretched between them, and in it, Naruto wondered if he'd said something wrong just now, because the woman was looking at him like he'd grown a second head. He scratched his cheek. That seemed to reactivate her, if only for a moment. Are you mad? Her frown redoubled. You are far from human, lost soul. What in the log's name was she on about? He'd never heard of those. And a soul? All right, that's just rude. Anger stirred and his right eye began to twitch. I may be lost, but I'm pretty sure I'd know if I was this hollow or whatever. There is no if about it, intruder. The swordswoman shook her head, green hair swaying side to side. You are one. I am not. Here at last, his temper slipped its leash. He flung up his arms with an aggravated growl. Look, if you're just going to keep calling me names, I'm leaving. You're daft. Her eyes flicked down to his chest, then met his again. There is, she stepped forward, a hole, her finger stabbed into his collarbone, in chest. Here at last, a touch of heat weaved its way through her words. Humans do not have those, her forehead smashed against his, bringing with it a faint, earthy scent as those steely hazel eyes drilled into his flickering azure. They cannot live with such a wound. Was she worried about him? It'll heal, he nudged her hand down. I've lived through worse. Remind me to tell you the time my best friend blew out my lungs. If I healed from that, I can heal from this. The woman retreated, blinking at him. You are that strange. Lady, you don't know the half of it. Anyone could see that there was nothing to be gained from this argument. With a brisk nod, Naruto made to move past her. Look, I'm leaving. She caught a tattered sleeve in hand. Halt. I'm not done with you. Now what? He pivoted to face her. I'm getting hungry and you're startin' to make me mad, miss? Nilio, she offered him her hand. I am the third Espada. You would do well to show me respect. Oh, sure. On a whim, he reached out and shook her hand. If it's names you're after, I'm Naruto. Nell's brow shot into her hairline and mask alike. A strange name for a strange soul. Well, she wasn't wrong there. Don't blame me, blame my parents. That got a quizzical blink out of her. You remember your past. Well, yeah. Naruto squinted at her, still clinging to He-Rand. It's my life. Kinda lived it, you know? Why wouldn't I remember it? Her mouth opened and closed, struggling to find words. At length, she managed a weak-sounding, hollows don't remember their past lives. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Like I said, not a hollow. You clearly are. There's a mask fragment on your jaw. Was that why his face felt so itchy? He touched his freeing hand to a whiskered cheek and felt the faint fragments of something there. Without a mirror, he couldn't be sure. Who knows? It might improve your ugly mug. Do you understand now? Nell's frown returned with a vengeance that would have made Sasuke proud. Really, Nilio was too difficult for him to remember, much less pronounce. Easier to shorten it to something he'd be able to recall. Speaking of which, another question was nagging at him, one of many he'd had since bumbling his way into her. I gotta ask though. A beat of silence passed between them. At length Naruto tilted his head. What the heck's an espada? Surely you jest. A faint spot of color hit her cheeks as she yanked her hand from his. Are you trying to make me angry? He felt a flicker of something from her then, a vague sense of pressure bearing down on his shoulders in some unseen weight. Naruto shrugged it off like so much water off a duck's back. If she thought to intimidate him, she had another thing coming. He'd stared down gods and monsters, fought things that would drive men mad. Kaguya made Neilio look like a harmless child by comparisons. That said, he wasn't here to pick a fight. No, no, he waved his hands to fend her off when she reached for her sword. Not at all. I'm just really confused about all this. I woke up here, you know. Slowly, almost reluctantly, her fingers uncurled from the hilt. You mean to say you died and awakened as an Arrancar? That shouldn't be possible. Lady, I don't know what that means. He clicked his tongue at her. And I ain't dead. Kurama would be gone if I was. You don't have a sword on you at that. Long lashes fluttered in a slow blink. Never mind. What is A. Kurama? Is it a dish humans eat? Naruto nearly choked on his spit. I like this one. Kurama's low growl pervaded his mind. Death wish aside, she's got spirit, at which I'm starting to think we might be. Spirit? As in deceased. A knot of dread began to coil in the young man's stomach, bringing with it a rare touch of fear, the first he'd felt since he'd found himself. To hear such words from a stranger was one thing, but from the partner he trusted his life with? Well, that was a whole nother kettle of fish. He couldn't be dead. He thought he just couldn't. There was still so much he needed to do. He flicked a thought inward. That are we? You tell me. I've been pushing chakra to that hole for the last 5 minutes, and it still isn't healing. Everything else seems intact. His world lurched, threatening to bring him to his knees. Which meant someone had killed him. Likely Sasuke. Had he killed him too? Had they died together in their final clash? They'd both been on their last legs during their final battle, exhausted and nearly out of chakra. It wasn't a stretch to imagine. But dead. He still had all his chakra, and the sage's power to boot. How could he be dead? You're asking me? Kurama sounded just as lost. I knew your old man bound us together with that blasted Shinigami, but to think it would transcend death. It was too much. His pupils shrank as he made a keening noise. Some of his concern must have shone through too, because Nell took pity on him. Once more she approached, but slowly this time. He didn't truly notice her until she touched him, couldn't bring himself to react until her fingers threaded with his. The sudden tenderness startled him. When he looked to her, he found no anger, no irritation, only calm, placid understanding for his plight. Come with me. Slowly, gingerly. She turned and took a step back, guiding him towards the castle. Worry not, I will see you tended to. Naruto found himself stumbling after her, still dazed. Tended to? Wait a minute. What do you think I need? Hazel eyes flicked over her shoulder, down to his ruined outfit. A change of clothes, for starters. He whined a little, head drooping as he realized what she intended. But I like orange. That may well be, she said, but you can't go about wearing those rags. Naruto grumbled, yet let himself be led along regardless. He couldn't really be dead, could he? You can see me? See you? I don't just see you. I see right through you. Lose control. How do I look? Hardly the words Neilio expected this morning, but there it was. Naruto twisted from side to side before her in her quarters, regarding his outfit with not hate. He didn't have a mean bone in his body, but annoyance all the same. He wasn't much pleased with the color. She supposed the discomfort was to be expected. It had taken her a week, a full 7 days, to get him out of those ruined rags, another to convince him to wear something else, and nearly a third to make him keep the garments he was currently draped in. And a good thing she had, or she would have snapped and threatened him with physical harm. Clad in the atypical uniform of most Arrancar, he looked entirely ill at his ease. Feigning an impassive aura, the Espada raised a pale hand to hide her mouth and the faint smile she wore there. Mustn't laugh. If she did now, he'd tear them off and parade around in his boxers again. Surachi nearly had an aneurysm last time, to say nothing of Neutra. Nell thumbed her chin and tilted her head. Then tilted it some more. What? Naruto spun in place, looking self-conscious. What's with the long face? Not bad. thumbed her chin, nodded once, and smiled, a rare and happy thing. Black and white looks good on you. Good. He scoffed and tugged at his collar, blue eyes sparkling. How is this good? He'd gotten better at that since he'd settled in here, more willing to speak his mind. It doesn't feel good. I feel like a diamond doll. Her lips quirked. Better than you running around half naked. Naruto held up a finger. Considered what she'd said. Sulked. Nell tossed her hair over one shoulder and preened a little. Another point to her. Poor boy. He really did look miserable. She took pity on him at the last. You don't have to wear it like Ulquiorra. It's hardly a uniform. Re-thyrope. She was still speaking when Naruto reached down and tore the collar of the uniform away, exposing his neck, a good bit of his chest, with the hole therein. Yet for all his childish antics, his smile was pure. Radiant even. It was the first time he'd smiled at her like that since they'd met. The ice was thawing between them these last few days, slowly but surely. Was that not a good thing? Surely it was. Her heart skipped a beat at the thought. She wasn't sure why, but it made her chest ache. Dondo Chaka and Pesh would surely get along with him once they met. Where were they, anyway? She'd not seen them for the last few days. Much better. Naruto flopped down beside her on the bed with a Cheshire grin, startling her. I can actually breathe now. Nell cast a baffled look at him. You're dead. You don't need to breathe. Pretty sure I do. Come. Rather than retort, she rose. It's time for Sonito training. Already? Naruto uttered a jaw-popping yawn, but didn't deny her request, slouching into the hall after her. I keep telling ya, I don't need that. I can move plenty fast without it. Of that Nell had no doubt, but it wouldn't do for him to be unprepared. She couldn't be everywhere. Likewise, she couldn't protect him forever. Sooner or later someone would take issue with Naruto and try to pick a fight. One in particular was likely to do so sooner rather than later. It was the way of hollows. Some of them had regained their humanity while others remained every bit the beasts they'd been before. Their footfalls echoed through the empty hall, lending his words an odd echo. If there was one thing Nell disliked about this place, it was the atmosphere. Dead, lifeless. Devoid of life and humanity. Each Espada had their own quarters to be sure, but beyond them, the halls of Las Noches were just as barren as the desert without. It irked her at times. Sometimes she even found herself struck with a strange longing to visit the human world. A remnant from her past life, perhaps. But are you even listening? I am, she lied effortlessly, craning her neck to look back at Naruto. Tell me, can you at least use a Zero? He laughed merrily. Does a tailed beast bomb count? Oh. Nilio arched a pale eyebrow Naruto's way. Hey, come on, don't look at me like that. Another brow rose to join her first. Naruto's sulk returned and brought a slew with it as he stabbed both hands into his pockets. Alright, twist my arm, why don't you? There it was, that small, secretive smile again. He wasn't cowed by her reproach, rather, he seemed content to ignore her attempts to train him, just as a small child might ignore vegetables. Such a strange Arrancar. He wasn't even trying to be, he simply was. She'd been lucky in that regard, indeed fortunate to learn this truth early on. Not only did it spare her a great many headaches, but she felt she had begun to unravel the mystery that was the latest guest of Las Noches. It wasn't his insistence that he was still alive, it was his lust for life and fascination for all things colorful. In his hunger. For reasons she couldn't understand, he had an insatiable craving for human food. They didn't need to eat, a fact she'd tried and failed to impress upon him, only made it all the more baffling. No rank for him either, he didn't want one, nor a fraction to attend him for that matter. Instead, he puttered around the castle whenever he wasn't with her, making every effort to learn the names of each Arrancar he met. He baffled many of her brethren and in some cases, confusion had turned to hate. Neutra couldn't stand him. No, perhaps that was too soft a word for someone like him. He despised Naruto. Not only did the chipper blonde refuse to fight him, but he seemed intent on making friends with him. Neutra loathed allies. Friends, help, any of it. A fight was all the Mad Mantis ever craved, beast that he was. She supposed that spoke for Naruto's character. If that braggart hated someone, then they were undoubtedly pure of heart. Or whatever passed for a hollow heart. How would she stay mad at Naruto thus? The answer was simple. She couldn't, lively boy that he was. What would Lord Aizen think of him? The thought came out of nowhere, but it still chilled Nell's blood. Naruto likely wouldn't give a flying fig for their Shinigami lord, but it didn't change the fact that he'd upset the natural order here. That would doubtlessly earn Aizen's gaze if nothing else. Would he try to control him? Something told her that would end up poorly. One could not tame a storm, you'd have better luck trying to put rains on the moon. To even try was folly. But that moment was neither here nor there. She would protect him until he came into his own. It was her duty to the weak after all. How little she knew. I'm thinking it still needs some color, though. Naruto's sudden remark snapped her back to reality. He'd gotten remarkably good at that. The outfit, I mean. Nell touched a finger to her lips. You really do like that color. Yup, he beamed. Here. Watch. As she looked on with mild intrigue, Naruto touched one hand to the black sash around his waist. Before her very eyes, the once drab color became a lively amber. Not satisfied with that alteration alone, he reached up and slapped a palm atop each shoulder as though to embrace himself. Beneath his fingers, the once static material gained size and mass, creating a long, flowing, high-collared jacket over his Arrancar uniform. He moved his arm through a half-formed sleeve, rimmed with black flames around the edges, donning the new cloak even as he created it. How are you doing that? Still changing his attire, Naruto raced ahead of her with merry laugh. Nell darted after him in time to see him take a right, then burst through a door, all but leaping into daylight. Wait! Shading her eyes, she raced after him. She didn't have to go far. So, under a balcony under the false sun of Las Noches, he looked more vibrant than ever before. Sorry for running, he crossed both arms behind his head, not sounding apologetic in the least. Wanted to surprise ya. Only then did she see the other alterations he'd made. The white and black colors of his uniform were still there, but they were muted now, more vibrant somehow despite the change. The richly colored cloak he wore drew the eye in a way few things could, a rich orange framed by those embroidered black flames she'd seen before. All told, Neilio thought the orange and black contrasted rather nicely with the white of his trousers, but how had he done that? Tada! He preened, giving himself a once-over. It's no Hokage cloak, but close enough. Reminds me of when I fought Pain, you know. Another little spin as he admired his handiwork. I put my own spin on it. Think I got everything right. Her eyes widened. How did you do that? What? This? He squinted at her in the sun, rather reminding her of a fox. You mean creation of all things? I've been able to do it for a while now. Why do you people wear black and white, anyway? Just as quickly he changed tact and threw her off again. Ain't that a little dull? Nell felt herself bridle. Excuse me? I didn't mean anything by it, the blonde shrugged. Did it ever occur to you to, I dunno, wear something with more color? The third Espada opened her mouth to retort in kind. Closed it. Opened it a second time, then closed it a third. Why did they wear black and white? Someone once said it was the reverse of the Shinigami, many of whom they loathed. But why did they stick with such a bland color scheme? It wasn't forced on them by any means. That you may have a point. A hint of heat hit her cheeks. Lord Aizen suggested we wear such, but he's not enforced it. Aizen, huh? His brow furrowed. Haven't even met the guy and I dislike him already. What about you? Long lashes fluttered in a brief, startled blink. I beg your pardon? He elbowed her. What kind of colors do you like? Nell paused, her thoughts grinding to a halt, lingering in a mire of confusion. She'd never thought of such. A color she liked? Her eyes drifted to the false sky overhead. Fake though it was, it still offered more color than the rest of this ruined world. A faint smile dimpled her cheeks. Blue, she said at last. His eyes lit up at once and she knew she'd said something he liked. Well, now you've done it. I think Kurama likes you. There was that curious mention of someone she couldn't see. Another reminder of his madness. But maybe this kind of madness wasn't so bad every once in a while. I still do not understand how you did that. Creation of all things is pretty broken. He held up his left hand and a blue blaze burned within, while a scarlet shroud shimmered in the right. It's not even my jutsu. I inherited from the old sage, you know? I'm still getting the hang of it. So that you can just create whatever you want? She felt it a fair question. Anything at all? Within reason, I guess. He extinguished the flames in his hands and stepped past her, looking out at the dunes and the great red pillars dotting them. I've been practicing a little. Something shifted in her peripherals. His sixth sense shrieked a warning. Naruto blew out a sharp sigh. Now, of all times, he felt the attack coming a mile off. Really, when you could sense negative emotions, it was just too easy. Nell must have noticed something too, because she'd only just begun to pivot. Too slow. Stepping in, he checked her with his hip, nudging her ever so slightly to the right. She made a noise of confusion, then protest, but he paid her little heed. His right hand was already rising, just as a shadow was falling. A massive crescent-shaped blade swept down. 5 firm fingers swept up. Steel met flesh. The former yielded with a gritty crack as the ground splintered beneath him. 2 eyes beamed up at a single sneering orb. Neutra, right? Naruto smiled. It was not a nice smile, Neiliel thought, watching the weapon creak in his grasp. Don't you know ambushes are for weaklings? Leave Nell alone. Tisich, his prey struggled, to no avail. This isn't any of your business. You're not the one I'm after. Honestly, it was adorable watching his prey flail and try to pry his weapon free. He stamped down on the ugly thought. Prey? Where had that come from? He disliked Neutra's attitude, sure, but he'd never once thought of the lesser Espada as something to hunt down. And yet the more he raged at him, the more Naruto felt the urge to laugh. Oh, I think it is. His smile grew instead. Now say you're sorry. His adversary bridled. Or what, you little sheet? His body blazed gold. Or you'll be sorry. Silence stretched between them. You think I'm scared of you? Neutra laughed into it, a low, coarse sound that grated on his last nerve. I've never even seen you throw a punch since you got here, not once. He leaned forward, sneering at him. Look at you. An Arrancar without a weapon. You can't even use your true power. Naruto quirked a brow. Is that really what you think? It's obvious, ain't it? The madman's sudden bravado worried him more than he cared to admit. Maybe that's why you keep running away from me all the time. I mean, really? He cackled, exposing the 8 tattooed across his tongue. Who taught you how to fight? Your parents. Because they did a shitty job. His shoulders twitched. Did you just? Neutra. Nell drew her blade in a flourish of steel. That was uncalled for. Take those words back at once. You stay out of this speech. Once I kill him, you're next. We settle this today. A faint ringing rose in Naruto's ears. A shitty job, huh? That was a new insult. For as far as he could remember, no one had ever insulted Minato and Kushina to his face. Not directly. They were great parents. The best a kid could hope for. If they'd lived, his life would have been so much different. They would have loved Nell. He'd only known them for a few minutes, only said a few words to them back them, but even so, the jab stung in the worst of ways. An unfamiliar emotion stirred in the pit of his stomach, something he'd long since forgotten. Oi, Naruto. Kurama's voice was a sibilant hiss. Did you hear what he just said? Blue eyes drifted shut. A long, shuddering sigh slipped through the air. That get him? Neutra's neck snapped back as a golden fist slammed into his chin. His feet left the floor of Las Noches, but he didn't get far. Even as he flew, a clawed hand caught him by the ankle and swung him back down with horrid force, shattering the balcony underfoot. Together, they slammed into the sands below. The lower Arrancar snarled at him as they grappled with one another. Said snarl snapped into a gasp as firm fingers closed around his face, pushing him into the dunes. Naruto's jaw clicked open. A brilliant red swell built in the back of his throat, heralding a roar of purest rage to bathe his victim in dark light. A small, distant part of his brain blinked. So that's how I make a zero. Neutra spat back at the last second. Gold clashed against crimson, flinging them apart in a rush of head. Not for long. His victims stumbled to their feet, trying to speak. Naruto didn't give him a chance. Take. A fist slammed into his windpipe, curdling the words in his throat. Back. An angry knee folded him like so much paper. What? Clenched knuckles crunched his face. You. Ribs crunched beneath a kick. Said. An outraged Rasengan struck Neutra's chest, drilling him into the sand. Why, you little? He surged to his feet quickly thereafter, warding him off with his weapon. Golden light swelled around him, sheathing him in an eerie glower. You think this is over? I ain't gonna die. Not here. Not to some pansy but coward like you. Nell clambered down after him, her expression frantic. Don't let him use his release. Pray. Too late, Neutra howled, flinging his weapon high. Santa Teresa. Pressure. Naruto couldn't find any other word for it. One moment Neutra had been about to do something. In the next, his aura guttered out as an ocean of invisible force crashed down onto their shoulders. Neutra slammed onto his hands and knees with a dull wheeze of surprise, gasping for air. Nell sank to a knee behind him. Naruto grit his teeth and stood tall throughout it all. It wasn't so much uncomfortable as it was startling. Rather, it had simply appeared. You would weaken my ranks? A low voice intoned behind the one-eyed Espada. Know your place. Neutra's lone eye widened. Wait. I will not. You've disappointed me for the last time. Steel flashed out in a silver arc, simple, clean, and precise. Neutra's head tumbled from his shoulders. It struck the ground and bounced once, his face still frozen in the horror of his last moments. Bereft of balance, his body buckled and began to. Why was it dissolving? As quickly as it came, the pressure ceased. Naruto pivoted and found himself gazing upon a rather unassuming young man stood behind the crumbling corpse. Clad in black robes, a white haori thrown his shoulders, he looked utterly ordinary. His face was friendly, tousled by brown hair, kind eyes. A gentle smile creased his lips. Were those actual glasses he wore? They were. He looked friendly enough, just the sort of face you might see in a crow and think harmless. Under any other circumstance, he wouldn't have given him so much as a passing glance. But this man had just butchered someone right in front of them. My apologies. He cast his blade to the right with a sharp flourish, spattering blood at their feet. I couldn't help but intervene. Lord Aizen. Nell stiffened in his peripherals, eyes wide. Why did you? She radiated it like a cloud. But why would she be afraid? Kill him, the man, Shinigami, sheathed his sword with a faint, bemused smile. You know full well why. He brought disgrace to the name of the Espada. In any case, something in his smile made the normally stoic young woman quail. I believe I've found his replacement. Naruto quirked a brow. You're talking about me, aren't you? There was something off about this guy. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Aizen wore a smile, but it felt false, for lack of a better word. His instincts were shrieking at him, and so he delved deeper, stretching his senses outward, throwing them at him as one might cast a net. Looking underneath, he pierced the veil of the unassuming man before him. Kurama absolutely hissed. And they call me a monster. I am. What he found there had him recoiling, least of all because this this thing was suddenly looking at him again. Might I have your name? No harm in giving his name, at least. Naruto, his entire being tensed. Naruto Uzumaki. Nice Tamicha. Naruto, was it? The strange man smiled at his words. Would you mind looking at my sword? Sure, he hummed, smiling genially. But you have to look at my fist first. Aizen blinked, not quite comprehending his words. What? Clenched knuckles barreled into his face. A man who insists he isn't dead. How amusing. And control? Really? Control replies you had power over him from the beginning. Can one leash a storm? Can one command the sun to rise and set at your whim? Didn't think so. In games. He'd forgotten pain. It was something of an embarrassing truth for Aizen Sosuke. He'd grown so powerful over so many centuries that he could no longer recall what it felt like to take a punch. Perhaps he had once during his youth. Perhaps he'd felt pain before in his younger days. But he simply couldn't remember. Until now. Until today, when a brightly clad Arrancar decked him right in the schnoz. Now it blazed through his face like wildfire, agony so intense that he actually blacked out for a moment. When he came to, he found himself flat on his back, staring up at the dead sky of Hueco Muendo. My, his dazed mind supplied, the moon's quite lovely tonight. Was that a falling star? No, they didn't have those here, and they certainly didn't glow gold. Oh dear. He twisted his body to the side, just as well he did. Not a moment later he heard a sandal-clad foot crash down where his face used to be. Sand sprayed forth from the impact, obscuring his foe. No matter. He could still sense him and he'd not be caught unawares again. Said foe slammed through the smokescreen and snapped a kick into his ribs, fracturing 3, to send him skidding across the sand. From there, instinct took over. He righted himself, warding Kyuka Suigetsu before his face. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. Where are you looking? Gold flashed. Clenched knuckles barreled into his face. His glasses shattered. Blood flew through the air. He spun, Shirkai at the ready, only to find his opponent hadn't opened his eyes. Had he guessed at his Shirkai? How frightening. Mustn't panic. Be calm. Serene like a placid mirror, reflecting only the outer world back at it itself, and none of his inner turmoil. When the blonde came at him again, his blade flicked out and into the sand. Why ever are you attacking me for? The jolly Arrancar still had his fist move forward at him, knuckles weeping blood. His blood. Even now he didn't lower it. Baleful blue eyes met his across the dunes. Rooted him where he stood. You're not the first guy to try and hit me with a genjutsu. His was a low, gravelly warning. I won't be fooled. Genjutsu? What was that? A thin line of blood ran down his nose. Lovely. Not broken. With his physical state assured and a reprieve gained, his brilliant mind began to ponder the matter before him. It had been quite some time since he'd been caught unawares. How intriguing. Aizen felt no anger. Why would he? This was a momentary slip. A lapse. Little more. His plans were not in jeopardy. Not yet. As such, he felt he could be forgiven for taking a moment to bask in this rare surprise. Why had the hollow struck him? Had he given himself away? If so, how? Did he possess the ability to read minds? Unlikely. He'd only reacted with anger when he'd drawn his blade. Intending to hypnotize. A thought dawned. Pity. He would have liked to take him alive for study, but across the way the blonde tensed. Don't even think about it. Aizen raised his head. An epiphany struck. Was that it, then? Could he sense some manner of negative intent perhaps? If so, that might be a problem. Frankly, he would have preferred the mind readings. Thoughts could be concealed, but to mask one's true intent? Difficult even for one such as him. Did they have to be enemies? He'd converted some of his most intractable adversaries into allies. What other options did he have? He could weave an illusion around Neleal, spur the woman to attack while he was distracted, but at what cost? Doing so now would burn any bridge he hoped to build. A cornered rat always fought the hardest, and if he pushed this young man he'd have no choice but to slay him. But the truth, that if this one took issue, he could always slay him. On a whim, he sheathed his sword. All or nothing. He had once chanced to convince the being before him. My apologies. He adopted a small, chagrined smile, and bowed his head. Perhaps we got off on the wrong foot. You think? Uzumaki Naruto. He spoke slowly, ponderously even, choosing each word with infinite care. Do you not feel that this world is lacking? The blonde looked away, looked to Neleal, and scratched at the back of his head. Dunno. Haven't been here that long. But it is. His voice heartened as he hearkened to the conversation. Both here, the Soul Society, and the living world beyond, all are in desperate need of repair. You are new to this realm, yet you've seen how quickly your kind are to turn upon one another. Would you live in such a world? His gaze shifted to the shattered shards of Neutra's weapon in the sand. Those bright blue orbs flicked back to Nell. Did I keep telling ya, I ain't dead? He was, technically. And under the Soul King's stagnant rule, the current system was falling apart. Slowly, inexorably, but it was crumbling all the same. Wait, there's a world outside this one? Those words rang with truth. Was he truly so ignorant? Indeed, several. All are unbalanced, left unchecked. Eisen nodded slowly, not trusting himself to speak anything but the truth, not when he didn't know the depth of the boy's sensory ability. What I am working toward is a grand goal. He held out a hand toward him. Allow me to be frank. I wish to kill the god of these worlds, that is to say, slay the Soul King himself. To that effect I need an army. That all right? He didn't expect the blonde to nod. I can understand that much. I've met a god before. They're Jergis. Eisen's jaw clicked open before he managed to comport himself. I beg your pardon? Behind the blonde, Neelio whimpered. You doubt what? On paper it sounded too fantastic to believe, yet his words rang with truth all the same. It also troubled him. The idea of multiple gods was not something he'd accounted for. There should only be one. You. As they looked on aghast, Naruto clasped both hands behind his head. Kaguya was one crazy beach, but she was definitely a goddess. I'll tell you about her sometime. The blonde tilted his head. What comes next? Once you kill this god of yours. Here it was, the moment of truth. Nothing but complete and utter honesty would do. I intend to take his place, to bring order and peace through the world, he said frankly. That is all. You're not going to use a moon or trap people in an illusion, are ya? Confusion twisted its way through him. Why would I do that? No reason. Just axing. In the world he intended to make, there would be no need for such parlor tricks. Everyone would live in harmony once he founded his dynasty. True, there might be growing pains in the beginning perhaps, but one could not make an omelette, as they say, without breaking a few eggs. But he was looking at him now, and he must attend. I intend to eviscerate anyone who seeks to control me. He spread his arms wide, showing himself harmless. Nothing more, nothing less. It felt not good to be honest after all these centuries. Maybe he should try more often. To reach his realm of the Spirit King, however, I require a special key, which in turn requires a great many souls to be forged. Those blue eyes fastened on him. Find another way. I ain't letting you kill Innings. Of course he'd have qualms about that. Then what do you propose? Can't be that hard to find a way there. The young man paced away, shaking his head. Give me enough time and power and I could probably tear my way in. He paused, glancing over his shoulder over him. I'd like to see this god myself, you know. A world where you eat people to survive, that doesn't sit well with me. Eisen stilled the rush of anticipation that shot through him. Was this truly happening? Well, far be it from him to throw away a potential pawn. No. This man was more than a pawn, more than Jin and Tosen could ever be. Smiling, he offered Naruto his hand. Partners, then? That he makes a compelling argument. So did Obito. Naruto thumbed his chin, considering. Can we trust him? We can trust him to do what he believes to be in his best interests. Close enough. And we need allies. Not at all by his liking, but it would have to do. Eisen had been honest after their brawl, if nothing else. So long as he didn't try to ensnare him with his sword again, he could tolerate him. For now. Bloody silver tongue. He was the only one who should have had that. What about you? He flicked a curious glance Nell's way. What's your say in this? The Espada's face bled a bright cherry red. It's nothing you need concern yourself with. But I am concerned, he pivoted, grabbing her by the shoulder. That Neutra was out to get you. Is that really how it is out here? Kill or be killed? She averted her eyes and gripped one arm close to her bosom. It is our way. That then maybe things need to change. I agree. He blinked. Nell, say what now? I said I agree. She stepped to him and laid a hand on his. But the change you seek to implement will not be easy. Still, that was sweet of you. What you did for me. She dithered for a moment, bright eyes flicking this way and that like some skittish foal. I won't forget this. Then she moved. Warm, soft, the faintest brush of lips against the corner of his mouth. Kurama whistled. Aizen made a faint, amused sound. Naruto touched a hand to his cheek. There. Neilio kept her head down, refusing to look at him, not willing to let him see just how red her face was. I'll see you tomorrow. She vanished in a crackle of sound. You've already won her over. Aizen chuckled softly. It seems I've underestimated you yet again. Pivoting, he offered him his hand once more. What say you? Partners? Naruto considered the palm as one might a venomous snake. Some might call this a mistake. Maybe it was. Still, better the devil you knew than the one you didn't. Aizen's goal sounded good on paper. It was the means he intended to use that worried him. And his words worried him. If there really was a God in this world, and if they truly let everything go to hell like this. If you do something I don't like, he jabbed a finger his way with intent, I'll have to kick your butt. The Shinigami offered a genial smile in return. I'd expect nothing less. Shall we begin? Naruto stepped in and grasped his palm. Fine. Where do we start? Together, two monsters shook hands. Thus was an accord struck. I wish to stand by your side. Is that so wrong? Ain't saying it is, just don't overdo it. Worry not, I won't. Release. Time passed strangely in Hueco Muendo. With the moon ever present without and the false sun within, Naruto had trouble telling night from day, much less the hours. He tried to keep track of it all. Really he did. In the end, he couldn't. How much time passed in that hollow world, he never knew. Days? Weeks? Months? It didn't feel like a year, but he had no way of knowing. He tried to keep himself distracted in the interim. Training with Nell, talking with Aizen, that sort of thing. Even so, it felt like something was missing. And his hunger persisted. Alas, such thoughts did little to divert the cold steel currently hurtling toward his face. Should probably dodge that. Meh. She's still slow. With a small smile sigh, the bemused blonde planted both hands in his pockets and bent backward at the knees, leaving his spine neatly parallel with the ground. From said position he had the perfect angle to watch his foe hurtle past and above him, body fully extended, unable to arrest their momentum, unable to dodge. Long green hair tickled his nose. Her eyes met his, widening in surprise. Naruto couldn't help but wink up at her. Nothing personal now. He whirled and drove a knee into her stomach. She rocketed up into the air with a yelp, only for him to meet her there, one leg raised high over his head, silhouetted against the fake sun above. Steeling his heart against the cry of pain that was sure to follow, he brought that axe kick crashing down on Nell's back. She rocketed down, hurtling to the dunes below. A pillar of sand heralded her landing, spearing high into the air. 3 seconds passed. Another now. His lips pursed in a frown as he descended to the lip of the crater he'd created. Hey, you all right down there? A dull crackle of sound was his only warning. He laughed and hopped in place, tucking his knees into his torso, colorful robes fluttering in the passage of her blade. It missed him by the narrowest margin. Sandal-clad feet alighted atop the flat of her blade, balancing atop the slender steel. It would be the simplest thing to pivot and kick her in the face, to drive his victory home. But he didn't want to. Any chance we could call this here? Don't hesitate, she chided him. Hit me. I can take it. Reluctantly, he complied. Nell took his kick like a soldier. She didn't make a sound, even as she hurtled backwards, even when her body struck one of the many crimson pillars dotting the landscape, burst through it, then came crashing out the other side. From this distance he didn't see so much as a scratch on her. She climbed to her feet, dusted off her white robes, and nodded once. Her smile told him he'd impressed her. The reminder had the back of his neck burned. We done. He called out to her, voice ringing across the wastes. I really don't want to hurt ya. She hurtled out of the smoke and drove a fist into his face. He crashed back head over heels, laughing all the way. Nell spat a siro at him as he flew. He casually pivoted in the air and kicked the crimson blast away, never once using his arms. It detonated in a dune, showering them with sand. See, he continued, lowering his left leg. Reflexes are still sharp as ever. Sharper even. I'm a full second faster than before. She puffed her cheeks out at him in a rare pout. You're not going to use your hands, are you? Why would he? He'd agreed to the condition just this morning. Wasn't about to break it. Nope, he sang back. This is training for you as much as it is me. He wasn't sure how long they'd been at this. Neil's idea of training left little to be desired. She could be downright ruthless when the situation called for it, but she didn't show any signs of slowing. Even with the handicap he'd given her today, she seemed determined to go at it all day, determined to improve, to keep her skills from rusting, to excel in all things. Almost made him admire her drive, it did. At least she made some semblance of sense. Better. She crossed the distance in an instant to appear at his side. You're getting the hang of Sonido. Really don't need it, you know. He shrugged for what felt like the umpteenth time. I've got speed aplenty already. This from the boy who can barely use a zero. She flicked his nose and arched a slender brow when he squawked at her. You're strong, but you still falter when it comes to some Arrancar techniques. I haven't even seen you use a decent Garganta yet. He frowned at her. 'Cause I don't need to. I don't even know how to get to this human world you keep telling me about. I'll figure it out sooner or later. Must you? Of course he must. Because he didn't feel dead, therefore he wasn't. He'd been starving for ages now, hunger gnawing at his insides. Honestly, if he didn't eat some proper food soon, he was going to lose his mind. Hell looked like she wanted to argue the point further, only to abstain. Let us change the subject for now. What's he like? Lord Aizen, I mean. Naruto paused, brought up short by the sudden inquiry. You're asking me that? But it's been a bit. You spend more time with him than anyone else here. She held up a finger to forestall another argument. Even the second and first Espada are seldom granted an audience with him. You're the two of you speak nearly every day. I find myself curious. She wasn't going to let this go, was she? Nell might act soft, but beneath that gentle smile she had a spine of steel. He's not different, he said at last. Bright eyes swiveled to regard him. Different how? Not sure I can explain it properly. He scratched the back of his head and plunked down to the sand. It's kinda complicated, you know. She smiled, sitting beside him. Then simplify it. Fine. The man might be a mystery to most, but most couldn't sense emotions the way he could. Aizen felt alone, most of the tone. As though he stood apart from everyone else. Not by choice or will or any such thing, but simply because he had been born that way. Some might say he'd been destined for such from the moment of his birth. His thoughts cut from a different cloth, meant going against the grain, that sort of thing. To hell with that. You made your own destiny. So can he. Of course, he could hardly tell Nell that in so many words. She wouldn't understand. So he settled for the simple route. Lonely. Nell's brow shot up, but he didn't stop. He's a bit of a talker, but I think I've got a feel for his motivations. He turned and looked out across the sands, to which she followed his gaze. Don't get me wrong, he's been behaving since our bargain, but it doesn't feel like he's trying to be a prick about it or anything. Bah! A hand flung up in exasperation. He keeps asking my opinion about stuff. I ain't used to it. Some might say that's what friends do. Friends? This? Naruto squinted her way. Dunno if I'd call him that. Not yet, at any rate. Don't worry, the second he tries to pull one over on me, bam. He smacked a fist into his open palm. I'll knock his lights out. Nell favored him with a small, mysterious smile. You really would, wouldn't you? Well, yeah. I don't go back on my word. Itching. She laughed lightly to herself and surprised him by standing. You truly are an anomaly. You exist outside the ranking of the Espada, you claim not to be dead, but you've allied yourself with us nevertheless. I wonder what some might say of that, yet for all there are some who would challenge you. He scoffed. No surprise there. She pivoted and touched a hand to her sword with intent. Which is precisely why you must be prepared. This again? I'm no closer to understand why I'm here than I am to finding my release date. Neil thumbed her chin. You must have a one. All Arrancar do. Some have two. She really wasn't going to let this go, was she? What's yours then? Her smile startled him in its sheer purity. Would you like to see? Naruto felt his face burn. There was something in her words, the way she said them. It sounded personal. And he wasn't sure why. He'd never seen an Arrancar release their sword before. Everyone he'd bothered to ask had been cagey about it, but especially that Ulquiorra guy. Truly, he didn't understand why. Palming his face, he looked away. Why you gotta say it like that? An Arrancar's release is no laughing matter. Nilio elaborated without hesitation, her words taking on a lecturing tone. Indeed, it's a very personal thing. It reveals what we were before as hollows, adding that power to our own. Doing so enhances us, strengthens us, releases our inhibitions and our limits. When he didn't respond, she planted a hand on her hip. Do you truly wish to see me? The other reached out for him. This is not something I would offer in jest. He reached and clasped it. That I do. Very well. Bright eyes sparkled as she pulled him to his feet. Perhaps a practical lesson wouldn't hurt. Her sword slid into its sheath with a sigh, notching its guard now as he looked on. You seem to learn best after you've seen something firsthand. Well, you're not wrong. Watch closely now, she whispered softly. And don't tell anyone about this. His eyes tracked her Zanpakuto, taking it in as it cleared its emerald scabbard once more. He noted the light green hilt, a guard that rather resembled crescent moons joined at the back. As he looked on, Nilio raised her blade up horizontally, placing a hand against the flat edge of her blade. Pale pink smoke began to sizzle, glowing in a faint haze. Naruto looked on, entranced. Nell closed her eyes. Inhaled. Exhaled. And then. Declare. Gamuza. Her words were the catalyst. The second she spoke, that smoke swelled into a blistering burst of raw energy. Violent violet light swelled forth to envelop her, tearing at sand itself, a radiance so bright Naruto found even he couldn't bring himself to stare into it overlong. Finally he had to look away. This is a resurrection. Nell's voice rang through the fog. Behold! She swept a hand through the smoke. His jaw clicked open. DMN. In her true state, Nilio took the form of a graceful armored centaur. Her hollow mask's horns curved outward, framing the sides of her face. Likewise, her shoulders stood sheathed by brilliant white spalders that flowed across her shoulder blades, to her neck. Gleaming white gauntlets completed the ensemble, flowing up into a matte black material to protect her hands. Her sword was perhaps the most startling change of all. That once simple katana had since been replaced by a looming double-bladed lance. Looked like she knew how to use it too. All in all, she rather resembled, as well as reminded, him of a Juster straight out of a storybook, albeit far more deadly. Do you understand now, Naruto? She hefted her massive weapon his way, considering him with stern, sad eyes. This is what it means to be an Arrancar. We are not human. None of us are. We never will be. Simply speaking, the words almost seemed to wound her, somehow. It is best to accept this as I have. Embrace it, but don't let it define you. How did he respond to that? How could he respond? Cantered forward and touched a hand to his cheek. You'll understand someday, Naruto. He looked away. Not sure I wanna, you know. Perhaps. However, that being said, with neither word nor warning, Nell shifted her weight on her hind legs and reared back, putting distance between them. It is possible to surpass your resurrection as well. Suddenly, that sad smile of hers gained a grim edge. I could go one step further if I really wanted to. This bulky form has limits. In truth, I much rather prefer the second state beyond it. A vicious sense of pressure reared its head over him, bringing with it a different sort of tension. His eyes bulged. You mean there's more? She smiled softly. Allow a lady some secrets. Now to dodge. His hackles rose. Her arms swung back. But don't you throw that at me. Lanzador Verde. It seems you enjoyed yourself today. More or less. Naruto rolled his shoulder, working the Kainkus out of it as he traipsed inside. Got myself smacked around a bit. Suppose it's my own fault. Hardly the greeting he'd expected from Aizen, but there it was. The man seemed to enjoy surprising him these days, often arriving at the strangest times. He'd taken to appearing out of the blue. Really, he shouldn't have been surprised to find the man lurking in his quarters. He had nothing to hide, so what did it matter? No, it did matter, because Eisen never, ever came to his quarters. Not once, in the entire time since they'd formed their unlikely little partnership. He knew the man wanted something from him. He often did these days. Lowering his guard here would be a mistake. Best keep himself sharp. Sure enough, he wasn't surprised. Would you mind looking into something for me when you have the chance? He sighed. Alright, I'll bite. When? In hindsight, he really shouldn't have asked that. With a smile, his comrade held up a worn photograph for him to see. Naruto's brow furrowed. Eisen, I know that look. Why are you so interested in this kid? You wound me. His manners were smooth as cream. I mean him no harm. I simply wish to accelerate his growth. Are you sure that was wise, Eisen? You're sending a loose cannon after that poor Kurosaki kid. He might die. I have no control over Naruto, Jin. At best I can aim in a given direction. Little more. However, I know that look. You're up to something again, Aincha? That I find myself rather curious to see how he performs. That why you sent Nell with him? Indeed. She'll bind him to our cause without ever realizing it. Step forward. A dark fracture split the afternoon sky of Karakura town. Were anyone to glimpse the phenomenon from afar, they would have been treated to a most curious sight indeed, for that fracture gradually spread into a crack, forcing the very sky itself to part. In time it became a flowing fissure, then an outright hole, in reality itself stretching out across the horizon before widening dramatically. Within a minute it was an outright cavern. Two figures could be seen standing within its darkened depths, a man and a woman. The taller of the duo stretched his arms and hummed a merry tune. Ah, fresh air. Finally, some color. I was losing my mind in that washed-out world. Really, Naruto? Nell found herself hiding a small smile behind her right hand as she watched her companion stretch to his heart's content. For all his strength and power, Naruto could be surprisingly innocent at times. Do you truly find it that impressive? Well, we're human, ain't we? He winked her way and she cursed herself for the heat searing up her neck. Humans need sunlight and fresh air. We can't lurk about in the dark all the time, you know? And I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Another curiosity. He shouldn't feel any hunger at all, yet he claimed to. Still on about that, are we? Yup. Naruto puffed up his cheeks and thumped his chest with a fist. No matter what you say, I still believe I'm a human being. And before you argue otherwise, so are you. Long lashes fluttered in a slow blink. Me? He granted her a lazy grin. I don't see anyone else here. How unexpected of him to say such. Naruto's bullish insistence on humanity aside, he'd never once called anyone else such. Not even Lord Eisen. For him to openly refer to her as such, that was new. Perhaps he was being more open now that they were well and truly away from Hueco Muendo. The notion humbled her and confused her. What makes you say that? You're nice. He turned his gaze toward the sun, basking in it. Wind whipped forth to it his blonde bangs. And besides, you have a heart. Neilio most certainly did. She felt it skip a beat now. Ulquiorra would argue otherwise. Ain't talkin' about that gloomy grump. His finger jutted out to poke near her collarbone, just above where a human heart should be. I'm talking to you. You're my partner. Nell felt her pulse spike. Her eyes widened, narrowed now as his hand withdrew. Did he even realize what such a statement meant among hollows? No, of course not. He didn't know their ways. How could he? For all his claims to humanity, he'd been reborn as an Arrancar. Even so, to call someone what he just had, well. She was interested in him, intrigued by him even, but this was much too sudden. To his credit, Naruto noticed her expression and frowned, unwilling to exist the Garganta as she hadn't. He leaned back into the portal. Stuck my foot in my mouth again, didn't I? Nell worried her lower lip between her teeth. You should choose your words more carefully. To call one a partner among hollows, even as Arrancar, that means something. She hesitated, but seeing no comprehension in his eyes, took the plunge. It goes well beyond the bond between an espada and Fraction, which you and I are not. Yeah, his head bobbed. We're equals. Flame. Shame. Neliel made embarrassed Nell noises. He squinted at her. I feel like I'm missing an awful lot of context here. How to tell him without making a fool of herself? She couldn't think of any such way. Mates. In the end she squeaked the word out, covering her face with both hands to peek through her fingers. To call us partners, equals, implies that we are a mated pair. Oh. Naruto blinked. Flushed. Oh. Here at last, comprehension dawned across his face. His head snapped to the side, either unable or unwilling to look her in the eye. That I mean you're real pretty and all, nice too, and I like being around ya, but... He scratched the back of his head and looked to her at last with a rueful chuckle. She didn't miss the faint tint of pink dusting his cheeks. Ain't marriage a bit sudden? Her brain fizzled. In marriage? Gods above, he could be such a boy sometimes, speaking without thinking. Well, yeah. His grin was more than a little embarrassed. Mom always said I should settle down with a nice girl. Seems like a human thing to do, you know? 1,000 tiny Neliels cried out in her mind. Forward ho me hearties. This ship is setting sail. That I wouldn't mind. Judging by his expression, she'd said that aloud. Naruto's brow shot up into his hair. What was that? And nothing. She spun away to hide her steaming red face, cursing herself for the slip. A wild part of her hollow half warmed to his words, wanting to jump him here and now. The human in her remained more flustered than anything else. Already she could feel herself losing to base instinct. This was all his fault. She'd spent too much time with him. He'd corrupted her. Ruined her. She'd been a prim and proper Arrancar before Naruto came along, no interest in romance or any such thing. Losing Dondochaka and Pesh to Neutra and Sailaporo's machinations had wounded her heart, and she'd no intention of ever opening it to another again. Or so had been her intent. He'd changed that. Made her feel wanted. Needed. Now an insidious little voice nudged her. What was the harm? Couldn't she have something for herself? Lord Aizen wouldn't care. If anything, he might encourage it. He'd mentioned some passing interest in half-breeds prior to this request. Could hollows have children and oh, don't think that. Too late, her mind was away. She could imagine them now, grinning girls with green hair and bashful boys who would look like Nell. Way. She snapped back to reality with a squeak. Must focus. They had a task to attend. It's nothing. I'm fine. Naruto eyed her closely. If you say so. I do say so. She shook her head furiously to stymie the rising tide. Don't think about it. Don't get ahead of yourself. You really are dangerous, she muttered to herself. I need to be wary of that silver tongue. She realized her mistake a moment later. Blah! Naruto stuck his tongue out, reveling in her blush. Nell kicked out at his leg and he withdrew, laughing. With that, she felt a modicum of self-control return. So, she asked of him, where should we start? Don't worry about that. He stepped out of her garganta with a shrug and strode across the air, forcing her to follow him or be left behind as he descended to the street below on a series of invisible steps. I've got this. But first things first. He sniffed once, twice, thrice now, scenting the air like a fox. Where's that smell coming from? Oh dear. Naruto's head whipped toward an open alley. There. He lunged forward with a whoop of delight, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Rayamamen. Urahara twitched. He'd sensed something just now. Well, that can't be a good thing. The hollow crumbed. Cleaved in two by a single blow, its body split in half and dissolved, leaving nothing behind but a fading scream. Ichigo shouldered his sword with a grimace. Try as he might, he'd never gotten used to that. It was so dim and strange. Monsters shouldn't dissolve like that. Even if they couldn't be seen by normal people. BSTRDS like this thing shouldn't exist. Rukia had tried explaining that to him once, but he still didn't much understand it himself. Suffice to say, the only good hollow was a dead hollow. Not bad, Ichigo. He preened a little at Rukia's praise. This was nothing. And really it wasn't. Felt like he was growing stronger every day. On to the next, then? He turned a quizzical look her way. She seemed to be staring past him. Oi, Rukia? You alright? You're spacing out. Move, you fool. Too little, too late. Raya Amiamin. Something blindsided Ichigo from the left. By the time he registered their presence, it was over. A body smacked into him at speed. Stars, entire galaxies, burst before his vision. Then, quite suddenly, he was airborne, sent flying with impossible force. It was a short-lived flight. His face struck a wall. Slid down it. Sorry about that. A youthful voice crowed through his ringing ears. Strong hands nudged him onto his back. Righted him. Pulled him up. Didn't see you there. You're not bleedin' too bad, are ya? Ichigo felt a chill in the air. A shadow fell over him. He pivoted in place. Where once there had been an empty street behind him, it was empty no longer. Someone stood before him, a man in bright clothes. There was a hole in his chest, bits of bone plastered to the side of his face. Sweat ran down his brow. How did he sneak up on me? What even is he? Naruto, a green-haired woman clad in white and black, alighted beside him. You mustn't rush off like. Like what? The blonde frowned. Nell? You look like you've seen a ghost. That silence reigned supreme. The woman saw him. Nudged this Naruto guy. Is that him? He recognized him too, apparently, because that grip on his hand became ironclad. Ah, damn it. 5 firm fingers clamped down on his shoulder, tightening in a vice. I didn't think we'd actually find him this early. He tried to pull back, but he held fast. You must be Kurosaki Ichigo. Substitute Shinigami, right? At his dumbstruck nod, his smile became decidedly chagrined. Sorry about running you over, and I'm really sorry to rush this out of the blue, but well. Would you kindly die? Movement. It all happened so fast. He heard the dull crack of sound, felt it now as open palms slammed into his face and caught his chin. His body flipped backwards through the air, struck a power line, crashed back to the ground. All this in an instant. His very soul ached from the sudden shock. What was that for? Sturdier than you look. The blonde squinted down at him. Good to know. Still, what's with that ridiculous sword? Is that supposed to be your Zanpakuto? Why haven't you released it? Release what now? The hell were you talking about? That really? His foe's face fell, smiling wiped away. Are you seriously that much of a rookie? This won't even be fun. A lone finger rose, red light swirling at the tip of his digit, growing larger with each passing second. What had Rukia called that? Zero? The sight of it left him stricken. He couldn't move. Why couldn't he move? Try to dodge this, Ichigo. If you don't, pale fire crash. A sudden Kido smacked the back of his head. Baleful blue eyes swung to the side. Do you mind? Rukia lowered her arm, palm spitting smike. Not another step. See this? He made a point of raising his foot and planting it down. This is me stepping. Another Kido slapped him in the face. He scowled at her. Could you not squirt? Class is in session. Nell? The green-haired woman moved in an instant, faster than he could see, seizing his comrade by the throat. Ichigo lunged her way, only to find himself blocked once more. Rukia! Udimen Hollow. Let her go. She's not a part of this. I'm not a Hollow. I'm Naruto. And you, the man scoffed as his companion the girl over her shoulder and growled at him. You're reactive, Ichigo. He swung his blade with his might, only to find it caught. What are you talking about? He strained against him to no avail. The hell I am. If anything, I'm proactive. No. Clawed fingers tightened around his blade. I can sense your feelings, and I've got the measure of you now. You're doing this all wrong. Frankly, it's sickening. Whiskered cheeks dimpled in a scowl. You keep talking about protecting others, but what can you protect with a brittle blade like that? Cracks scrawled across his nameless sword. Even now, you're hesitating. They slammed their forehead against his, eyes blazing. I could kill you right now if I really wanted to. Maybe I should. Might even be a mercy. Duh. Still won't uneasel your sword? Fine. His shoulders slumped. Did I give up? There's no helping you like this. Guess we'll be doing this the hard way. Was this guy for real? He couldn't tell if he was joking. Not anymore. He struck out. Sparks flew as he struck the man in the chest. A blonde brow rose. You think that after everything else, something like this hurts? No. He shook his head slowly, blonde bangs swaying from side to side. No. This doesn't even tickle. As he looked on the tiny cut closed, flesh winding its way back into existence. When was the last time you took a good hard punch to the face? I can tell just by looking at ya, you don't know the meaning of pain. But that's alright. I'm gonna show ya. Bam. What's gonna happen when you face someone strong, someone like me, and nobody's there to save you? What will you do then? A knee slammed into his gut, folding him in half. I'll tell you. Another blow, clenched knuckles cracking across his face, rocking him to the side. Fight. But you have things to protect, don't you? He kicked out, launching him through a building. Don't hesitate. A spinning kick sent him skidding back the way he'd come. Don't doubt. Don't ask yourself why. Just fight. How else can you protect your family, let alone yourself? His shadow loomed large over him, filling him with dread. The world slowed to an agonizing crawl as his arms swept up. This was it. He was going to die. Snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Need some help, amateur? A low, bemused voice trickled in his ear. I'd be willing to lend you a hand if you asked nicely. It all happened so fast. He beheld a pale figure in his mind's eye grinning from ear to ear. It looked a lot like him actually. An awful lot like him. Who are you? A ghostly hand touched his back. Finally, heard me did you? Golden eyes gleamed as a pale chin came down over his shoulder, framed by a merry cackle. I thought you'd never ask, partner. After all I am. It rang in his ears like a clarion call. The name tore out of the Reaper, with a roar as he swung his blade forward. Zangetsu. Naruto was smiling as the light enveloped him. But why was he smiling? Why did he look so dim and proud of him? Ichigo didn't have time to celebrate. Red light bloomed, cutting through his attack. His world erupted in a haze of pain. That's more like it. I can actually feel that. Give me a second and all you'll be feeling is oblivion. That or disappointment. Go right ahead, Ichigo. Flip that coin. A reference. Face your fears. Getsuga Tensho. Look at you. Already learning your first move. Naruto clapped happily, grinning like the cat that caught the canary and slaughtered its entire family. You're growing up so fast, Strawberry. Still gotta work on your aim, though. Case in point. Think fast. His knee crashed up and Ichigo folded down over his limb like wet cardboard. A strangled gasp fled from the Reaper's lips. Naruto tutade once, patted his head, and brought his arm around, delivering an almighty elbow to the back of his would-be adversary's skull. Momentum did the rest and left Kurosaki's left his face empty with asphalt in a way no self-respecting Shinigami desired. And yet despite that he got up again. Truth be told, Naruto felt a strange sense of satisfaction about it all, because you see, each time he knocked Ichigo down, the boy dragged himself to his feet. There it was again. Blasting him with a weak zero only served to confirm his efforts. Kurosaki was getting stronger. Faster. Adapting. He hadn't been able to use that Getsuga Tensho of his until just now. His style was still crude for the time being, brutish even, but the same could be said of him once, couldn't it? He only had more substance and style thanks to Neliel's rigorous efforts. Given the chance to improve, to be properly taught, he surely would. Speaking of which, a distant explosion had him craning his neck toward the southern edge of Karakura town. Well, she's certainly fulfilling her end of the bargain. Oh, his words peaked into a laugh as Zangetsu whistled by and shaved a strand of blonde hair just above his forehead. Much better, Strawberry. Almost got me that time. A wordless war was his only warning before the substitute Shinigami pivoted and struck at his face, blade wreathed in blue light. Stop calling me that. Much to the young man's chagrin, It crashed down into an open palm. Not a single drop of blood was spilled. That much hadn't changed. Even with this strange recovery of his, he hadn't been able to injure him. Not once. Not then and certainly not now. Merry blue eyes peeked out from behind the blade as he twisted it in his grasp. I will when you make me. Even now, Ichigo didn't give up. He braved this blade with both hands. Zangetsu howled with blue light and the world went white. The ensuing explosion devastated the street, kicked up a cloud of smoke and did jack all to move him. Huh. Naruto squinted, blinking spot away from his vision. Not bad. That one made me feel all nice and toasty. What else you got? A roaring wave of blue burst out of the mist and snapped his head to one side. No pain, only the vague sensation of forced movement. Impressive. Most impressive, but still not enough. He rode with the force of the blow and snapped it. Vicious kick into the space he knew his adversary occupied. The dull crunch of 3 ribs was his reward. Ichigo rocketed out of the smoke, struck the street 3 times, skipped across block like a flung stone, struck a building with an awful crack. Somehow the poorhouse held. The boy's bones didn't. He slid down its broken edifice with nary a sound. Naruto counted to 3. 3 more now, then finally hit the count of 9. Alighting upon a nearby lamppost, he looked down him the battered boy. You finally done over there? Sure enough, his words reactivated the ravaged Reaper. A string of angry curses followed. Zangetsu planted itself in the street. From there he used the massive blade as leverage to hoist himself upright. Wasted and gasping for air, he nevertheless hauled himself to his feet. Not yet. Good. He couldn't help but clap his hands, applaud his determination. That's the way, Ichigo. Never give up. This substitute Shinigami had spirit. Naruto could respect that much. Admire it even. Ichigo really didn't know when to quit. No, that wasn't it. He knew he was outmatched here. But he didn't let that faze him. He kept pushing through, trying to make a miracle happen. Perhaps that was the source of his strength. He kept fighting because he felt he had to. Stopping now wouldn't help anyone. They both knew that. Fear here meant an ugly death. Hesitation was defeat. The ghost of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hesitation is defeat, huh? Ichigo righted himself with an irritated snarl. What are you talking about? He laughed a little. Just reminiscing about the good old days. Whatever his Zanpakuto was, Kurosaki was remarkably in sync with it. If it weren't for that, he would have keeled over hours ago. That he managed to persist in the face of such odds. Well, it warmed his heart. Nell would say a dead man couldn't have a heart, but even he still didn't believe himself to be dead. Getsuga Tenshu. Sloppy, but definitely an improvement. Naruto laughed and jumped aside with a low whistle, grinning from ear as vicious azure wave annihilated the lamppost he'd been perched upon. It howled up into the sky and all but eviscerated a passing cloud. You bounced back quickly from that last attack too. Not missing a beat, he kicked off the air and launched himself forward with a merry cackle. Show me more. Zangetsu met his fist head-on. The blade didn't crack, nor did his footing waver. His will remained strong in the face of adversity. He'd need that for the battles to come. Help me, damn it. He'd whispered to someone just now. Oh, who are you talking to? The Reaper ducked and cut out at his legs, forcing him to hop over the blade. None of your demon business. I'm thinking it is. He drove a mid-air kick into his solar plexus, smashing him through a trash bin. Kurama sighed. He'll plateau at this rate. Don't leave things hanging like this. Naruto clicked his tongue at him. The hell you want me to do? Intimidate him. Give him a reason to fight. I ain't the best actor, you know. Try. Fine. Well, I guess that's all the time we have for today. He adopted what he hoped was a menacing smile. Keep at it, Kurosaki. Get nice and strong for our rematch, because if you don't, he raised a hand, finger pointing his way, and died a little inside. You won't need to worry about me. Your enemies will slaughter everyone and everything you hold dear. It was an empty threat, of course. He'd never do any such thing to anyone, and he certainly wouldn't let Aizen, but poor Kurosaki didn't know that now, did he? As far as he knew, his threat was good as gold. Man, I hate acting like the bad guy. Sure enough, something hardened in the young man's face. I won't let you. His lunge was even faster than before, but anger alone couldn't help. Zangetsu couldn't pierce his skin. Then get stronger, Kurosaki. He kicked him away with a forced sneer, one that felt alien to him. You have your Shirkai, now achieve Bankai no. Go beyond. He knew quite well what a Bankai was, thanks to Nell's rigorous tutelage, and he happily imparted that now to the young Reaper. Don't just rely on your sword either. Branch out, the depth. Gain the strength to make me bleed, to trample me the way I trampled you today. When someone tries to take what's rightful yours, you take everything from them in return. That's what a king does. Why you? A vicious headbutt sent him reeling anew. Was it his imagination just now, or did those brown eyes flash gold? Regardless, the expression he wore was that of a warrior, not a boy. Good. Just a little more now. Naruto closed with him again. There it is. That's the look. Another punch rattled Ichigo's blade. Twice. Thrice. He wailed on him with no restraint. Ichigo's stance held firm throughout it all, each blow blocked by the blade. Sadly, the same couldn't be said for the street. It finally burst beneath the force of his attack, and the moment it did, his footing faltered. A rousing right hook caught him square in the face and launched him away once more. This time, gravity lost its grasp upon him. His back struck a pair of power line. His still sparking soul hurtled through them, smashed into someone's roof, alighted there for a moment and collapsed. A dull thud heralded his return to the ground. Well, I guess that'll do it. It's been fun, Strawberry. This time, Naruto didn't have to feign his smile. Be seen ya. His part done, he planted both hands in his pockets and waltzed away from the unconscious Reaper. Probably better this way. He'd accelerated his growth, just like Aizen asked, and with no casualties to speak of. All in a day's work. With hope, Kurosaki would learn from this and become stronger still. Now to check in on Nell. She'd probably kept that other Shinigami busy, sure, but he hadn't heard from her in a while now. Blood splashed across his cheek. Naruto paused, touched a hand to his face, mildly surprised to find a small cut there. How'd that happen? Kurama sighed. On your left, fool. He craned his neck back. The stubborn Shinigami had found his feet once more. Stranger still, he'd flanked him somehow for all the good it did him. Poor kid looked like death warmed over. His robes were battered and torn, body hunched across his blade, head hanging and face hidden by his shaggy hair. He looked every bit like a walking corpse. And yet, you're still not done? Ichigo's head snapped up. The sight there chilled him. What was that? For some strange reason, half the boy's face now stood, sheathed behind an eerie white-red mask, the eye of which gleamed a wild gold, encompassing more and more of his countenance as he looked on. That once resolute visage was twisted in a crazed grin. Zangetsu hung loose at his side, gripped not by the tang that served as its hilt, but by the bandages wrapping it. Dark energy flowed forth from the blade, not that of a Shinigami, but something else. Something stranger. It felt like a hollow. Yet for all that, Ichigo didn't go berserk. He stood his ground. Sorry, a distorted voice flowed forth from the Shinigami's grinning mouth. But I can't let you kill this guy yet. I just woke up after all. Just woke up? Do you have any idea how much you've set me off? Much to his confusion, Ichigo wagged a finger at him. Bad enough that I had to wrestle with old man Bisu, almost won too, but now I gotta deal with you? A rare hint of joy crept into Naruto's heart. Here and now, he could understand why Aizen was so fixated on this boy. You're just full of surprises, aren't you? Ha! The entity puppeteering Ichigo's body only grinned at him. Strange. It both was, and wasn't Kurosaki. He found his curiosity piqued regardless. You don't know the half of it. His sword swept out, conjuring a wave of dark red light. Naruto batted it aside into the sky. Frowned now as he felt it singe his palm. That's more like it. I can actually feel that. Ichigo yanked on Zangetsu's bandages, whipping the blade back into his hand. Give me a second, and all you be feeling is oblivion. That or disappointment, he shrugged. Go ahead, Ichigo. Flip that coin. See what happens. A crackle of movement was his only warning before Zangetsu came crashing down on the back of his head. He stopped it with a single finger. That lone digit folded over the blade, effectively locking it in place. With his free hand he calmly reached up, curled it into a claw, and… come on. Ichigo recoiled with a snarl. What are you made of, pure metal? Might as well be. Naruto moved his palm forward, Rasengan gleaming in hand. Time for you to sleep now. You Sanuva. The jutsu struck the hollowified Shinigami at speed, crashing headlong into his chest with all the power of a hurricane. There could be no contest. Away he went, crashing through one building, another, a third now. Naruto watched him recede into the distance. Waited now as his cries faded away, then fell entirely silent. Still no sign of him. Was it finally over? On a whim, he walked after the wayward Reaper slowly. Just to be safe. Sure enough, he found Ichigo sprawled out beneath a mound of rubble. Lucky him. He'd crashed through an abandoned house. No casualties to burden his conscience. Somehow the boy was still conscious, if only just, judging by the angry noises he made. A quick touch, a flare of chakra, and he mended the worst of his wounds, bringing him back from the edge of death. You did good, Ichigo, he patted his head, unable to help himself. Real good. Train hard, and you'll never be this weak again. He reached down and gave his mask a good hard flick with his index finger. It shattered like brittle glass. Dull brown eyes squinted behind it. Demon. What are you? Believe it or not, I'm your friend. Get some sleep now. Another finger flick sent him under completely. Naruto took 3 long strides backward. A deep breath now. And then, arg, he doubled over, clutching his head with a whine. That was so embarrassing. I aced like some cartoon villain. So cliché. I wanna die. There, it was for the best. The blonde kicked the ground. Best my butt. You give the speech next time. That was humiliating. Still he'd left a lasting impression on the Reaper and accelerated his growth, just like Aizen had asked. His favor was done. With some hope, a bit of skill and a pinch of luck, Kurosaki Ichigo would turn out just fine. Now it was time for some ramen. Wasn't it? Was he tempting Murphy's Law here? Kinda felt like he was, you know? He looked left. Now right. Nary a soul in sight. Great. Naruto turned, craning his neck toward the same scent as before. Ain't nobody gonna stop me now. A cackling golden comet fell out the sky and crashed into him at speed. Down he went, smashed back first into the asphalt. What the hell? A rough voice growled above him as someone pressed a foot down on his throat. Is this what I get for listening to that four-eyed BSRD? He said there was a strong hollow here. He blinked through bleary eyes and found a one-eyed man grinning down at him. And who was that sitting on his shoulder? Don't tell me you're dead after that. Oh, come on. Blue eyes blazed red and he bucked with all his might, tearing free from the trap. Get offa me. He swung a fist upward. It met a jagged blade. Remarkably, it blocked him. The grinning man leered down at him. Now that's more like it. Neliel pitied the weak. Truly she did. She wasn't entirely certain why she felt this way, yet the feeling persisted. Nagging at her. Doubtless she'd been much the same when she was alive, helping those who were less fortunate, protecting those incapable of protecting themselves, teaching hard-wrought lessons to those who refused to learn otherwise. Sometimes those lessons meant mercy. At other times, force was required. This little one was no different. Rukia Kachiki might have been strong, once. Before she'd given up much of her power. Now at how far she had fallen. And yet for all that, she threw herself at Nell time and again, determined to get past her. Get out of my way. I'm afraid I can't do that, Shinigami. Nell smiled softly, sadly, as she brained the little Reaper with her still-sheathed sword, sending her sprawling into the street once more. Don't worry. Our objective isn't to kill Ichigo Kurosaki. Or you for that matter. She raised a palm, letting a harmless Kido crash against her open fingers. It didn't even tingle. She waved her hand, letting the smoke fade away like so much steam. I do so dislike bullying the weak, but I've been asked to keep you busy in the interim. This would be so much easier for us if you just sat down. Don't underestimate me. Why wouldn't I? Neliel tilted her head toward Rukia. You're weak. She watched those words take root in the poor girl, a seed planted in the depths of her heart. But she looked furious now. Maybe she'd learn to become strong again. Perhaps stronger still. But for that to happen, for Rukia to truly understand where she stood in the pecking order, she might have get a little rough. Naruto would understand, surely. This was necessary. This little one would never become strong otherwise. Another Kido smashed her harmlessly in the face. She sighed softly. Violence it was, then. How uncivilized. For what it's worth, I don't hate you, Shinigami. She set one hand to the hilt of her sword and unsheathed it slowly. Think of this as a learning experience. Of what? She smiled sweetly. The gap between you and I. To call what followed a fight. Well. It wasn't. Nell beat the girl down until she was wasted and gasping for air, her body left littered with countless cuts. To her credit, she tried to rise again. She simply lacked the strength to do so. Her left leg buckled now and she went down in a heap. Poor thing couldn't even crawl forward. Have you learned now? Rukia growled at her from where she lay. Perhaps she had learned. Perhaps not. It no longer mattered. I do hope Naruto's all right. A deafening explosion rattled the world. Honestly. Nell palmed her face and sighed softly. He can be such a boy sometimes. You think so? A tan heel clipped Nell's head and her world went sideways. This man was a lunatic. Naruto swayed back with a hiss, giving ground as that jagged blade whisked over his head. A few stray strands of blonde hair fluttered through the air in his wake. He punched right through them and sent the Shinigami sprawling for all the good it did him. He tumbled away and came up swinging again. It wasn't at all like fighting Aizen, that one was slippery but he at least had a rhyme and reason for everything he did. But this man this Kenpachi Zaraki that he didn't care for reason. Not for words nor wounds or the difference in their strength, not anything beyond battle. That made him DMN hard to predict, and it didn't help that was actively trying not to kill him. The same couldn't be said for this crazed Reaper. He just kept advancing, and he was getting stronger. Slowly but surely, for every wound he inflicted he got a little better, a bit faster. It wasn't enough to best him, but he was starting to notice all the same. For all the fire in him, the madman refused to stay down. He was relentless. Ordinarily he would have respected that, the determination to never give up. But not so much. Is this what it's like to fight me? Just more bloodthirsty. Who you talking to, Hollow? None of your business. He decked him in the face only for the Reaper to rush in and swipe at him with his sword. No form, no substance. He just swung the blade around like a metal bar. A very dangerous bar and one he wanted to avoid at all costs. He doubted the man could cut him, but he could probably still hurt him. Impact and momentum were a hell of a thing. This couldn't go on. At this rate he would have to kill this man. He didn't want to. He really, truly didn't. But if this continued, a good fight. For the longest time, it was all he sought. Pretty much the only thing Zaraki Kenpachi had ever wanted, really. Someone strong for him to fight. No need to hold back, a chance to truly cut loose and wage war with all his might. Wasn't that what he wanted? No, maybe that wasn't quite right. A fight was good and all, but he craved more. A rival. Someone to push him to the edge and beyond. Someone he could fight again and again and again. A fighter who wouldn't snap like a stick. Well, he'd finally found one. And surprise, surprise, it wasn't a Shinigami but a Hollow. This BS-30 was different from the rest. For one, it almost looked human, not that he cared about that bit. More importantly, it didn't die one hit. I said, "Get off of me." A boot barreled into his chest, sending him skidding backward. His blade bit down in the street, spraying sparks as it killed his momentum. His head snapped up, the barest beginning of a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Now that's more like it. Dimon, good thing Yachiru had jumped off his shoulder. Now he could fight without having to worry about her. Because that Diamond Hollow was getting up again and he didn't look happy. Whoever you are, he growled, dusting himself off, I don't have time for you. I've had enough. This ain't a warning, this is a promise. Or else. Promises, promises. He wasn't going anywhere. Ain't ya gonna draw your sword? Don't got one, the Hollow shrugged. Don't need one either. Not for you. Cocky BSRD. A fist shot out and smashed hard into his ribs, producing a startled grunt. Momentum caught up with him a moment later to launch him down the street. He was still hurtling through the air when a golden meteor crashed down from the heavens, stomping him into the asphalt in a shower of dirt and dust. Anyone else would have been worried. Maybe even wounded. Not him. Give up. A sandal-clad foot stomped on his windpipe. Or so help me, I'll knock you out. Never. Zaraki laughed at him. The blonde balked. That moment of hesitation cost him. He almost didn't see his jagged blade sweep out the smoke. The Hollow dodged aside out of reflex more than anything else. Moment he did, he stopped putting pressure on his throat. Dumbass. You didn't give your enemy a chance to breathe, not even for a second. Just how green was he? Kenpachi made him pay for it, grabbed him by the ankle, and whipped him head first into a building. Real shoddy construction, Demon Thing crumbled like a house of cards around the Hollow, swallowing his prey whole. Zaraki climbed to his feet, idly rubbing his neck as he did. He could still breathe. Demon Thing hurt like a beach, and he'd nave a nasty bruise there come tomorrow, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Disappointment warred with excitement in his head, and the former won out when his foe didn't emerge. A frown creased his scarred face. What is that it? He rumbled at the rubble. You done already? It'd be real boring if you died on me now, Hollow. That you're afraid this fight will be boring? A low, muffled growl reverberated with the depths of the debris. I'll spice it up for ya then. The wreckage erupted. No other word for it, stones blasted in every direction, some even flew his way. Kenpachi lazily cut a large piece of mortar in half, only for the berserk blonde to come barreling through the severed halves and tackle him. A clawed hand closed around his face and smashed him down with a vicious yank. Then the Hollow ran, dragging him across the street, grinding his visage into the ground, tearing a furrow as he went. His good eye glared up at him only for it to end as quickly as it began. A savage spin launched him up into the air. Fumbled there for a moment, and over end before he finally righted himself. He'd never been the best at this air-walking bullshit. The very second he found his balance, the Hollow was on him again. He swung wildly his way in a bid to create some much-needed distance, only for the whiskered warrior to catch the blade in his right hand. Sparks flew through the air as it ground to a halt in his fist. No blood. That was new. Cold blue eyes sought his with intent. You're making me angry, Shinigami. You won't like me when I'm angry. I disagree, he grinned down at him. This is far more fun. Give me all you've got. Fight. Bleed. Die. For some reason, that made the Hollow scowl. That's not how life works. It does for me. That's a pity. His right hand snapped forward, bearing a spiral of blue light. Rasengan. And then there was pain. Zaraki didn't rightly see what happened next, but he felt himself shoot downward. His back kissed a wall, then smashed through that, followed by a building, a wall, now a building again. He heard someone start screaming somewhere behind him. Didn't give a damn. Finally he could move again, enough to drag himself up on one knee. His hand came away bloody. Heh. A grin tore across his scarred face. Been a while since I've seen this much my own blood. Gimme a minute. A heel swooped in at his face. He blocked it with his blade and felt the steel creak in his grasp as the street cratered underfoot. Red eyes leered down at him, harsh and slitted. Wait a minute, weren't they blue before? You want me to try? Fine. Zaraki didn't see the punch that flattened him, only felt it again. Like being on the receiving end of one of Old Man Yama's hits minus all that nasty fire. Pure pain. His head snapped back, blood flying from his lips. All he saw was a streak of those red, and then, hey, where'd the ground go? Oh, there it was. He struck the dirt once, bounced, and came up swinging. It saved his life. The hollow ducked out of sheer reflex. He chambered a swing, and this time the bloody blonde bee actually deigned to block within his arms. A second shower of sparks, just like before. He couldn't cut him. A laugh tore out of him. Another barrage of punches followed this time. He was able to stand his ground against them and get in one of his own. The hollow grunted in surprise and stumbled back. Give up. An amused noise filled Zaraki's ears, and it took him a second to realize the sound had come from him. Why? I'm finally starting to enjoy myself. You think this is fun? Blam. Slam. 3 blows in less than a second. Liver. Kidney. Spleen. Zaraki buckled with a grunt but didn't go down. Never. Not with a fight like this. Still, a rare hint of concern bled through his euphoria. This was great, grand even, but this sheet was actually starting to hurt. He wasn't bleeding too badly yet, but his bones ached. If this continued. A soft voice rang through the back of his head. A girl's voice. You'll die. Zaraki paused. Was he hearing things? Where are you looking? Pain bloomed in the back of his skull as another supersonic punch hammered him down. He felt something shatter in his torso. Felt like his ribs. Clawed fingers slashed out, bloodying the side of his neck. His world went blurry for a second. He grit his teeth, grunted, and fought on, trying to crush the hollow down with an overhand smash. No dice. Slippery BSRD stepped out of the way and raised a hand. Scarlet light swelled within, growing larger and brighter with each passing moment. What happened? He shouted over the rising hum. You were talking all that good shit a second ago. Red light blazed before his vision. He recognized it. Zero. Cut it. Kenpachi braved his blade with 2 hands out of pure instinct. It saved his life. A torrent of red light parted on either side of him as the Zero slammed into him full force. The heat seared his skin, threatened to cook him where he stood. A growl boiled in his lungs. He felt his sleeves smolder away in the blast alongside a good bit of his robe. Didn't matter. He just had to cut it. Simple as that. A roar ripped through his throat and he followed through, severing the blast in half. It rushed past him unabated. Smoke sprayed across his vision as the blast devastated the buildings around him. Gasping for air, he crashed down to a knee to catch his breath. He didn't feel tired. If anything, he felt great. He'd never been more alive. That's right. Remember. There it was, that DMN voice again. Surpass your limits. Get stronger. Better. The hollow surged out of the smoke for him again. This time, he was ready for him. He took one hand from his sword's hilt and decked him right in the nose. A startled grunt greeted him. He grinned and spun, then swung down with both hands. Whether through arrogance or blind bloody luck, the hollow didn't get out of the way in time. Blood sprayed through the air. Too shallow. Kenpachi knew at the moment the hollow touched a hand to his shoulder and frowned. All right, he allowed, flexing his wounded arm. You're one determined BSTRD, I'll give you that. I'm gonna have to try now, you know? He'd been holding back too. Could this day get any better? Yes, excellent. Laughter bubbled out of Zaraki, dark and exultant, a deep, raucous laugh swelling through the air. I haven't had this much fun in ages. He raised his head, lone eye blazing a bright shade of gold. What did you say your name was, Hollow? Naruto. Turning his head aside, the hollow rolled his wounded shoulder once. He couldn't quite keep the smile from his face either. Uzumaki Naruto. And don't call me a hollow. I see how it is. The voice sounded decidedly sullen now, almost childish. You ask his name but not mine. She wasn't making any sense. Who are you? Do you want to know my name? And in a single blinding instant, Kenpachi Zaraki understood. That's a good name. Raising his ragged blade, he reached for his eye patch. I'll be sure to remember that. And to you, Naruto Uzumaki. His fingers curled around it ready to tear it free. Thanks to you, I can finally hear it. The blonde squinted at him, unable to understand. Hear what? Kenpachi grinned ear to ear, baring his teeth in a savage, sheet-eating grin. In the same instant he tore his eye patch free. A column of spiraling light burst his body to ravage the world. 2 words tore forth his lips, a declaration for all the world to hear. Drink. No Zarashi. Is that it? Is that all you've got? Wait. Guess it's my turn. A reference. A cause to fight for. Ha! Throat. Kenpachi laughed. He laughed some more, laughed to high heaven, a great full-throated bellow of mirth he hadn't made since he was a child. Palming his face with one hand, he doubled over and continued to cackle, shoulders shaking, throat aching, until finally his eyes watered and his lungs burned. Why did he laugh, you ask? It was simple. You see, Zaraki was happy. Absolutely giddy, really. No, scratch that, he was downright delirious with glee. He was enjoying himself, truly enjoying himself as he hadn't in a long while, perhaps the first time in centuries. Because this was a fight. Better yet, he felt stronger. Like he'd broken down an invisible wall he'd never known existed until now. Somehow he knew this wasn't his peak, not quite, not yet, nowhere near it, and still he couldn't help but laugh. So this was his Shirkai. He considered the blade and slung it over his shoulder. Diamond thing was big. Not that he minded. It felt light as a feather, like he'd found an old friend he never knew he had lost. Speaking of friends. Oops. With a rueful grimace he looked back to the road, idly regarding the devastation he'd wrought there. In all fairness, he really hadn't meant to swing that hard. He'd carved a canyon in the street with his sword's release, mowing down his foe with it to kick up a cloud of dust and smoke. Oi, hollow, he bellowed into the haze. Don't tell me that killed you. You're not half bad. Fresh laughter arose from the fog to answer him. I actually felt that, you be yesterday. The shroud cleared to reveal that Dinin Hollow Naruto, wearing a merry grin as he strode forth, clutching the bloody stump of his right arm. BSRD looked as happy as he felt. And that stump of his wasn't a stump for long. It regrew as he looked on, flesh and bone sprouting from the ruin of his elbow in an instant. Only the bloody stain on his torn sleeve remained. High-speed regeneration, huh? The Shinigami shouldered his sword with a smile. You're just full of surprises. What can I say? The Arrancar raised both arms in a shrug. I'm hard to kill. It would be boring if he died easily. You know, he flexed his restored limb with a hum and began rolling his shoulder in a lazy circle. I ought to thank you. Sure, it's my fault for trying to tank that attack back there, but I'd almost forgotten what pain, actual real pain feels like. A hand rose, fingers lazily clenching into a claw. So thanks again for reminding me. Keeps me honest. Red light gathered in his palm with a sonorous hum. Let's see what the new sword of yours can do. A Siro burst forth from his fingers. Zaraki met the Siro head-on with his blade. He cut it. Right down the middle. Just like that. No Zarashi slammed down and the Siro parted like so much water wounded. The blast split before him, severed half searing past to demolish a pair of abandoned buildings on the block behind him. Well, he hoped they were abandoned. Didn't matter. The old man probably had evacuated. Wasn't his concern. Naruto whistled. Not bad. That all you got? He leveled Nozarashi at him. There's ain't nothing I can't cut. Is that so? Grinning like a loon, the berserk blonde reached up to his mouth and bit his thumb. Let's see you slice through this. Blood swirled from the mangled digit and pooled in the air between them, manifesting itself in the ghastly shape of a strangely familiar spiral. Before his very eyes, red light became a brilliant blazing blue. Sapphire sparks scrawled through his air, mixed with the crimson flowing forth from his hand, growing larger and more powerful with each passing second. An ominous keening noise rose in the air. Unable to withstand it, the street began to crumble and rise around them, reacting to the sheer force of the blast he was conjuring. Now what did Nell call this again? Oh, right? Naruto's wide grin practically split his face. Gran Rei Siro. Zaraki felt his heart soar at the sight. Now that's more like it. Shoot me. Naruto let the Siro fly. Nozarashi slammed into it head-on with a hungry howl. This time there was resistance. His blade struggled in his grasp as it warred with the blazing blue blast, and he found himself sliding back half a pace, then another, his feet tearing great gouges in the street. Excellent. He might actually have to use both hands for the first time in forever. A palm settled on his back. Kenpachi stiffened, looking over his shoulder. I'm sorry, Naruto beamed back at him oh so very innocently, hair lofting in the maelstrom around him. Were you under the impression that I was going to play fair? With a cheeky grin, the blonde Byakuya shoved him forward into the blast and vanished. The brat's Siro swallowed him whole, smoldering away his sleeves and burning him badly. His world faded to black. Not until, quite suddenly, it didn't. Kenpachi jolted upright, eyes snapping open, and righted himself with a frown, only to find himself unharmed. No bruises. No injuries at all. His robes still smelled of singed cloth, but he wasn't even hurt. All around him buildings lay crisped and blackened, yet he was the only one unharmed. What the hell? How long you gonna sit there? He looked up to find the errand car not 3 yards away stalking down the street, hands in pockets. Need another catnap? Not a chance. He lunged at him, bringing his mighty cleaver crashing down with titanic force. Steel struck flesh and bounced off with a spray of sparks as Naruto parried with a palm, driving his blade high. There we go. The blonde Byakuya grinned up at him, whiskered cheeks dimply in thinly veiled delight. I can actually feel that. They traded blows like madmen, swinging for the fences. Him with his newly awakened blade, and the blonde with his bare hands. Back and forth they raged, two gods of death, caring nothing but the slaughter. Laughter began to burst free from Kenpachi once again, and he did nothing to throttle it, grinning as he slashed down at his foe's face. This time he was rewarded with a look of concern as Naruto twisted out of harm's way. Why are you dodging if I can't hurt you? Instinct mostly, he swayed under another sweep and boxed his ribs, drawing a grunt from him. My body moves before I can stop it, like this. An uppercut caught Kenpachi's chin and sent him spinning into the sky. A shadow fell over him. And this. He looked up. Time slowed to a crawl as he glimpsed the blonde above, hands linked over his head. His eyes weren't blue anymore. They were gleaming a strange shade of gold, his pupils strange horizontal slids, eyes dusted. With an odd shade of orange. That was all he had time to see before his adversary struck back. Nozarashi swept up to block, saving him from a fatal blow. Not so the momentum behind hit. The hammer fist struck him from the sky, slammed him through a telephone pole, and drove his back into the street. Asphalt erupted like an overripe melon faced with heavy blow. He plunged beneath the earth. A water main burst as he struck a solid pipe, the impact of which soaked clean through. Naruto stood at the lip of the crater and whistled down at him, golden eyes fading back to blue. Wow. Didn't think you'd fly that far. Need a minute. Heh. Zaraki cut upward in a savage streak of golden energy, raw Reiatsu biting deep into his collarbone. Now it was Naruto's turn to grunt in pain, a startled noise ground between his teeth. He expected shock, fear, rage from at the very least. Instead, the blonde threw his head back and belted out a laugh. Better. His fangs flashed in the brisk afternoon air as the wound smoldered shut. Let's kick things up a notch. He hopped into the crater and slid down, kicking up dust as he went. Hope you like shadow clones. Both hands crossed into a strange symbol he didn't recognize. Because you're about to. Shadow what now? He stalked up to meet him. Stop throwing words at me and attack already. Blue eyes sparked back into luminous gold. Have it your own way. 5 fists slammed into Kenpachi from opposite angles, forming the loose shape of a star. Spine. Lungs. Liver. Kidneys. He doubled over, spat blood, and slashed at them, only for Nozarashi to taste hollow smoke. They didn't even try to dodge or resist in any way, shape or form. The hell was that? Shinobi, pal. Naruto finished his descent, alighting not a yard away. Now let me see if I can mimic what you did earlier. His fingers clenched, forming a taut point together. Just bring it down like this. Zaraki's chest ruptured. It all happened so fast. He looked down, eyes bulging in confusion as he beheld the gaping wound, blinked. Now and then the pain was gone. He'd taken a lethal wound. He knew he had. The blood was still there, the tear in his coat painfully evident. But the wound was nowhere to be seen. There and gone in the span of a blink. Confused, Naruto crooned behind him. "Don't be. You'll catch on soon enough." He swung Nozarashi at him with a snarl. The blonde swayed back, ducked, and smashed Keening's spear into his chest. He crashed backward to a knee, fresh wounds tearing in his torso. Well. He heard a voice, Nozarashi, echo in his mind. So that's what he's doing. Clever boy. Kenpachi forced his eyes open again. Too late. His wounds were gone once more. For a second there I thought I was dead. Naruto's voice echoed behind him. You were, for a second there. I fixed you, don't worry, he pivoted, but the blonde was nowhere to be found in the fog of war, voice echoing endlessly. It's what I do, YC. I fix things. Stuff. People, you know. I can see your problem, Kenpachi Zaraki. You've subconsciously been holding yourself back, limiting yourself, and you don't even realize it. That's rude. Zaraki spun. He wasn't quite fast enough. Clawed fingers flashed before his face, obliterating his eyes. Something cool settled against his face, and just like that, they were restored. See, came the Arrancar's merry voice. You're just a little faster now. Let's keep going. He felt pain in his throat as something severed his windpipe, and then that too was gone, replaced by a tingling numbness. Kenpachi slashed out with one hand and touched a hand to his neck. Blood, but again no wound. Exasperated, he slashed at him. Stop talking, and fight me already. I am fighting you. Nozarashi whirled over his back, blocking clawed fingers. He glimpsed that deranged smile beaming back at him. A bead of sweat ran down his brow. Naruto kept pushing, forcing him back one step, then another. You're stronger now, but not quite at the level I need you to be. Ah well. He shrugged. I'll just have to kill you a few more times until you're up to snuff. He ran him through with an arm. Blood spattered the street. It's a tricky thing, pushing someone to their brink, to their very limits, then pulling them back again. He heard footsteps behind him a split second before he healed him. Then he drove another spiraling sphere into his back and slammed him face first into the street. I'm a bit of an old hat at it by now. Frankly, I'm amazed it's taken you this long to notice. How many times have you died now? 20? Or maybe yak? His words cut off in a startled yelp as Kenpachi kicked him through a building. It bought him a moment's respite, but only just. The rubble had scarcely settled before he was free, spearing into him in a laughing human missile. Somehow he managed to bring Nozarashi around in time to smack him down, but the Beastig got a punch that sent him reeling. They set their feet, grit their teeth, and rounded on one another. Then they were off and everything descended into murky madness. It became a no-holds-barred, knock-down, drag-out brawl. Power against power, speed for speed, determination versus determination. Red light crashed into gold. And he realized something else. But you're holding back. Guilty. The blonde brought his hands together in a resounding clap, clasping both palms before his face in a low bow, simultaneously dodge an attack that should have cleaved him in half. I'm really trying not to kill you for keeps here. Nozarashi smacked him into the ground, leaving a decidedly Naruto-shaped impression behind. All right, fine, he righted himself with a laugh. I'll give you a taste. He threw his head back and screamed. A pillar of golden light erupted from the blonde's body with a wordless roar, blasting Kenpachi backward to pierce the very heavens. Naruto's voice kept rising within it as his body burned bright, brighter, brightest still now, rattling the very foundation of Karakura town. It was like staring into the sun. He had to look away if only to keep himself from going blind. Spiritual pressure crashed down on his shoulders, rooting him where he stood, choking him, like an almighty ocean trying to squeeze the very life from his lungs. Zaraki Kenpachi should have felt terror. But he didn't. He was just so DMN excited. Now that's more like it. Nell craned her neck. Oh dear. He's done it now. Rich golden eyes followed her gaze. Friend of yours, take it. Nell tooted softly. You got the drop on me, I'll give you that. However, her dark-skinned foe grinned at her. Well, aren't you a sturdy one? Or maybe I'm a bit out of practice. They leaped at one another anew. She realized the trap, and saw her foe's smirk too late. Now Kisuk. Behind. Not enough time. A rush of red light slammed into her side. Zaraki slashed through the smoke. You done over there? My DMN ears are ringing. That's sorry that took so long. I guess I'm out of practice. His rival, he couldn't call him anything less now, emerged resplendent, cloaked in golden light, body etched with eldritch black markings like some ancient warrior of yore. His eerie eyes remained gold, but now his pupils bore a strange cross shape to them, shining as though lit within. Even the whisker marks on his cheek had thickened somehow, lending him a more otherworldly appearance. He made no effort to approach him. Instead he slung a bone-white staff. Where the hell had he gotten that? Over his right shoulder. The younger warrior blinked, balked at it, and did a double take. Huh, he heard him mutter, utterly taken aback. Where did you come from and where have you been hiding all this time? Wait. His head shook side to side, as though he were arguing with some inner voice only he could hear. If I have you, does that mean I really died after all? Daroi. Kenpachi raised a hand, feeling strangely sorry for him. You all right there? Sorry, Naruto looked back to him, grinning. I think I just had my worldview shattered and I'm about to have an existential crisis. Come on then, he crooked a finger at him. Hurry up and attack me before I freak out. Didn't need to tell him twice. Nozarashi smashed into Naruto's chest with incredible force. Daten failed to penetrate his hide. It was a good slash. Naruto grimaced as it struck. The street splintered and the earth cratered underfoot as it wedged against his skin. And yet for all that the Arrancar was neither wounded nor moved. He didn't seem all that surprised either. If anything, the kid looked almost disappointed. Naruto gazed at the blade. Frowned just a little. Look back to him now. Is that all you've got? He tilted his head as Nozarashi struggled in vain against his shoulder. Okay then. He took hold of the Zanpakuto with his free hand and pushed it back. Guess it's my turn. He vanished, but not for long. A flicker of movement was Kenpachi's only warning before a sandal-clad foot slammed into his lower torso. His body folded over it with a wordless gurgle, then he was driven back, smashed down into the ground. Velocity was vicious. Momentum, malevolent. The transformed Arrancar rode him like a surfboard, drilling his back into the street, carving a fiery furrow in his wake. His ribs shattered, nearly every bone in his body broke outright, and there wasn't a DMN thing he could do. Nozarashi tumbled from his grasp. He couldn't find the strength to reach for her. One hit. Damn it. He'd beaten him with just one kick. Naruto hopped off him and nudged him once with his new staff. Satisfied now? Kenpachi tried to raise his head, but he couldn't even manage that. Kill me. You're not gonna get another chance. That beautiful white staff rose and fell. Nah. Zaraki made confused Zaraki noises. The hell? I'm telling you to finish me off already. You won. The may be so, but I don't want to kill ya. The golden light dimmed a little to reveal the smiling man beneath once more. You're a fun fella to fight, and I can tell you're really not a bad guy. So surpass your limits. Keep breaking them. Don't ever hold back, subconsciously or otherwise. And when you're ready, I'll fight you again. We can be battle buddies or something. Until then. He left him there, flat on his back, gasping for air, and just walked away. Let's see you around. Hope you get well soon. Blonde BSE. So this was what defeat felt like. Damn it. Kenpachi heaved a heavy sigh. Where the hell's Yachiru? Nell heard Naruto before she saw him. A mighty explosion, a plume of dust, a moment to wonder what the hell was going on. And then he was just there, standing over her prone form, slapping her attacker aside with the flick of his wrist. Her agile opponent vanished with a gasp and went careening across town. Nell found herself gasping a little as well when she rose, favoring her right side as she drew herself up onto her knees to behold him. His body shone like the afternoon sun, and that was wonderful, truly. It was. Yet in the same vein, she couldn't help but notice what he held in his hand. She saw the staff. His weapon, no more than that. Naruto had finally found his Zanpakuto. Glowing golden eyes gleamed down at her. You good? When she looked to him, his smile seemed fragile somehow. Yet still he reached for her. Heat rushed to Nell's face for all the wrong reasons as tentatively she accepted his offered palm. She hadn't been in any true danger, not really, she'd simply been caught off guard. Twice. In one day. Her body wasn't so much wounded as her pride. That might never recover. Still, daring to hold her hand in public? How very bold of him. Yes, she muttered. And you? Naruto gripped his staff tighter. Fine. Liar. She knew he wasn't. She could feel him breaking. I'm not dead, you know. He'd insisted so bullishly on that, but there it was. His Zanpakuto, irrefutable proof of what he was. An Arrancar. Exceptionally powerful perhaps, but an Arrancar nevertheless. He couldn't be anything else. That was a lot to unpack, and he would need time to adjust, to heal. Certainly not here. Urahara fanned his face. You're certainly making a mess of things. Naruto rounded on him, warding his staff before him with one hand as one might a club. You hurt my friend. Maybe I should make a mess of you. Now, her attacker dropped his fan and raised both hands. I think we've all had our fill of fighting today. Why don't we let bygones be bygones? You take care of your friend, and I'll take care of mine. Sound fair? Fair. Naruto stepped forward and took a swipe at him, forcing the older man to duck away. You double-teamed my partner. I'll show you fair. Nell grabbed his shoulder and reeled him back before he could take another swing. Naruto, no. We didn't come here for this. His eyes blazed and she wondered if he would fight anyway. She wasn't strong enough to stop him. That fine. He heaved a sigh, then turned a rueful look on her. I need you to make a garganta, then. I don't know how to do that yet. Neilio was more than happy to do so. Anything that kept him from leveling this town to the ground. As you wish. Still holding his hand, she turned and touched a finger to the air. It split open at her touch to beckon them home. She stepped toward the impromptu gateway, tugging Naruto with her. He still hadn't stopped glaring gold daggers at his fellow blonde. Somehow she feared these two would have quite the spat in days to come. Nevertheless, she looked over her shoulder and gave one last parting shot. We will return, Shinigami. She stepped through the portal and Naruto with her before her companion could think to give a rebuttal. Kisuke heaved a sigh in their wake. I'm sure you will. Well, this is going to be a bit of a problem. His hat fluttered from his head and fell to the ground, split down the middle. Ever so slightly, Urahara's right eye began to twitch. You just had to murder my hat, didn't you? A muscle jumped in his jaw. This meant war. Teach someone to fish and they shall never go hungry. Teach someone to fight and they'll never give up. Teach someone to love and they truly live. A reference. You will strive. You seem rather distressed, my friend. Was he? Naruto wasn't sure what he felt right now. Things had been going so well. He'd been so certain he was alive, not dead. Everything pointed to it at the time. He still possessed all his abilities and more. Creation of all things was very much with him, as was Kurama. He remembered every bit of his life. None of it had been spent as a hollow, mindless, or otherwise. For the longest time, the lack of a visible weapon that all Arrancars were meant to possess only helped further signify strength in his delusion, proof that he was still himself, that he hadn't screwed up, that he hadn't lost his life. Until it didn't. Aizen really wasn't helping matters with that look of his. When he'd first returned to Hueco Muendo triumphant, Naruto thought he'd feel some small semblance of satisfaction or at something. He'd successfully achieved what he set out to do after all. Despite that initial hiccup with Zaraki Kenpachi, and really it had been plenty fun, he'd enjoyed himself in the so-called living world. At the time, he'd even considered dipping back in to check on Ichigo. Now he just felt tired. Because you see, he was dead. And he didn't know how he died, or why, or when, only that an entire chapter of his life was closed and he couldn't even remember it. Kurama sighed. That maybe that's for the best. Huh. Ah, but Aizen was looking at him, and while he certainly didn't owe him anything, he wanted to respond, if only to blow off some steam. Sorry, I didn't realize Shinigami were so. Aizen granted him a wan smile and gestured to a seat at the table directly beside him. Unique? Insane. All of the above. Naruto claimed with a sigh and planed his head in both hands. They are, aren't they? The mastermind hummed. Soul Reapers are an odd lot. I may even miss my compatriots when the time comes to truly forsake my place there. A blonde brow rose. You're planning on betraying them? I am, yes. He glanced over his shoulder. And you found your weapon, I see. Yeah. Naruto cast the staff on his back, a baleful look. I kinda did. Not by choice, though. A flicker of some nebulous emotions passed through Aizen's gaze. It might have been pity. Whatever it was, it vanished just as quickly as it came. May I ask you a question? He shrugged. Sure. Do you truly remember the entirety of your life? His pride prickled. What kind of question is that? Of course I do. Well, most of it. Because I do not. Something froze in his old soul as Aizen said the words. That is, of course, assuming I had a good life. I am told that I was not born in Soul Society like some, but came to it after being sent there by a Shinigami. From that point on, I worked my way up from a raw recruit into the man you see before you now. His words brought him up short. How does that work? There are essentially two given types of Shinigami. The Soul Reaper reclaimed his own seat and raised a finger. Those who are born in Soul Society, eventually rising to the ranks of Reapers, and those who are sent there when they die, those who do not accept their fate in this so-called afterlife and choose instead to rise above it. I am of the latter. That was a thing? He hadn't known. But when a soul becomes a hollow, something different occurs. Aizen's finger fell, curling into a loose fist. They become a mindless monster driven by their hunger and prey upon any soul within reach. Even when they evolve and regain sentience, those memories will not necessarily return. Few Arrancar here, if any, remember their former lives. That sounds rough. Indeed. It may be a blessing to forget who you were before. Ignorance is bliss at times. Naruto's right hand twitched, fingers drumming restlessly against the table. You really don't remember any of your life when you were alive. I do not. The complete and utter certainty in Aizen's voice told him all he needed to know. He wasn't lying. There might have been a time centuries ago when I did, but I no longer do. That was just too sad. He wasn't supposed to feel bad for this guy, he knew. But in this moment he did. Just a little. That I don't want to forget. Then do not. Aizen fixed him with a pointed stare. Clearly your past helped build you into the man you are now. Your power hails from the past, but mine comes from the future. Together. Well, he held out a hand to him. Together we will make the present a better places. Oh, he was good. He was very good indeed. But he wasn't the only silver-tongued devil here. Save your speeches, he waved a hand, cutting through his charisma like too much confetti. Keep your word to me and we'll have no problems. Of course. The sly Shinigami granted him a shallow smile. I'm not foolish enough to try and fool you in the first place. Strength for you is strength for me after all. Didn't I tell you to spare the speeches? As you wish. It was simply my intent to console you, from one lost soul to another. Lost, eh? A thought struck him. You sent that eye-patch Shinigami after me, didn't you? His scowl deepened when his ally made no attempt to refute those words. He mentioned someone wearing glasses giving him a tip. You wear them from time to time. Aizen tugged a stray strand of hair behind his ear. I may have given Zaraki a nudge, yes. Why? He wasn't angry, just curious to see what his answer would be. He didn't disappoint him. I wanted to test you. Have I proven lacking? Far from it. Satisfaction gleamed in his gaze. You seem to excel in drawing out the potential of others. Had that oaf proven too much for you, I would have sent someone to intervene, which implied that he also had some manner or means of watching him from afar as well. But you handled him quite well. I would expect no less. Dodgy, and he didn't completely buy it, but at least the man wasn't actively trying to kill him. He hadn't the time for that right now. "It trust our agreement remains intact?" "It does." With a wave of a hand, he conjured a spectral image between them. "I'm still looking into a way to create the Ukin without extinguishing so many lives." "Are we sure this thing is a key?" Aizen's brow furrowed. "What makes you say that?" He shrugged a shoulder. "Call it a hunch. If push comes to shove, I guess I could try smashing my way up there, but I don't think it's gonna be that easy. The best things never were." And besides, he was becoming rather curious about this palace himself, as to whether this Soul King was anything like Kaguya. Well, he'd made that judgment when the time came. Aizen made a noise that might have been a laugh in another life. "If it were, we wouldn't have Squad Zero to contend with." They shook hands. Their agreement remained for now. "How's Nell, by the way?" "I haven't seen here since yesterday." Relatively unharmed physically, though her pride took something of a beating, I'm told. "Where is she?" Aizen hummed and looked back to him. "In her quarters, I believe, and he's gone." Sure enough, all that remained was a fading plume of so much smoke. "Well, I suppose that's one way to secure his loyalty." Aizen Sosuke looked back to his hand and flexed his fingers every so slowly. Why on earth did this baffling blonde make him feel human again? How very strange. Perhaps he ought to ponder that later. But with a power like this, Urahara Kisuke would fail. And the worlds would finally change. Nothing could stop them. Kisuke. Urahara hid a rueful smile behind his fan. The perils of booze. To think he'd almost forgotten then. You see, Yoruichi Shihoin was something of an usual drunk. Her mood often fluctuated wildly where alcohol was involved. Sometimes she could be surly, sad, even sultry sometimes after a bit of sake, but after that last battle, in hindsight, he really should have thought twice before putting proper pint in her hand. He himself had other means of venting his frustrations, but her. Too late for worries now. He supposed nothing to do but ride it out. Damn it. Yoruichi slammed her now empty tankard down on the bar and slumped against it with a snarl. Blonde BSRD knocked me out with one hit. I've been slacking. I need to start training again. Might even have to use my Zanpakuto. Oh dear. Now there was an alarming idea. Now, Yoruichi. Let's not be hasty. Her mug whistled past his head and shattered against the wall. His old friend rounded on him. Kisuke. She drawled his name out, hiccuping a little. Train with me. All the blood drained from his face. Well, this certainly boded poorly now, didn't it? Wherever that Arrancar was, he hoped Naruto was suffering just as much as him right now. Nelia wasn't in her room. Surprising, but she did so love her little walks under the moonlight. He didn't begrudge her that. Maybe she too needed time to think after that debacle in Karakura town. She wasn't the sort who enjoyed violence, but she liked being ganged up on even less. She might have a bone to pick that Happy Hat man as well. That in turn gave him time to ponder. He gave his staff a bleak look. Now what am I gonna do with you? Kurama offered the mental equivalent of a shrug. Try to use it? It wasn't as though he had much choice. Maybe unlocking it would grant him with the answer of his death. He shivered a little at the thought. Now that he knew he really was dead, he both anticipated and dreaded finding his killer in equal measure. Had he died well? Was it a good death? Had he taken his enemy to the grave with him? Or were they still out there somehow? Those questions wouldn't answer themselves, he knew. Let's get to work, then. An hour later saw him out on the dunes, practicing with his new tool. If one used the term practice loosely. Release. He swung his staff in the air, drilling through an imaginary opponent. Silence reigned supreme. Well, that was a bit of a spirit breaker. Naruto glowered at his staff. I said release. It remained every much inert. Open. Nothing. His temper sparked. Nell had made this look easy. He was pouring energy into his weapon. That was what he had to do, right? So why wasn't it working? Was it the word he used? Was he missing something here? Or was it just sailing right over his head? He could hunt Nell down and ask for help, but the thought made him flush. He couldn't go asking her for every little thing. She'd already explained so much to him, done so much for him. Surely she deserved a little rest. But this stupid stinking staff. Bah! He flung it across the dunes in a fit of pique. Who needs you, anyway? Kurama coughed pointedly, recapturing his attention. On your left. Naruto looked down and found his weapon back at his side. Huh. A strange, spooky staff that kept returning to his side no matter how many times he threw it away? Sure, that wasn't concerning at all. Nothing to worry about here, no siree. He'd just keep tossing it away, like nothing had happened. Baffled, he snatched it up and flung it in another direction. It landed in his lap as though he'd dropped it there. His right eye began to twitch. Enough was enough. Scram! He burst to his feet and launched it at full speed. The loathsome weapon vanished across the horizon of Hueco Muendo with a sonic boom, broke the sound barrier and became a distant star in the perpetual night sky. Even then he didn't dare take his eye from said star until it faded for fear it might reappear. A moment passed. He let himself breathe. Alright, guess I'll figure out something else. I don't need no diamond weapon to be strong. Plunk. Said staff struck the back of his head from behind at speed and drove his teeth together with a painful click, sending him sprawling face-first in the sand. His subsequent snarl was muffled by the dunes. Kurama's laughter certainly didn't help any. His fingers fisted against the coarse grains, squeezing until they superheated into glass. What are you doing, Naruto? He was so busy raging at himself that he didn't hear Nell until she was right on top of him. Mildly embarrassed by what he'd just done, he turned his head and spat out a wad of sullen sand. Suffering. I can see that. She knelt beside him, patient as ever, lips quirked in that small, subtle smile of hers. And why is that? Because of this. He sat up and gave his staff a shake. I keep trying to unlock this DMN thing, but I can't figure out how. Nothing works. Rather than retort, she patiently sat beside him instead. You've always been the dogged sort. I'm sure you'll figure it out sooner or later. You always do. Those words of encouragement were just what he needed. A grin swept over his whiskered cheeks as his spirits lifted a little. Thanks for the pick-me-up. It helped. Appreciate ya. Her face turned a pretty shade of pink. He wondered why. You're still willing to working with us, then? Huh, he squinted at her. Of course I am. Nothing's changed on that front. Dense as ever I see. But what's that supposed to mean? A dazzling smile lit up Nell's face and quite suddenly it was his turn to flush. I'm so glad. Oh, and on your left, by the way. His sixth sense shrilled a warning almost too late. For the love of... Instinct compelled him to act. His right hand whipped out, idly blocking an emerald green Zero before it could immolate the both of them. His palm sizzled as his fingers closed around it and squeezed. The energy shattered like so much glass, kicking up a wave of smoke in its wake. Coughing, he squinted into it, where a humanoid shape could be seen. Nell sighed softly. You know that's unnecessary, right, Ulquiorra? If you want to say hello, then say hello. He turned to find a pale hollow garbed in white on black robes, a pale finger still raised in their direction. Green eyes shone from a pale face framed by messy black hair and a half-hollow helm. It really said something when the latter seemed more expressive than the former. He told me I could try to defeat him again when next we met. As always, his deadpan tone gave absolutely nothing away. Did I? He tilted his head, vaguely reminded of why he'd made that promise. This hollow reminded him so much of Sasuke. Oh yeah, I might have said something like that. You gonna try again? A poignant pause followed as the pale hollow considered him. Not today, no. His pensive expression seemed to suggest otherwise. Why did Arrancar have to be so complicated? If you've got something to say, say it. Very well. His hand fell, hanging loosely at his side as he considered him anew. Why do you exist? Seemed they were getting philosophical today. That you want to run that by me again, broody mkbrid boy? Nell hid a giggle behind one hand. Ulquiorra glared at her, but recovered cuckly enough. You are an Arrancar, yet you exist outside of both Lord Aizen's power structure and ranking system. Those cold green eyes drilled into him. It baffles me. But you kill for the strangest reasons and yet protect others on a whim. It seems irrational and makes no sense. When last we met you told me it has something to do with a heart. But we are hollows. We do not have hearts. So why? He opened his mouth to reply, but Nell beat him to it, laying her hand on his. Do you need a reason to protect someone? Or to fall in love? Perfect timing. Yeah, what she said. I don't need a reason to do the things I do. I do them because they feel right, you know. Ulquiorra considered him for a long moment. You baffle me, Neilio. You as well, Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde laughed and slung an arm around his shoulder. Ah, thanks, best buddy. He received a scowl for his efforts. We are not friends. We totally are. Ulquiorra shook him off with a sullen sigh. So illogical. Well? What are you doing here? Progress. Well, I have a Zanpakuto, but how the heck do I use it? He paused. Ordinarily one would use a command. Yeah, I got nothing. Nell giggled. Well, it's not that simple. The word encapsulates what you did while you were alive, or as a hollow. That drew an interested look from him. What did you do while you were alive, Naruto? What did you do for those you held dear? Did you defend them? She tried giving him another nudge. Did you swear? Did you promise? Or perhaps? It was like a key turning in a lock. Something clicked in his head. His eyes widened in realization. Protect. The world burst into white light. You know, some folks say there's a method in madness. Personally, I think it's just that. Plaid old madness. You say the world bends to your will. Allow me to offer my rebuttal. Bend this. A reference. Release. Bankai. Nice try. Bankai. Bankai. Doesn't work that way. Bankai, Bankai, Bankai already, damn it. You got wax in your ears, partner? I just told you that won't work. Wasted and gasping for air, chest heaving from hours of fruitless exertion, Ichigo Kurosaki hefted Zangetsu in his right hand to glower at the massive cleaver. A pale reflection of his own face leered back at him deep within the gleaming edge of the blade. White as bone, dark gold eyes burning against black scara, visage twisted in a crazed grin without a care in the world. It was decidedly eerie, seeing his own visage staring at him like that. Hard to believe this was his Zanpakuto. Still, he had pulled him out of the fire when it mattered most, so surely that meant something. Hell, if not for him, that blonde hollow might have. No, don't think about that. He had bigger fish to fry. Speaking of which, what the hell's your problem? My problem? That same horribly smug smile was his reward as the soul of his sword refused to falter. My problem is you. You're making demands of me, amateur. I saved your bacon back there. Show a little respect. A muscle jumped in his jaw. This isn't about respect, it's about survival. In an instant the weight of his blade tripled, smashing the mighty cleaver into the ground at his feet, nearly taking his foot off in the process. Precisely. You won't survive without me. So stop treating me like some demon tool and show proper respect. Ichigo grit his teeth. He'd never felt so weak in all his life. It was a sobering reminder, even with his newfound power there were others out there with even greater strength. He couldn't protect anyone like this. Not Rukia, not Orihime, not his family, not anyone. Oh. And here I thought you were too much of a meathead to bother with girls. He gripped Zangetsu's hilt with snarl, blasting a massive Getsuga into the dirt, spraying rubble every which way. Good, Ichigo, good. That's the way. Use that anger, it, channel it into strength. Brown eyes briefly blazed yellow before he blinked the haze away. I know what you're doing. Trying to help you? Hefting the sword of his soul, he glared at his other self. He'd seen Naruto fought that captain to a standstill. He hadn't been able to get close to either of them. He was weaker than them both. The word burned in the back of his brain like a brand, infecting his every thought, staining his resolve. Urahara was sighing somewhere in the background. He could hear him, the absolute BS dirty. But none of that mattered now. So long as he lent him his training grounds, he could complain all he liked. He would get the hang of this sword. He would become stronger. If he had to, he must. That fine. He grunted at last, acknowledging his mistake. You're right, I'm wrong. I won't treat you like a tool. Zangetsu's golden black eyes widened in surprise for a brief moment, then his face split in a sardonic smirk. You and I are gonna get along just fine, amateur. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Stop calling me that. Better me than the old man. He would have shackled your progress, slowed you down. Old man? Not important. What is important is this. You're weak, Ichigo. A vein pulsed in his temple. Say that again. Weak, weak, weak. His other half cackled hysterically, making the blade physically tremble from the sheer force of his mirth. I'll say it as many times as it takes to get through that thick skull of yours. You're a baby bird that can't fly, an ant swept up in a storm, a toddler crawling on all fours. All you can do is swing that sword of yours. But don't worry, you won't be weak for long. I'm gonna make you strong. How? I'm so glad you asked. Now tell me, what you known about hollows? His brow furrowed. Probably less than I should. A merry laugh followed. There's a good king, admitting his faults. His right eye twitched. What was that? Nothing. Now the spiritual pressure. It came out of nowhere. One moment he was scowling at Zangetsu and enduring the Zanpakuto's madness. In the next, an unseen weight slammed down on his shoulders, driving him to a knee. It felt like an ocean had opened up above him and he was trapped beneath it, drowning, unable to move, unable to think, unable to breathe. It eased a second later, leaving him wasted and gasping for air. Despite the inherent dread it conveyed, that overwhelming presence felt familiar, like that blonde BSRD. Yet when he glanced around, no one was there. Not a soul. Even so, he felt it, knew it, feared it. What the hell was that? I think that was your foxy friend. Silence pervaded the clearing. Ichigo glanced at his sword. So about that Bankai. Yeah, his pale self sighed, we should probably get on that. Sosuke Aizen stood in the heart of his citadel, surrounded by shifting shadows and the echo of distant colliding moons. He folded his hands behind his back as he observed the swirl of golden-orange light blossoming on the horizon of Hueco Mundo's desert. He was not idle by choice. He had been watching for some time now, observing. His dark eyes were fixed on the spot where Naruto had exhaled his strength. Now it was a pillar, rocketing upward. A slow, almost imperceptible smile spread across Aizen's face. The sight was exquisite. Naruto's chakra, entwined with the essence of the nine-tailed fox, coloring the air with a brilliant hue against the sky's dull maw. It was unlike anything he had seen among this realm's denizens. He sensed it as much as saw, a primal force, not unlike the Ryatsu of the strongest Espada, but laced with something different. This was no mere Arrancar awakening. It was unique, as expected of his partner. He'd arrived only a short while ago. Now he watched Nilio beside him, eyes wide with wonder. In that shared silence, Aizen allowed himself a moment of smug satisfaction. So this is the result of my gambit. Years of machinations, hidden research, all for this. Naruto had proven to be a far more interesting asset than expected. He was no pawn carved neatly into Arrancar form. His very power was unpredictable, monstrous, yet compelling. If properly directed, such a force could usher in a new age. Aizen's lips quirked as he noted Nilio's face gently lighting up under Naruto's glow. She stood near him but remained transfixed, chest rising with excitement. She never took her eyes from Naruto's form, even though she could not fully see it. A taut smile tugged Aizen's own lips as he leaned slightly forward. Naruto need not fall on his knees and swear absolute loyalty to him. He was a patient man. Power, Aizen murmured quietly to himself, voice lilting as ice in warm honey. It carried just enough warmth to seem almost amiable. Incredible power. The word was grudging praise, meant as much for the fellow before him as for his own careful planning. He felt it coursing from Naruto like a burning river, the kind that carved canyons of opportunity if one knew where to divert it. Aizen closed his eyes for a moment. He mentally catalogued everything he knew of this world's new ally. A feral ferocity. He had lived long enough to know this was not just chakra, or a glorified chakra manipulation. It was much more primal. 700,000 facets, he mused. Who would have guessed such raw talent resided in a mortal shell? As Naruto's inferno of chakra slowly subsided, Aizen opened his eyes. He nodded, almost imperceptible. Within that little nod lay satisfaction and purpose. The experiment had proven promising. Much of his plan might have been hunch, but fate smiled tonight in the form of Naruto's unleashed might. And there it is, he said aloud to himself, as much a confirmation as an incantation. He felt arms shift. Neiliel had not moved since the release. Aizen turned to her, still gazing at the fading echoes. Impressive, he observed softly. Isn't it? Neiliel blinked, shaking as if waking from a dream. She beamed, eyes glowing, and nodded, words catching in her throat. Weiss, she whispered with a smile, glancing toward him over her shoulder. He's brilliant. Aizen's smile deepened, barely noticeable. Yes, brilliant, he agreed, as though he had not already drawn that conclusion before the display began. He clasped his hands behind his cloak once more. It seems our dear comrade's full strength is beyond even what the Espada can wield, but we will need to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, inside Aizen's mind, threads of calculation wove themselves. There would be a response to this, naturally. The other hollows of this realm, some of which he very much wished to recruit, would take notice. A particularly surly skeleton, for instance. Baragon's response, the mood of Hueco Mundo, the loyalty of the newly gathered allies, all were variables in his grand design. This demonstration would surely change some of those variables. Aizen allowed it to intrigue him. How would each player react to the spark Naruto had just thrown into this scorched earth? Neiliel flicked a strand of moss-green hair from her eyes. Her heart was pounding so fast she was sure it could beat out of her chest, and all her blood felt like it had turned to molten gold. She took a breath and stepped forward a little, closer to the epicenter of energy, closer to Naruto. How amazing, she said softly to herself, but loud enough for only Aizen to hear. Naruto. Aizen's gaze flicked to Neiliel. She was quiet, her form trembling with emotion. He allowed himself a rare, indulgent grin. His new ally had inspired feelings even in an Espada. Tea tickled him. He remembered what Neiliel was to him. Broken, lost, reclaimed. Perhaps Naruto was healing something in her heart with that power. He pondered that silent thought and wondered if he might HRSS it. Aizen murmured. He turned back toward where Naruto stood at the edge of the light. Naruto's released state had finished, sealed back into his staff, and now he looked himself again, but still radiant. He was breathing heavily, hands balled into fists, and sweat made golden rivulets on his brow. Aizen felt such control, such calm, in his own aura beside her. Neiliel, he said quietly, though more to himself than to her. It appears you are not the only one with a weakness for flames. Neiliel's cheeks flushed deeper. She didn't look away from Naruto, rather, she couldn't. A warm longing bloomed in her chest, visible even to him. Aizen chuckled softly, tilting his head. Yes, very well now. But for now. His voice became sharper, heavy with purpose. We have other matters to which we must attend. Baragon's been restless. This new development may provoke him. We should keep watch. Neiliel finally turned to Aizen's face, eyes luminous and gentle. Of course, she agreed, steadying herself. As Aizen turned his back on the fading pyre of chakra, his cloak swirling around him like midnight wings, Neiliel quietly took one last look at Naruto over Aizen's shoulder. The new light had faded, but her memory of how he looked in it would remain forever. Dazzling, invincible, and warm. Meanwhile, in the distant human world far from these events, Uruchi Shihoin trained under the late afternoon sun. Her furrowed brow betrayed fatigue, but her movements were precise and powerful. Sandbags swinging on chains became blurs around her as she struck them with rapid succession of kicks and punches. Each blow was more ruthless than the last. Each reeked of her frustration. She wrapped her knuckles with tape and snapped it against her forearm, breathing hard. This place, her secret dojo on the outskirts of the human world, held only the impact scars of her training. Around her, the sky was painted with sunset oranges and purples. But she saw none of it. Her golden eyes were shadows of anger and something else she couldn't name yet. She remembered Naruto's strength, that ally with him, how easily she had fallen in the face of them. And she'd felt that terrifying spiritual pressure. She clenched her fists. Training won't break this body, but he surpasses me and I. Her pride stung. A growl rose in her throat. Yoruichi's golden eyes narrowed as she envisioned Naruto's grin. I'm supposed to be the fastest than this. Yet she wasn't. A bag swung from left to right in front of her. Yoruichi stepped forward, whipping a roundhouse kick with astonishing speed. Her leg moved so fast that it blurred into a streak of black and violet. Contact sent the bag spinning. A heavy exhale gusted from Yoruichi's lips as it swung back. She released her foot and pivoted, delivering an elbow into the swinging bag. It dented inward with a satisfying crack, swinging the bag forward to collide into a nearby concrete pillar. The pillar's plaster chipped, cracks splintered outward. Yoruichi's eyebrow ticked upward. Better. Yoruichi leaped into a forward roll and sprang up to deliver a spinning back kick. Her boots carved a clean line through the evening air. But the bag shattered under the power, fibers strewn about her like confetti. She turned, searching in the empty spot where the target had been. A grin formed on her face for a fraction of a second. And then the anger came surging back. Why am I so angry? She wondered, panting lightly. Clearly, she was better off than Naruto in many ways. She had more freedom, more experience, and certainly fewer holes in her chest. Yet the hurt remained. She looked at her hands, the scars and seams on her gloves. This pain gnawed at her, not from Naruto's strength, but from something deeper. Is it jealousy? She asked herself. Or admiration? Yoruichi tightened her fists again. It didn't help to parse it now. She gave a snort. Damn it, she muttered to herself, stamping her foot once, stirring dust. He's too damn reckless anyway. Who does he think he is? She forced herself to focus on her breathing, the rhythm steady in and out. I'll show that big idiot, Yoruichi whispered aloud, not hiding her mixed feeling of ire and something else. Her tail swished sideways. How dare he outpace me like that? Her voice softened, betraying a hint of relief. A complex emotion flickered, pride. She felt a glow that felt good, but it was undercut by frustration. Yoruichi sprinted a few steps, then turned and unleashed a series of lightning-fast strikes at the air. 1, 2, 3, a flurry. Each blow she threw with precision. She tried to catch the feeling of Naruto's power in each fist. She tried to be as ferocious, as fierce. Why did her chest burn now, after such strikes? The emptiness pushed her to move again. She skipped backward into a graceful somersault, landing on her toes with an abrupt squeak. She wanted to exceed him, surpass him, because why? Because they were friends? Allies? They most certainly weren't. Because of that DMN smile. Yoruichi delivered a final punch straight out, breaking several reeds that had been growing stubbornly in the ground before her. She twirled on one foot, another graceful flip, and then stood still. Her sides were heaving as she clenched her jaw. Enough for today. She smirked at her reflection in a distant cracked mirror propped against a wall. Reflexively, she ran a hand through her hair, realizing she could still improve after. All this time warmed her spirits like a tide of pride. But the other side, the one turning like anger or something else, wouldn't calm. In this, she could understand why Ichigo was training himself half to death. The strong always dominated the weak, and Yoruichi was not weak. I have to be better. Even as she straightened up and walked toward the path home, her mind bounced with mixed thoughts. Maybe I should have saved that last punch for Naruto, she murmured. But one thought remained clear among the swirl. Whether Yoruichi's feelings were anger or admiration, one thing was certain: she would not be left behind. She would catch up to that stubborn, chest-holy brat in her own way, even if she had to burn out the shadow in her own chest to do it. Neiliel's skin felt as if it were aflame. Though the chill of Hueco Mundo was bitingly present, her pulse hammered with heat. All she could see was the golden-orange blur of Naruto's aura, reflected in her wide eyes. Every instinct in her body leaned forward as if to draw closer, eager to breathe the same air he exhaled. Her mouth was dry, She wet her lips with the tip of her tongue. From where she knelt, crouched low on a dune, she saw Naruto's chest rising and falling with heavy breaths, sweat on his brow. He was still as a statue carved from honeyed sunbeams. As the glow receded, an empty ache of loss bloomed in her chest. She still clung to the phantom warmth of the power like a moth to flame. The air itself felt diminished around her as Naruto's raw chakra ebbed away. Neiliel's emerald eyes followed him as he stowed his staff over his shoulder. Relief and pride and something softer, why did it make her think of the tender afterglow of a sunset? Trembled inside her. All doubt in her mind dissolved. Naruto had risen to the challenge. He could protect others. A flutter of warmth spread from her heart to her lips. Protect. Such an ironic name to unsheathe his released state. Without thinking, Neiliel moved forward swiftly, stepping out from behind a crumbled wall. Naruto, she called softly. The word caught him by surprise, as though he'd forgotten she were there at all. He spun around, breathing heavily, and their eyes met. Naruto's fiery orange light was gone, but Neiliel saw it still flicker within, in the way his eyes held it, and in the air of silent pride around him. "Hey, Nell," Naruto said, instantly flush with color at the memory of her name. "Sorry, just lost in thought." The breeze carried his scent, charcoal and sunlight, and something all her own. In the flickering twilight, she looked both ethereal and alive, strange as the contrast might sound. "That was impressive," Neiliel managed, immediately cursing herself for the whisper. She brushed green strands of hair from her face and approached slowly, as if unsure any of this was real. "You've got some power, Naruto. I've never seen anything like that." Naruto let out a ragged breath. "That was new," he admitted, offering her a weary smile. "Kinda got carried away." Neiliel's eyes softened. "It was beautiful," she insisted, stepping closer. He lifted his chin slightly, surprised by the awe in her voice. "Powerful," she corrected herself. Her hand brushed his shoulder gently and then wound behind his neck, fingers digging into his colorful clothes, latching on tight. "Intoxicating." His eyes widened, but she didn't give him time to respond. She murmured a quick apology. Before he could react, Neiliel leaned forward with heartfelt reverence and pressed her lips to Naruto's, caging them a gentle kiss. He froze for the instant it took her to close distance fully, shock crossing his face. Her lips were warm and full, golden strands of hair tickled his cheeks as she held him tightly. When he realized what had happened, he blushed harder than ever, and began to pull back. But Neiliel caught his gaze, unwavering. She felt a surge of affection that she could no longer contain. She bit her bottom lip softly, then closed the gap and kissed him again, longer this time, kinder. Around them, the stillness of dusk settled. If there were winds or the cries of the distant Arrancar, they could not have been heard over Neiliel's racing heart. When they finally broke apart, almost reluctantly, Naruto looked speechless, face burning brighter than the exploding flame of his chakra had moments ago. She giggled, hiding her flush behind her hand. "Sorry," she whispered anew, eyes sparkling. "I've never been that close to someone I admired. I simply lost control." Naruto's jaw dropped, and he made to speak. Neiliel gently laid a fingertip under it and forced it shut. "Shoo," she laughed softly, still incredulous and happy. "Don't be mad." Her expression shifted into a grin of pure warmth. "I think we make a pretty good team, don't you?" That was all the forgiveness Naruto needed. His heart sped up with hope and joy that made his chest wound ache even more. He found his voice. "Why yeah," he managed, his smile returning fully. "We do." High above the desert wastes in the cracked heights of a great tower, Baragan Luzenbairn sat upon his crumbling obsidian throne. His silver hair was an ashen mantle around his regal shoulders. His face haughty, framed by that skeletal scowl Aizen had bent into compliance. Sprawled before him was the ruin of countless rebellions, blood-streaked marble and the shattered remains of souls who had once challenged his sovereignty. All of them lay inert in the dust of defeat. Yet today, even Baragan's vast arrogance could not ignore the tremors in the air. The hour was late. The moonlight, pale and cold, fell through vaulted arches to his chamber, and the silence was pressed heavy on all sides. Normally, Baragan delighted in solitude, being a king made loneliness bearable. But the flicker, subtle as candlelight at dusk, had caught him unawares, a momentary brightness on the horizon. He rose from the throne at last, joints cracking with disuse. "What was that?" the old king demanded, voice echoing through stone halls as he stalked toward the balcony. The wind answered with a howl. The desert sand had glazed the horizon with gold as an inferno flickered, visible even from his distance. Baragan's eyes squinted as he leaned on the marble, eyes narrowing against the dust and shimmering light. Out there somewhere, someone had ignited Hueco Mundo itself, or unleashed something close. His senses were hardly negligible, so if he sensed, he saw. He saw light from a distance, even in the shadows. Color bloomed into consciousness in Baragan's icy chest. Awe, then horror. Something deeper, jealousy. His world stood still, a silent tempest brewing behind his eyes. A ninja? He had not expected ninja powers to reach here. Baragan stiffened as a smile peeled across his face, but it was all as empty as bone. Naruto's light consumed chunks of the horizon, and Baragan felt, for perhaps the first time in years, completely overshadowed. The flame did not belong to his kingdom, or maybe it belonged to him by right, far more than that boy. Baragan flared crimson with outrage. This was Hueco Mundo's land, not a playground for outsiders. Alone at his height, Baragan's heart thudded with fury that was nearly foreign to him. Power! His lips curled, mirroring Aizen's cunning grin to himself. Even Aizen's new toy reveals secrets. Every day, Baragan reassured himself he was second only to Aizen. Now, witnessing this power made him feel smaller. If he died tonight, the desert would barely notice. Life, Baragan decided, had become torture. His voice, smooth as old stone, carried to the sky beyond. "So someone has outshone me," he grumbled. Nothing in Hueco Mundo was greater than he, and he felt all that slipping. Enough. Warmth turned to ice. Baragan seized the golden light washing the horizon. The desert couldn't celebrate it. He would not kneel to it. He would force the world to kneel to him. Baragan's body moved without waiting for thought. The throne dissolved behind him as Arrancar materialized. His boots grounded onto the great stone floor, leaving cracks in lines that seemed like dark veins. He adjusted his axe, the weapon of senility and authority, tightly in his withered fingers. With a roar of his own, he flung himself off the balcony into the dark night air. There could be no light in this dead, sunless realm. He must silence it at once. "King, you say? What are you king of, exactly? A world of sand? There are no castle walls here, my lord. No ceiling either. No subjects that cherish your so-called rule. Indeed, one could say you are king of nothing." Something was trying to catch him. Trying being the operative word. Failing more like. For the better part of a week now, Naruto had sensed a spiritual pressure on the edge of his awareness chasing him, constantly seeking him out. Sometimes for minutes, hours at others, always hounding him at the oddest intervals and always falling just short as he slipped through their grasp. It was fun. Oh yes, he had an inkling of who was chasing him, which was precisely why he went out of his way to avoid them. He began to make a game of it as the days dragged on, sometimes slipping into the human world where the spiritual presence couldn't or wouldn't follow, at others escaping it by the thinnest of margins, thereby forcing it to chase him from one end of Hueco Mundo to the other until it inevitably gave up for the day, much to the chagrined amusement of Aizen and his Arrancar. He even managed to rope Nilio and Ulquiorra, albeit with a great deal of bribery on the latter's part, into playing along with his charade, thereby aiding him in his little game. But all games must end, and so did his, quite suddenly one day. He'd been going over a new report from Aizen down in the dunes, something about him recruiting a new Arrancar by the name of Tear Haribel. He was rather eager to meet her himself. A new ally. A new friend. Finally, something to break through the doldrums of the day-to-day. Problem was, she and her underlings liked to wander, so he hadn't actually met her yet, meaning he had to hunt her down himself. Stranger still, Nilio was being sulky for some reason and refused to go with him to meet her. "Here are bigger than mine," Just what in blazes did that mean, oi? Kurama sighed. Still dense as a brick, I see. Something interrupted him as he pondered that question. It was his own fault, really. He'd lingered too long in one's place and gotten distracted. Like a fallen star, a massive monstrosity sped across the unsteady air, honing in on where he had glimpsed Naruto. Cape bristling atop his shoulders at the sight of him, the old Arrancar's gnarled face twisted into a confident sneer. The second he saw Naruto's figure descending from the glow, all his restraint vanished. He attacked. Enough, he bellowed, voice booming like thunder, scattering the sand around them at his command. Even the wind stilled. You shall flee from me no longer. Who are you supposed to be? Poor choice of words. That. Within moments, the Arrancar towered above him, mighty axe planted firmly on the cracked earth. He looked larger in the other's presence. It felt natural, like twilight claiming the sun. His skeletal grin widened. You, he hissed, voice low and conspiratorial but laced with venom. You think you can come here and flaunt your undisciplined power before me? Again, I have no idea who you are. The behemoth lashed out at him, axe cleaving the air. Naruto swayed aside lightly, dodging the blow, colorful coat fluttering in the wind of its strike. I am Baragan Luzenbarn, king of Hueco Muendo. Kurama snorted in his soul. So he claims. Naruto mirrored it. As Baragan boomed at him, the blonde only folded his arms, temper rising from the confrontation. Despite his surface calm, his mind raced. The Espada before him was not monstrous in size. The entity would have even seemed frail in previous times, but his presence was immense, oppressive. He was awe-inspiring, an alien ruler with rags of kingdom decaying all around him. Yet his pride would not back down. Naruto smirked, posture unbowed. The Arrancar's words fell onto strong ears. Flout my power, huh? His voice carried a spark of humor. It's more than flouting, just calling it what it is. He tilted his head, eyes clear in the darkness. Hey, old man, Baragan, didn't you hear? The desert doesn't have a king these days. What insolence! Baragan hissed. He puffed up. Old man. His laugh was a bark of scorn. Do not presume familiarity with me, whelp. He inhaled, eyes alight with cruel amusement. But I shall allow your insolence once for my entertainment. As your liege, you will address me with respect. Respect? For what exactly? There was nothing to respect here. Naruto scoffed, smiling, taking on a sharper, uglier edge. What's there to respect about you? He gestured with one arm, not deigning to draw his staff. You're living in a crumbling castle, Gramps, and I haven't seen hide nor hair of you until now. If you really were in charge, you would have met me the moment I found myself in this place. Instead you cowered in the shadows, like a dog. A lone finger rose, jabbing his way. I know we don't exactly have mirrors here, but just take a look at yourself. Baragan's good eye narrowed upon him. Watch your tone, boy. Or what? He held nothing back. The thrill of anger gave him momentum, spurring him onward. You'll lop off my head. Turning a baleful look to the man's weathered axe, he gave it all the respect it was due, that is to say, none at all. King, you say? What are you king of, exactly? A world of sand? There are no castle walls here, my lord. No ceiling either. No subjects that cherish your so-called rule. Indeed, one could say you are. Do not say it. King of nothing, he spat back, grinning ear to ear. The king's jaw snapped shut. Baragan straightened with the idea Naruto had said something witty. At length, laughter exploded from him, a dry, rasping sound. So the fox soldier is brave, is he? Pleasure. Let me make one thing clear. He raised his spear, golden-stained glass forming at its tip. Your pitiful demonstration is an affront to this world. I demand your fealty. Swear to me that you serve the second Espada, and perhaps I shall regard you as a worthy subordinate instead of an intruder. Naruto bristled. Heat surged across his face. Insult at being commanded. A shiny, stubborn defiance filled him. Forget that. He straightened up to Baragan's eye level far lower than expected, but he didn't look away. Swear fealty to you? Are you crazy? I just made all that power look easy. Why would I ever bend knee to the likes of you? The tension between them snapped like a drawn string. Baragon's eyes gleamed a dull red. Scars and wrinkles did not hide the surprise of Naruto's brazenness. Bruised pride fueled the emptiness Baragon felt, and in an instant rage replaced his smirk. A cruel grin spread as brought forth his weapon. Then you will die. His axe slammed down with a singular command. Rot. Arrogant. All flesh fell away, decaying from his bones in a matter of moments, leaving him face to face with a skeletal warrior, crown upon his head. Wreathed in baleful black robes, the lich-like creature leered at him, skeletal jaw parting with an audible clack of sound. In that second of gloating cruelty as basked in his true form, Baragon sneered at him like the so-called king he claimed to be. I shall allow you to release your weapon as well. Consider this a final mercy from your lord and liege. Naruto thumbed his nose. Nah, don't need it. Impudence. He exhaled furiously with Respira, a grim breath decaying the air itself. Rot and age attacked Naruto as if flesh had spontaneously turned to vinegary flesh, but his superior regeneration took that to task, mending the damage in an instant. As Baragon balked, he charged in without fear, a dart of golden-orange energy, wholly different now from moments before. Naruto moved past the fading damage with uncanny speed. He ducked under Baragon's swung axe and landed a solid blow to the skeleton's knee with a booted kick. The creature's axe clanged against the rock, vibrating through his sturdy bones. Silver dust fell from cracks in the ground as he reeled. Naruto's second strike followed, a heated punch to his rigid face, knocking him backward. Baragon recovered, eyes raking at Naruto's steady advance. He sneered. Mere trick, shinobi, he spat, though his face was a grimace of pain. He stabbed downward with his axe, unleashing a jagged line of rotting wind that burrowed toward Naruto's leg. Naruto laughed, wholly without humor, taking advantage of Baragon's arrogance. He somersaulted over the blade, landing behind the older arraigner with a thundering knee to his back. The blow cracked bones and racked him to the side, causing him to stagger on shaky legs. Naruto seized the moment, flashing a grin. He reached back, channeling chakra, forming a Rasengan in his palm. With a single step he slammed it into Baragon's chest. The impact sent the skeletal abomination flying into the desert. He crashed through a dune, falling to the ground with scattered grit. Naruto landed lightly before him, arms crossed before his chest. Had enough. Baragon coughed blood, defiant though beaten. He used desiccation to draw shattered life into himself, straightening on his hands with aging smoke curling around his form. His precious golden crown had begun to crumble atop his skull. You, that insufferable child, he wheezed. I am the king here. You will kneel. Ha! Naruto barked a laugh. I don't kneel for anybody. He pet his head. Especially not the ancient, the jealous, or the decrepit. Baragon's grip on his axe tightened. Absently, he watched his cleaving weapon sink into the sand. Boy! He tried another, Respira. This time, a cloud of dust formed around Naruto like rot in a cloud. He was already prepared. With both arms extended in a martial pose, he conjured a cyclone of chakra, a whirling typhoon of wind chakra. The cyclone hit Baragon's Respira, breath full force and tore it to pieces. Baragon's eyes widened mere moments before the cyclone found him, tossing him away like a child's unwanted toy. Naruto dashed forward, agile as a panther, the cyclone encircling with but a thought. He was on Baragon in an instant, elbow to ribs, and a boot to the back of the head. The Arrancar hit the ground on all fours, groaning furiously. You dare strike your king? Naruto stepped forward, shaking his head. I'm about to do a lot more than that. Baragon's head snapped up, black on red light building between his jaws. Die. It was a very nice zero, Naruto mused in hindsight, point blank, impossible to dodge even for him. He had no choice but to cross his arms and tank it, let it sear across his clothes and flesh. If it weren't for his superior regeneration, he might have died then and there. When the smoke cleared, he remained much as he was, robes singed, chest burnt, wholly unamused. Baragon balked. What are you? Enough. Sick of it, Naruto raised his foot to stave in Baragon's skull. Sunshine caught on his eye, signaling the weight behind the upcoming kick. But before he could finish him, a silky voice cut through the night, silencing even the wind. Naruto, the voice said, almost apologetic. Aizen. Had to be. How annoying. Naruto froze, boot raised. Baragon's ragged face lifted in confusion. High above them, Aizen drifted down like autumn snow, landing gracefully between Naruto and the fallen. Expression was placid and unreadable. The faintest smirk ghosted at one corner of his mouth. In his hand, he held his still-sheathed Zanpakuto, poised to draw in an instant. A white haze almost seemed to cling to him as his spiritual pressure enfolded around his body. You've done well, Naruto, Aizen said quietly, voice laced with satisfaction. Then louder to Baragon, now stand down. Baragon, gasping and beaten, glared at the newcomer. He managed to grunt, You would have me yield? His voice was hoarse, broken. The world seemed to warp as two absolute powers faced him, one battered at his feet, one hovering above. The world of hollows held its breath. Aizen allowed himself to breathe. This was a sufficient test. Very satisfying. The smiling Shinigami watched through narrowing eyes as Baragon's faltering spiritual pressure faded beneath the night sky. Naruto had stood down, leg lowered but still poised to deliver the final blow, uncertain to look away from his blaze. The boy's pride glimmered like steel in his gaze. Aizen stepped quietly back, allowing the wounded Baragon 2 heartbeats of false victory. It was enough. Baragon's chest heaved against the crimson spill from Naruto's attack. He tried to speak, something raw and insistent rising to his lips. It was all Aizen needed. In a flash so fast not even the old King Arrancar reaction could follow, Aizen's blade was at Baragon's throat. A single swipe was all it took. Baragon's eyes flared open rage, shock, confusion. Aizen! He tried to choke out, the title lost in a gurgle. His head rolled from his bony shoulders, struck the ground, and began to dissolve. His body was already stiff, his knees buckling. He'd slain him. Mid-sentence, mid-breath, mid-scheme, the king of time now a victim of it. His power faded instantly, leaving only dust motes where once spirit danced. Naruto stared, dumbfounded, at Aizen's calm posture. He turned a baffled glance, staring up at Aizen. You, he began, but the words died in his throat. Aizen simply pet an eyebrow. You were about to kill him, Aizen said softly, touching his hand lightly to his ear. Am I not correct? Naruto seethed with conflicting emotions. He could tell. Baragon lay at their feet, dissipated. At Aizen's actions, it was impossible to tell whether the blonde felt relief or disgust, perhaps both. He kept his voice even enough. You used him, didn't you? This was another test. Aizen shrugged gracefully, a silky smirk playing on his lips. I simply removed a loose thread, he said dismissively. The smile turned to a respectful nod toward Naruto. As ever, I admire your strength and loyalty, my friend. And true friends protect each other, do they not? Naruto stood, backing off. His gaze stayed on Aizen. You could have just let me handle it, he said, voice low. Aizen's eyes gleamed with amusement. This is not a matter for you alone, Naruto. Baragon's final loyalties no longer matter. He has outlived his usefulness. His tone was final, like a judge passing sentence. To Aizen, it was just another calculation. A flicker of humanity appeared in his eyes at seeing Naruto's hurt face. I'm sorry if I upset you. But there were considerations. Jin had suggested they remove the old Arrancar, while Tozan argued otherwise. In the end, it came down to cold logic. Threats must be removed. Naruto clenched his fists, drawing him back to the present. BS2D, he said flatly. You'd never let anything get in the way of your plans, would you? Nothing that cannot be sacrificed, yes, Aizen replied calmly, wiping his blade clean against his cloak. Baragon had become inadequate. Naruto's heart clenched. He spat. Inadequate? That crazy old fool didn't deserve that. He was going to kill you. Aizen sighed, absurdly gentle in his reply. He was. But, my dear Naruto, He sheathed his Zanpakuto and stepped to stand alongside the blonde. Over the pale horizon, the first star of night winked bright. Aizen's gaze drifted, almost fondly, to Naruto. He was weak. You are strong. I need allies who understand strength, not those stuck in dilapidation. The blonde didn't flinch. If anything, he looked quietly contemplative. For a moment, Aizen felt truly pleased, seeing an equal in him, someone who might stand the test of time. Content, he turned to walk away, offering Naruto one final glance of approval. You handled it well. Continue to grow, and our goals will remain aligned. Naruto watched Aizen leave, the victorious glow of war settling in his eyes. Aizen's words, warm as poisoned honey, left him conflicted, but more sure of his own beliefs than ever. He had no kings. His loyalty was to his friends, not to manipulation. Baragon's corpse dissolved into dust upon the ground, the desert reclaiming its own. Naruto took a deep breath to keep himself from being sick, or angry, or anything that might break the calm he was forcing. Whatever games Aizen played, he knew one thing. He would decide who truly deserved his respect or ire. And tonight, he'd learned some harsh, muddy truths. As the dust settled, Aizen's voice drifted back on the night breeze, almost inaudible. Strike true, Naruto, he whispered, leaving an ember of a promise behind. Long live the king. Careful, she bites. Hibby sharks. Naruto ran light-footed across the shifting dunes of Hueco Mundo under its pale moon, his cloak of chakra flickering around him like a whisper of flame. Somewhere ahead, out where he remembered seeing unusual sparks of Reiatsu, he sensed a powerful presence. A new ally and, he hoped, a friend. Tear Haribel, Arrancar Espada No. 3, had just been recruited by Aizen, and he was eager to meet her. It had taken him days of tracking, jumps between crumbling dunes and smoky plains. His hair was a mess from the wind, his chest still scarred from the fight with Baragon, but he felt alive, more alive than ever, in fact. Kurama rumbled a snort in his head. You're way too eager. We've a part to play, remember? Act like you've been here before. Just can't help it, Naruto grinned. New people to meet, who knows, they might even have ramen. Kurama rolled his eyes. Remind me to lock you in a desert cell with no broth. Just ahead, he glimpsed made out 3 slender silhouettes standing near a wide delta of puddled water, a rare oasis in this dead, sand-blasted world. One figure stood taller and regal, broad-shouldered with long flowing hair, arms folded behind her back. 3 others hovered around her, restless as desert scorpions. Naruto recognized them instantly by the weird water-blue color of their Reiatsu, Tears Fraction. Mila Rose, Sungsun, and Apache, the Tres Specious. They were notoriously fierce and fiercely loyal. Anything, Kurama's praise was real. Naruto was brimming with energy. He slowed to a stop a distance away, trying to look casual, not easy when you were a blonde whirlwind radiating the chakra of a Jinchuriki. Tear Haribel turned her head and calmly surveyed his approach. Her gaze was cool and measured. Behind her, Apache puffed out her cheeks in confusion, Sungsun's single visible eye widened, and even Mila Rose looked taken aback. Who in blazes are you? His grin broke wider, he simply couldn't help himself. Who am I? The entire quartet flinched as he raised his voice. My Naomi. Jiraiya himself would have been proud of the pose that he struck up. He planted his feet, tossed his head to flick his hair behind him and move an arm forward, palm out, fingers splayed. That is Naruto Uzumaki. He finished with exaggerated flourish. And you must be Lady Haribel. I heard your new retinue is impressive. The Fraction tensed, fingers tightening on weapons. Apache took a half step back behind Sungsun, who placed a hand on her weapon. Mila Rose cracked her knuckles with a low chuckle. This guy's noisy. Can we kick his butt? Naruto grinned. You can try. Tear's voice, when she spoke, was gentle and warning. Naruto Uzumaki, is it? She rested both hands behind her, disarming but firm. I am Tear Haribel. Lord Aizen has mentioned you. What brings a wanderer like you to these parts? Plenty of reasons, really, curiosity chief amongst them. Naturally, he wasn't about to say that. Guess you could say I'm here to help. He dropped his pose cheerfully, slapping his own chest where his scarred wound throbbed faintly. Not that I don't get lost sometimes, you know. Neliel, watching from behind a distant dune, hid a smile with her hand. He seemed more lively than ever. She huddled low behind the sand, cloaked in shadow, every muscle tensed with anticipation. She had followed him at a distance. She couldn't miss seeing this encounter. Nep chafed at the sand below, enjoyment flickering in her emerald eyes. Go on, Naruto, she thought. Show them how not to be formal. Tyr kept a polite but cautious distance. She eyed the monsterically high energy in Naruto's grin. I see. A wanderer with much pride. Pride sounded like a warning. Not that he'd heed it. Naruto nodded eagerly. Yeah, pride's me for sure. I'm full of it. But I know when to back off. Don't worry, I didn't come to make trouble, Lady Harabelle. He swung a thumb over his shoulder. Besides, Aizen's got plenty of plans already. I just thought I'd wander over and say hi. His light tone didn't allay the Fraction's concern. Apache bit her lip and whispered to Sung-sun, who nodded sharply. Mila Rose's eyebrows furrowed under her dark rain cloud of hair. And growled loud enough for Naruto to hear, He calls her lady? What are you playing at, Whiskers? Naruto's grin wavered, but he responded with an affable shrug. I'm not used to being polite. But hey, I could always use more friends. What do you say to a little spar or something? The trio perked up. Tyr spread her arms. Ladies, she said softly but firmly, this Arrancar is our guest. We fight no one needlessly. Her calm voice cut through the tension, and one by one the three Arrancar halted. Apache's chakrams lowered an inch. Sung-sun let her companion off her back a tiny fraction. Mila scowled but said nothing. Ah, really? Naruto clicked his tongue. Had he overdone it a little? He'd never get them to open up like this. Shaking his head, he feigned a laugh he didn't completely feel. Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean to trouble anyone. He clasped his hands behind his head, bouncing lightly on his heels. Still, maybe he'd provoke them a little. What's up with your names? Tyr took the remark in stride, realizing what he intended. Not so her followers. He moved out his hand towards each of them. Mila Rose, hey there. You got a flower in your hair, huh? Sung-sun, do I say that right? Hi. And Apache, you look scrappy, awesome name. You girls must be the famous Trace Bestias I've heard about. Gotta be honest, I don't really get the name. Kurama snickered. Here we go. Mila Rose clenched her fists. Apache and Sung-sun exchanged a glance. Sung-sun tilted her head in mild amusement while Apache glowered. Mila stepped forward, balling her fists. You dare mock us? Apologize. Who's mocking? He granted them a grin that would have made Neutra cry. Just saying, hello. Say hello to this. Mila's scowl turned razor sharp as she flung a Siro at him. Not bad up but not good either. He'd seen much stronger than this. He caught the crimson blast in his hand and snuffed it out, smiling into the smoke. That's kinda weak. You even trying here? Why you? Tyr sighed. Mila, no. But her fraction were already lunging in the ache of her attack. Mila Rose lashed with blazing speed. Even the still night wind howled around her three figures. The battle erupted in a swirl of sand and steel. Naruto immediately tensed, sliding his arms into a combat pose. They don't wait for permission, Kurama observed. Figure that out already? One by one, the Trace Bestias attacked. Apache lunged with her chakrams in a knife-hand strike aimed at Naruto's shoulder. Easy to sidestep. Her weapons whipped the air, missing him by a whisker. Then Sung-sun came at him with a charging slash, her sigh screaming through the night like a blue blade. Naruto's grin grew. All right, party's on. He hopped backward, twisting through the air to avoid a third strike from Apache, and landed in a crouch. The Fraction were aggressive, cutting into the rhythm like predators. It was tempting to take them seriously, just as he had Baragon. Yet he kept his stance relaxed, almost easygoing. Not bad moves, he called out, laughing. Gotta do better than that though. Kurama grumbled. Impudent children. Naruto needed few words himself. As Apache swung again, his fist crackled with chakra golden sparks swirling in his hand. He stepped inside her guard, ducking under the second blow, and with a swift uppercut sent her stumbling back into Sung-sun. The two of them skidded into each other, rolling across the sand in a grating cloud of grit. Naruto didn't pause. With a hop, he propelled himself forward. Mila Rose's sword came down on him with a bone-shaking punch, only for him to lean back. She missed by inches, and countered with an elbow to her midsection. The Arrancar grunted and reeled from the impact. At the same time, Naruto extended his free hand, forming a Rasengan in his palm. The crackling sphere of wind chakra bloomed. In an instant. She saw it, but there wasn't a DMN thing she could do to dodge, not at this distance. Surprise! Naruto cried, unleashing the Rasengan directly into Mila's ribcage. The blast slapped her clean off her feet, spinning her around like a leaf in a desert storm. Her heavy laugh changed into a pained cough as sand exploded outward where she landed. Kurama raised an eyebrow. Rasengan, huh? I thought you'd gone easy on these three. Naruto just chuckled. They were going easy on me. Gotta show a little respect for landing a hit. As Mila tried to rise, he dashed forward and dealt with her recovering sisters in arms. A pair of thunderous kicks snapped back-to-back into Sung-sun's hips and Apache's ribcage, respectively. Both women yowled, flopping backwards onto the sand like ragdolls. Nell tilted her head and let out a soft laugh. He took them down without even sweating. She had a clear view now, crouching behind a dune's crest. His bright blue eyes sparkled and his grin was reckless as he towered over the others one by one. He truly was something. Her shoulders relaxed, and for the first time in a while she felt like things were as they should be, Naruto leading his own charge through Hueco Mundo. Come on, come on. Naruto teased as Sung-sun struggled to her knees. He spared a glance at Tear. Haribel's expression had remained remarkably calm through the entire brawl. Her water-blue eyes narrowed at the swirling fight, but there had been no command to stop or any real reprimand except a quiet enough that he had ignored. He sighed. Is your turn coming or what? Tear tooted as his brash behavior. Honestly, she tried to intervene, only for Mila to swing her sword at him with a roar. Naruto's eyes widened in faux alarm as he clapped both hands to either side of his whiskered cheeks. Watch out, he called, leaping aside as the club smashed into the sand. The impact sent a geyser of grit spewing out like a waterspout, blasting brown chunks of earth flew into his face. That's one way to play rough, he laughed, wiping sand out of his eyes. Not bad. Speaking of which, Apache and Sung-sun were up again too, trembling with fury. He's insane, Apache spat, wiping blood from a split lip. Yeah, Naruto agreed cheerfully, bobbing his head in a nod with a rueful chuckle. Insanity is kind of my thing. You might want to release your swords now. The Trace Bestia bridled at his taunt. Never! The gall. Who do you think you are? He dashed in again and this time, moved far faster than his father ever had. Minato would have been proud of his dodging display, he felt. Landing between the toppled trio, he immediately found himself under attack, but bobbed and weaved between their blows, winding his arms in a spiral of wind and chakra. Apache's chakram strike was deflected by a swift hand, and Sung-sun's Sai swing was caught by Naruto's wrist. With a grin he flipped backward and sent a spinning kick into Apache's belly. She crumbled in a heap. Before she could recover, he somersaulted and slammed a blazing palm into Sung-sun's back. The crack of bones echoed across the dunes as she collapsed on all fours. Naruto skidded on his knees just in time to avoid Mila Rose rushing back in with a roaring uppercut. He rolled under her fist, sprang to his feet behind her, and gave her a gentle poke in the back. Hey, you're not dead yet, right? He grinned wildly as the woman stumbled. Just making sure. Mila snarled through grit teeth, turning to face him again, clutching her side. I'll kill you. This wasn't working the way he'd hoped it would. They were just getting angrier and angrier. Wasn't a fight supposed to loosen ya up? Naruto tooted apologetically. That's a pretty bad attitude. Lighten up a bit. He gripped sand in one hand, gathered chakra, and unleashed a slender twister of wind that wrapped around Mila's legs and sent her toppling. In midair, he spun the full length of his body and hammered another Rasengan into her chest. This time the impact sent her flying into the sand in a painful heap, cracks echoing behind where she landed. For a moment, none of the four of them moved. This wouldn't do. No. It wouldn't do at all. Naruto tooted, adrenaline still thrumming in his veins. Around them, dust settled. Not one of Tear's fraction had managed more than to stagger him. As Mila finally lifted her head, blinking and seeing his grin through a haze of sand, he raised both hands and stuck out his tongue. "I surrender." The trio absolutely hissed at him. "You what?" "I give up." Naruto beamed back, breathless and laughing. "I'm clearly no match for you." He'd hoped his surrender would loosen things up amongst them, given they were so reluctant to release their Zanpakuto or reveal any of their techniques. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect. The three fraction groaned and glared hatefully his way, trying to push themselves up, to no avail. He'd beaten them so badly they couldn't hope to rise, much less fight back. This wasn't working out at all like he'd planned. He'd thought they were stronger than that. He was already moving, walking past them. Nell's hands flew to her mouth to stifle another giggle. This was ridiculous, Naruto treating an Espada lieutenant's fight like a children's game. But she felt so proud. He had bested them easily, and yet he wasn't out for blood. She folded her arms from her hiding place, smiling with admiration. Tear Harabel stepped forward from the background, stroking one finger thoughtfully beneath her chin. "You have bested my fraction," she said softly, as both Apache and Sung Sun whimpered softly on their bellies. "Very impressive. But you show no mercy." Naruto shrugged, turning fully to face her. He uncoiled both arms and spread them wide, displaying the defenseless fraction. "They're not dead, if that's what you're asking. I kinda held back. Hurt you guys but not kill." He stepped forward, chin up. "We can see my scars, right? You know I don't kill without reason. You said we're guests, I'm not going to kill my host's kids." Kurama snorted quietly. "Kids. Besides," Naruto continued brightly, "fighting is just training without goals. Your girls were attacking me. So I did what I had to." He shot a wink Tear's way. "You wanted to see my strength, right? Now you know." "That I do indeed." Tear regarded him calmly as she trailed off, her cool eyes flickering over his tousled hair. At length, her gaze slid back to her followers. Her fraction were trying to grin through pain, willing allegiance in their pained gazes, but the fight had humbled them. Granted, that hadn't been his intent going into this. He'd been trying to make friends, yet he hoped he'd gotten some small semblance of his point across. Clasping both hands behind his head, he patiently awaited an answer from her. "You are strong. I acknowledge this." His face lit up in relief. "Great. Then we can let bygones be bygones and—" "However." So speaking, she drew her sword from its sheath and sent it spinning through the air before nimbly catching it in her right hand. Titi was a strange thing, the outline of a weapon, but hollowed out inside above the hilt, as though someone had begun forging a sword but simply forgot to fill it in. Tear soundlessly leveled the blade at him with intent, golden Ryatsu swelling around her shoulders to engulf her body. "You have harmed my followers. Allow me to repay the kindness you afforded them. Devour." "Tiburon." Naruto's world burst into water. Grimmjow threw his head back and cackled at the sky. Why shouldn't he laugh? Today was a lovely day. Because, you see, he could sense it, see it, feel it, experience it. The raw power. That overwhelming killing intent. Such incredible destruction. Two monsters flinging themselves at one another, doing their damnedest to kill each other. One was an Arrancar like him, sure, but the other was something beyond an Arrancar, beyond even an Espada, a higher plane of existence that he couldn't even begin to fathom. Could he reach that level of power? Evolve even further than he was now? A wide grin split his face from ear to ear as he watched the battle take place. I want that. He couldn't wait to fight that blonde beach. Or the BSRD. Or better yet, both of them. Gotta get stronger. He had to. What the hell is she? Lowly and Minoli hid in their rooms and refused to come out. Well, that they did too, they would have been brushed like the worms they were. So uncivilized. Sale Aporograns tutade as he continued his experiments. There was something to be said for raw power certainly, but his abilities didn't tend toward the realm of brute strength. And why should it when already knew what the outcome of this bout would be? One blonde would win, the other would lose. It wasn't fate, but design. He would not meet the same end as Baragon and Neutra. He was a warrior of the mind, not the body. He had allies. He was prepared. Wisdom trumped brute strength any day. Zamari, be a dear and pass me that material, won't you? As you wish. Oh, and Arañero, be careful with that poison. Every hollow above and below Las Noches felt Halibel's spiritual pressure. Some quivered in fear. Other in excitement. A few others remained disdainful. And some that were simply curious. Release. Tia reveled in the freedom her unsealed state afforded her for only a moment. That split second in which she unsealed her sword and reclaimed the full breadth of her might in a torrent of rushing rivers. It felt wonderful to be back in something resembling her true form, hollow powers and all. Better yet, she no longer that hideous half-mask concealing so very much of her face, while her golden hair hung loose and free, no longer obscuring her vision. In truth, it was only her third time unsealing her sword since becoming an Arrancar. Thus unencumbered, she slashed her way free from the heart-shaped cyclone orb of water that came with her release and brandished her blade at her adversary. She was pleased to note that her once hollowed-out sword remained akin to that of a giant shark's tooth. Fitting, she felt, given her nature. Only then did she see Uzumaki. He stood exactly where she had left him without a care in the world, arms crossed before his chest, face serene as he stared her down. He'd been drenched by the deluge she called forth with her release, but if he had any concern for the state of his colorful clothes, he did little to show it. His wayward partner, Neliel, stood scarcely a yard behind him, her expression impassive, long green hair swaying in the wind kicked up by her spiritual pressure. There was no need for her to intervene on Naruto's behalf, nor would she for that matter. Uzumaki didn't need the help. She knew it. They both did. Apache, Sunday through Sunday, and Mila Rose had all been effortlessly defeated by him before they could unleash their release states and bring their true power to bear. He had toyed with them, humiliated them, laid them low, even if he claimed that wasn't his intention. His power was clearly Espada class at the very least, even if he claimed otherwise. They had underestimated him. She would not make the same mistake. She would honor their sacrifice, take what she had seen of his fighting style against them and use it to ensure her victory. After all, in her experience, nay, her existence, there was no such thing as salvation without sacrifice. Therefore she would fight. She was keenly aware of her battered subordinates buckling beneath the weight of her Ryatsu, but she remained confident in their ability to endure. Now she would avenge their defeat. Brandishing her blade at Uzumaki, she set her jaw and glared his way, green eyes narrowed into angry slits beneath her blonde lashes. Prepare yourself. Naruto merely hummed at her as a fisherman might upon inspecting the day's catch. Wow, you're even more beautiful without the mask. Bold of him. Flattery wouldn't save him from her wrath, however. Nothing would. Not much in the way of clothes though, eh? He thumbed his chin, considering her intently. You've hardly got any armor on. How are you supposed to defend yourself, let alone fight like that? Neliel sighed into a fist. Your naivete is showing again, Naruto. He glanced back at her, confused. It is. Quite so, Halibel reprimanded him with a grimace. Any true Arrancar should know I need no armor thanks to my hero. Moreover, this form most represents what I was like as a Vasto Lord. There it was, a warning, the gauntlet thrown down at his feet, waiting to be picked up. She was no stripling to be stomped down like Neutra, nor was she so arrogant as to believe herself impervious like Baragon. She was stronger than the old man. If not for his irksome ability, she would have bested him long ago. She pitied that old fool's fraction. Should Uzumaki survive his encounter with her, they would surely try to take revenge someday, and they would pay with their lives. As such, she expected concern from Uzumaki. Awe at the very least. Her kind were rare indeed, One did not tangle lightly with a former Vasto lord. Instead it whistled. Always wanted to fight one of those. You shall have your wish. She tilted her blade at a vertical angle, ready to slash him down. I will have my revenge for my subordinates. I'm going to crush you with overwhelming force, just as you did them, and make sure you never have the will to get up again. Is that so? Naruto uncrossed his arms, planted both hands in his colorful pockets and smiled. Pretty big boast for a newly minted Arrancar. The arrogance of the strong. But she supposed that was to be expected after he'd dispatched Baragon. She'd heard the stories from her comrades. Baragon butchered and Neutra slain not long before him. Neither was given a clean end. Halibel did not mourn their deaths, nor did she envy them. The strong thrived. The weak died. Such was the ironclad rule of battle. And yet, she did not understand why this interloper had been allowed to do as he pleased thus far. By all accounts, he existed outside of Lord Aizen's chain of command. He was clearly an Arrancar, or something akin to one, yet not an Espada. He held no rank, which only further complicated matters. But neither did he lord himself over them as most might expect of their kind either. He simply did as he pleased, when he pleased, with whom he pleased. Well, not today. She knew he was strong, but she believed herself to be stronger. She would not let him run roughshod over her. Belatedly, her lips pursed as another, far more concerning thought occurred to her. He'd not drawn his weapon. Won't you release your staff? What, this old thing? Naruto patted the ringed weapon slung over his shoulder with a lazy sigh. Nah, she devours my energy like you wouldn't believe. Besides, I don't need her. There it was, that casual arrogance again. Was he implying he could defeat her in his sealed state? Preposterous. In refusing to release his sword, he was practically handicapping himself, tying both hands behind his back. A frown creased Tia's face and with it, the barest beginnings of outrage bloomed beneath her bosom. You mock me even now? He raised both hands. Not at all. I'd just rather not kill you. Really, this is all just a big misunderstanding, so why don't we just calm down before you attack and flip my switch? La gata. With those words, water coated the tip of her blade. She fired it at him like a missile, targeting his feet. Naruto sighed and dodged with a simple sidestep, not even deigning to use Sonido, but that gave her an opening, of which she took full advantage. Flickering into existence behind him with the dull crack of Sonido, she lunged forward, moving forth for his flank with a quick jab of her sword, simultaneously aiming for his back, shoulders, and spine all at once. He was wide open, utterly unprotected, completely exposed. She'd run him through and be done with this in an instant. Her world went sideways as he effortlessly parried her attack with the back of his right hand and, without even looking, pivoted to sweep her feet out from under her. How did he? His hand closed around her startled visage as she fell and doubled her momentum in an instant, violently smashing the back of her skull down into the sand. If it weren't for her sturdy skin, he would have bashed her brains out among the dunes. Even then she was left reeling, glaring at him through the gaps of his fingers as he pinned her to the ground. You're underestimating me, he chided, grappling with her. Just like Baragon and Neutra did. How's the saying go again? Once is happenstance. Twice is coincidence. 3 times is a pattern. Congrats, Tia, his fingers bit into her face, all but locking her in place. You're number 3. You win the grand prize. There was no time to charge a Zero, not with him crushing her skull. Halibel levered her blade into his chest with a furious snarl. Cascada! A towering plume of water erupted from her blade, struck Uzumaki dead center in the chest, and launched him back from her, but not for long. As she scrambled to her feet, she saw gravity carry him into the air within a graceful arc, kicked off the air to balance himself and Rasengan. When had he closed the distance? She hadn't even seen him move, let alone heard him. One moment he was a good 3 yards away. In the next she heard the name of his technique and he was suddenly right up in her face, moving a spiraling sphere into her torso. There was no time to react, let alone dodge. She could only brace. And then, quite simply put, his penultimate attack drilled into her stomach, devastated her defenses, and sent her body skipping and skidding across the sands. She righted herself with a hasty burst of water and clutched her side, gasping as her ribs protested violently in the face of her sudden movement. He'd knocked the wind out of her. She needed a moment to breathe, to recover, to— "Where are you looking?" A shadow fell over her and she looked up just in time to see a flying axe kick come whistling in at her head. Her eyes bulged and somehow managed to twist her entire body to the right at the last second in a desperate attempt at evasion, but that only meant his heel came crashing down into the sands instead, the subsequent shockwave of which not only kicked up a plume of grainy smoke and obscured him from view, but also sent her stumbling like a novice. Damn it! Stronger than he looked. Faster to— Tia swore softly under her breath, green gaze flitting about in the haze. He'd masked his Reiatsu again, but she knew he was close. He wouldn't just cut and run after an attack like that. Which meant he had to be nearby, close enough to remain on the offensive, yet not too far to protect himself if she counterattacked. Her brow furrowed when he made no attempt to reappear. "Show yourself." Something moved in her peripherals, a shadow in the smoke. "Over here." She pivoted and instinctively brought her blade up to defend. It saved her life. A hellish palm heel smashed into her sword, her blade cracked on the spot, causing her eyes to widen. She instantly lashed out with her free hand, intent on slapping him with a bala, but he caught her palm in his own, fingers and all, forcing a struggle between the two of them. Uzumaki grinned at her, whiskered cheeks dimpling in quiet glee as they strained against one another. "Not bad. You're definitely stronger than Kenpachi." She didn't know the name, but apparently it was high praise on his part, because those merry blue eyes practically sparkled with glee while he overpowered. "If you really want to go that badly, guess I'll have to oblige." Something in his gaze stirred a primal panic within what passed for her soul these days. She couldn't help herself. She reacted. Wrenching her blade to the side, she blasted him back with another rush of water. Much to her surprise, Uzumaki willingly took the attack head on once more, laughing as he skidded several feet into the sand. Even now, faced with the full breadth of her power, he wasn't trying. Water manipulation? He mused aloud, regarding the wet sand around him with a curious expression. "No, you can clearly create it too. That's new." Quick as can be, he turned that self-same smile of his upon her once more. "You would have been a badass kunoichi in my world." The gall of it all. She snarled at him. "I don't need your pithy praise. Hey now. I was actually behind honest. Be gone." Tia crashed into Uzumaki like a wave, intending to both bowl him down and finish him off. Alas, she only achieved one of those goals. Although he caught her blade between both hands, the impact drove him back and slammed him against one of the many pillars dotting the landscape. Pinning him against it, she forced the blade close to his throat, then closer still, sending sparks flying as she sought to decapitate him. "You bore me, Uzumaki. Release your sword." "I'm boring you?" Those gentle blue orbs narrowed in confusion. "That's your concern?" "Yes," she retorted blandly. "You'll die at this rate." "Is that your intention?" A low growl rose in his throat as his eyes narrowed further still. It was her one and only warning before those serene sapphire shades snapped into sinister scarlet slits. His pupils inverted, becoming the feral slits of some terrible beast while the whites of his eyes blazed black. When next he spoke, his voice rumbled with a terrifying timbre, a dual cadence, almost as though another were speaking with him, no, through him. "Don't make me laugh." Raw Reiatsu thickened the air between them to choke her. The retort she'd mustered withered and died on her tongue. In an instant it felt as though she'd stepped into the sun itself, because suddenly she was burning, boiling, blazing as his spiritual pressure cooked her from within. She couldn't blink, couldn't think. It took a great effort on her to barely breathe. It didn't stop there. As she looked on aghast, Uzumaki effortlessly forced her sword away from his throat, as one might a child wielding a stick. No matter how she struggled against him, he continued to force her back, until he'd dragged her arm completely out of position. Holding it and her limb up well above his head, he leisurely drew his own free hand back, fingers taut like blade, aiming them at her chest. Like a sword. No, the hand of an Arrancar was akin to a sword. He slashed her defenses as though they weren't even there, cut right through her hero like it was nothing. A bloody trench opened across her chest, sending her sailing back through the air. Time seemed to slow in that instant. Distantly, she became of several things all at once. Her subordinate shouting in the background, the blazing pain in her torso, and those eyes. Those terrible, awful eyes. They seared in her very soul. You want to know what I think would be really boring, Tia? His gaze snapped to hers, leering through the flying droplets of blood. If you weren't in your release state. Lowering his arm, he flicked her blood off his right hand, set then palm against the pillar and dug his fingers into it. So do me a favor and stay just the way you are. Or better yet, cackling, he launched the whole diamond thing at her. That go beyond if you can. What was he implying? In the end, she simply didn't have time to fully comprehend his words, nor the meaning they implied. She slashed through the falling pillar without a second thought, narrowly preventing it from her crushing her. Alas, she realized her mistake too late. The moment she carved it apart, Uzumaki shot through the falling halves, ducked under her blade and smashed a fist into her gut. Halibel ate sand. It was a most unpleasant meal. Blast it all, he'd slipped through her pesquisa like it was nothing. Where had he? A harsh crack of bala smacked her into the air from the side, sending her tumbling end over end. From there, a stern heel caught her chin to send her screaming back to the sand. She managed to catch herself, albeit barely, the act of which left her winded, gasping for air. He couldn't be this fast. Not even Lord Aizen possessed such speed. Sorry, Uzumaki's distorted voice crooned behind her. Need a minute? She pivoted, blade blazing a cold gold. He couldn't dodge at this range. Zero. Uzumaki caught her blast in his palm and tossed it over his shoulder as one might a spent soda can. It detonated explosively there, kicking up a pillar of golden white light. His own Reiatsu burned against it, golden like hers but deeper now, darker, more amber-on orange than a true yellow. He granted her a sharp smile. I'll take that as a no. She flicked her wrist and drowned him in a towering plume of water. Cascada! Naruto smashed through it to drive a spinning kick into her neck, sending her tumbling away. Tia tensed, expecting a follow-up attack, but somehow it never came, and she was left once more to right herself, grimacing at her injuries. Her adversary awaited her, arms crossed before his chest once more. Are you afraid? She snarled at him. What of? Me? Losing? Yourself? He rolled his shoulders in a shrug, wearing a self-same smile. Fear is basic. It's what keeps us alive. It drives us forward. Are you telling me you've never been afraid before? Not a day in your life. Halibel refused to answer. I have. He ran a bloody hand through his hair. Wait, why was it bleeding? Through his hair, uncaring of the crimson streak he left behind. If I'm completely honest, I'm afraid all the time. But that fear makes me stronger, tells me what to do and what not to do, you know. I'm afraid of what I've become. I'm afraid of my own power. Hell, I'm even afraid of this demon staff. He nudged the weapon his back for good measure before continuing. There's plenty of stuff I'm afraid of. Don't get me started on ghosts. Tia found herself squinting at him, quietly incredulous. And yet you aren't afraid of me? Nope. He shook his head, setting his blonde bangs swaying. I didn't mean to start this fight. I'll apologize for that. I got a little too carried away. But now, I gotta admit, my blood's up now. Raising a hand, he clenched it into a fist. I want to see what you're truly capable of. She stilled quietly. Indignant, but he wasn't done with her yet. Aizen mentioned it to me, you know? This whole aspect of fear he has going on for the Espada. Yours is sacrifice, isn't it? That's noble. I can respect that. So out of that respect, I'll give you a warning, 'cause there's something I want to try. He pointed that bloody finger at her. You might want to dodge this. Her eyes widened. No. Ulquiorra did say any Espada could learn to use this, you know. Even though I'm not one, I listened to him. I learned. Those whiskered cheeks of his dimpled in a wry smile. Although I guess I'm still a bit of an amateur since I can't pull one off without cutting my finger like the Gran Rey version. Now then, I want to see your Siro again. Show me. Realization broke like the dawn, horrifying Halibel. No. She was still new to being an Arrancar, but she recognized that stance and the technique that came with it, even if she was unable to use it. That Uzumaki was willing to worry her. Had he gone mad? Sweat beaded upon her brow as she shouted at him. Lord Aizen has forbidden us from using that beneath the dome. Naruto scoffed outright. Yeah, he's not my boss. Blue-on-black light crackled at his fingertip. Siro Oscuris. A massive streak of overwhelming tainted azure blasted forward, crossing the distance between them in an instant. Halibel saw her death in it. No chance to dodge. No, the blast was too massive to dodge, and he'd just turn it toward her if she tried to escape. There was only one option, mad though it was. She panicked and frantically slashed her blade forward, carving a wide arc of gold before her. Siro! Her attack collided with Uzumaki's in a wordless roar devoid of all sanity. Light met dark. The will to fight without hatred is like an eagle without wings. You can't protect anything like that. Powerless friends only serve weights to break your legs. That's kinda cold, ain't it? Aren't we friends? Yes, but I also consider you my equal. There is a difference. How so? An equal will not weigh you down. An equal will not falter. An equal challenges you to better yourself. Likewise, you seek to elevate those around you. It doesn't matter who they are, be they Shinigami, Quincy, Fullbringer, Hollow, or even lowly humans. You do so in the hopes of raising them up to greater heights, so that they too might one day achieve that which you and I have. This has been a fascinating experiment, wouldn't you agree? I look forward to the end result. Aizen and Naruto. Evolution. Evolution requires fear. Not just any fear, mind you. Mere mindless fear by itself isn't enough. It has to be a most particular fear. The fear that, in your current state, you could die and disappear at any given moment. The fear that you're not strong enough, just not enough. The fear that you could lose everything in an instant. Such terror as to chill your blood, shatter your soul, and set your very heart ablaze all at once. Aizen had never understood fear. Make no mistake, he knew what it was, mind you, recognized it from an academic standpoint, and in other creatures, he simply had yet to experience it himself. Sometimes he wondered if he ever would. He had been born superior, with superior gifts, and a superior mind besides. What need had he of fear? Alarm and concern were its closest cousins, and even then he seldom felt them anymore. Not since he'd first seen that thing. Not since the Soul King. Bile burned the back of his throat at the very thought of that abomination. The Soul King was no god, but living corpse shackled and bound. Soul Society's greatest lie. An involuntary shudder shook his shoulders, not from observing Uzumaki's pitched battle in the dunes below his balcony, but something altogether worse. Ever since that moment he marched forward. Always forward. Endlessly forward, toward a goal only he could see. For the longest time he had despaired, knowing he would never find an equal to join in his journey. No one came close to understanding him, nor why he needed to, why he must do what must be done. No one could ever truly stand beside him, not Tozen, certainly not Ikamaru, nor anyone. Until that day. That moment. Now he smiled as he watched his equal batter Tia Halibel about the dunes. By all accounts, the soul of Uzumaki Naruto had performed a miracle upon his death. No mere Minos, Ajuchas, nor even a Vasto Lord stage for him. Upon his passage from the land of the living to the world of the dead, he'd somehow become something altogether greater and emerged as an Arrancar outright, an existence that was neither Shinigami nor entirely a hollow. He had passed through the shadow of death, although the exact circumstances of said demise remained unclear, and subsequently ascended. Stranger still, he'd brought power from his last life with him, a fact unheard of amongst hollows, if that was indeed what he was. Truly fascinating, these shinobi. He simply must pay their world a visit someday, provided he found a way. Perhaps he would. For now, setting aside Uzumaki's unique immunity to Kyuka Suigetsu, and wasn't that a surprise, he was content to watch things unfold. He had made many mistakes, committed several selfish, and some might even say soulless deeds, all in the pursuit of creating a greater world. Karma would come for him in due time, he knew. Until then he would push forward. Uzumaki understood that. How very refreshing it was to have an equal. Moreover, he had proven himself most adept when it came to culling the wheat from the chaff. Neutra was merely the dregs, the bottom of the barrel as it were. He had brought about his own demise after causing the mysterious disappearance of Neliel's fraction. As such, Aizen didn't regret the circumstances that led to his end. Baragon, however, had admittedly been something of a loss. He would have preferred Uzumaki let him live, despite his rotten attitude. Yet their deaths had only served their further sharpen the espada. In slaying them, he and Uzumaki forced the others to climb higher, inspired more to join their ranks, which in turn rallied yet others to his cause. It had also planted the seeds of vengeance. He had no doubt that Neutra and Baragon's fraction were waiting in the wings, eager to avenge their fallen masters. Any one of them might seek to join the ranks of the Espada and make trouble for Uzumaki. After all, while he had been the one to slay Neutra for his impudence, he'd let Las Noches believe it was the blonde's doing. Such served his purposes. Loyalty was such a fascinating concept, wasn't it? Bond they were. Together, they 7 of them might actually pose a threat. He had thought himself the master of provocation, yet here Uzumaki was, riling up another Espada with ease, albeit unintentionally. He might actually kill her at this rate. They're getting kinda rowdy out there, don't you think? Aizen glanced over his shoulder, not at all surprised. He'd sensed Ikamaru's approach moments ago. Always in his blind spot, like the snake he was. Is that what you believe, Jin? The ever-smiling Shinigami made no attempt to conceal his amusement. I'm just saying what I see. Aizen turned away from the destruction in the dunes. The will to fight without hatred is like an eagle without wings. His subordinate shrugged. I don't get it. Of course he didn't. I'm saying they won't kill each other like that. They lack the animosity for it at present. Jin quirked an eyebrow. You can tell that sort of thing? Naturally, he turned a bland smile upon him. After all, you hate me, don't you? Jin's gaze creaked open. Hey now, that is supposed to be a joke? It ain't funny. So the time wasn't yet ripe. Good to know. One could have heard a pin drop in the silence that followed. There it was, the gauntlet thrown down between the two of them. A warning. Was it not? He allowed his smile to become a touch more genuine. I was merely making an attempt to humor. Jin scoffed and turned away. Maybe don't do that. Leave the jokes to Uzumaki. My apologies. I didn't intend to offend. One day, perhaps someday soon, Ikamaru would try to kill him. He might even succeed. But not today. In the meantime, he had schemes to scheme and plots to plan. If Uzumaki wanted to make his forces stronger in the interim, he would gladly accept that. And if by throwing himself into countless battles, he somehow sharpened his skills further, all the better. For the first time in forever, he found himself wondering if he too should bother to exert himself. When was the last time he had deigned to train? Sure, there could be no harm in sharpening his own skills. He hadn't used his Bankai for some time, come to think of it. A potent tool it might be, but he vastly preferred his Shurikai. Perhaps it was time to break out of that over-reliance. He turned his attention toward his would-be betrayer and an idea dawned. Shall we spar, Jin? His fellow captain paused, but only for a moment. Sure, why not? Getting rusty. Aizen made no effort to hide his smile, and why should he? Everything was proceeding as he had foreseen. It was only a matter of time now. Victory was assured. Light met dark. In truth it was akin to night and day, as though the world itself were trying to swallow the sun, swallow her. From the moment Tia desperately slammed her Siro against Uzumaki's Siro Oscaris, she knew what the outcome would be. Even so, she had to try, because to not try was to die. She felt her legs buckle almost immediately as her attack was forced back. It was like trying to hold back the ocean with nothing but willpower and her bare hands. The heat alone scorched her palms straight through her hero while the low roar of their clashing attacks rose in her ears, drowning out all sound, all sense, all salvation. This was it. She was going to die here. And her opponent wasn't even taking her seriously. A muscle jumped in her jaw as she found herself skidding backward in the sands. Furthest still until there was nowhere left to go. Her back kissed one of the many pillars dotting the sands, and in an instant she found herself pinned against it, in a grim reflection of what she'd done to him only a few minutes before. She couldn't flicker away, couldn't let up her Ciro either, even for a moment, because the second she did, she would be obliterated. Halibel. Naruto's voice rang out over their clashing blasts. Come on now. Where'd all that bite go? I know you're stronger than this. Stop holding back. Did he really think she was restraining herself? By what standard did he measure her? And against whom? Cracks formed on her blade. It was all she could do hold him at bay. Her hands were bleeding. No world was without sacrifices. Such is life. She didn't want to become stronger through the power she gained by killing and sacrificing another. If she couldn't win alone, then she would win as a group. That was all there was to it. Yes, no world is without sacrifices. But if she produced casualties, she would also sustain casualties of her own. If only she didn't think that way. Because here stood someone who had seemingly sacrificed nothing and gained everything. A being that defied Hollows and Shinigami alike. He was going to kill her. She was going to die to him. They were both Arrancar, so she couldn't even hope to be devoured by him, have her strength live on in him. How unseemly. She had refused an offer of alliance from Baragon once, long ago. There would be none of that here. He aimed to crush her, completely and unequivocally, just that she had promised to do to him. Was there nothing she could do? Nothing at all? Her hands were bleeding. That was it. The blood. Moving her hands forward with a furious yowl, she added her own life force to her Ciro, blood swirling within to render it a sharper shade of gold. It swelled larger, burned brighter against the dark, blended with her power and ignited in a singular shout as she cried out 3 words. Gran Rey Ciro. Naruto's blast buckled beneath hers, allowing her to regain what ground she'd lost. She pushed forward with her Ciro and angrily advanced, escaping certain death and the pillar she'd been pinned against. Hope dawned within her, sparking with every step. She could do this. She could fight. She could win. 7 steps. That was all she managed, all he allowed, before that wave of blue-on-black darkness surged into the breach she'd created and sent her stumbling back. Better! His voice rang in her ears as he caught the flash of a grin over their clashing attacks. But not enough. You gotta try harder than that. She was trying. She'd given everything she had. There was nothing left. She'd reached her limit. He'll kill me. The thought startled her. What was the sensation? Fear? Was she afraid? The fiery flash of 3 separate Ciros suddenly hit the sky, bathing it in shades of red on orange mingled with violet before they barreled into Naruto's back. His blast buckled once more, giving her precious breathing room, the chance to advance, however slightly, and squint into the rising smoke. At first, Halibel couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. She squinted through the clashing light of her Ciro, struggling to see. She immediately wished she hadn't. A pack lowered her head arm, panting heavily, flanked by Sunday through Sunday and Mila Rose, each in their released state. Wasted and gasping for air, they nevertheless managed to look smug, thinking they'd actually accomplished something just now, as though they'd actually managed to wound him, when in reality they'd only singed his clothes. The fools. Their efforts were in vain. They'd only awoken a sleeping fox. Apache rasped a laugh, sweat beading heavily upon her brow. How'd you like that? Really? Naruto frowned at them, utterly incredulous, still holding both her and her Ciro at bay with ease. This was supposed to be a one-on-one. You had your turn. Screw you. A pack gripped her left arm, as did her comrades. Quimera Parka. Scram. With his free hand, the blonde beast pivoted and blasted a bala their way, devastating them before they could think to try anything else. The trio crumpled in a smoldering heap. This time, they didn't rise again. Halibel choked. Naruto clicked his tongue, admonishing her. If only you were stronger. In that instant, Lord Aizen's words came back to her, The very phrase he'd said when he saved her that day. If you do not want to produce casualties, then gain power. If the power you seek is your ideal, then rise to claim it. This wasn't her limit. It couldn't be. She refused to accept it. And yet, while the spirit was strong, the flesh was weak. How she despised this weak body of hers. No one would save her this time. Surely she could still become stronger. She had to become stronger. She must become stronger not solely for her sake, but that of her comrades, so they might never be trampled again. If she acquired more power, she wouldn't produce any more casualties. That was her ideal. She had to see it what it would become. It was that or die. Apache, Sunday through Sunday Mila rose. If she perished here, so would they. Uzumaki would surely finish them off. She believed that wholeheartedly. Not again. She couldn't lose again. This mustn't happen a second time. No, absolutely not. Just like that the dam burst and power flooded her. The whites of her eyes burned a golden black as she pushed Uzumi's attack back. Her own grainy ray Zero, formerly faltering, now began to darken dangerously at the edges, bleeding shadow in response to her sudden upswing of anger until finally, she moved at him with a yowl. I won't die here. In an instant, her attack cancelled his out and plowed through. Naruto made no move to dodge. He stood there and took it head-on, willingly vanishing into the blast with a smile. The ensuing wave of golden death carved out a massive swath of smoke and sand alike, plowing through Las Noches like a hot knife through butter. It kept going until finally, it vanished in a pillar of teeming light in the distance. Gasping, heaving for breath, Halibel fell to one knee. Victory had never tasted too bittersweet. Still, it was hers, and good riddance to that blonde brute. Not bad. You even managed to wreck a perfectly good arm. Her head snapped up. No. It couldn't be. Yup. Uzumaki waded through the smoke, idly rolling his right arm. The limb was a charred mess, burnt and blackened, its colorful sleeve nowhere to be seen. Aside from that, there wasn't so much as a wound upon him. As she looked on aghast, he gripped his mangled limb just below the shoulder and tore it clean off his body, spattering her with blood. With but a grunt of pain, he grew another one in its place. Instantaneous regeneration? Only Ulquiorra should be capable of that. How had she? Uzumaki laughed, not at her, but in joy of her accomplishment. Why the long face? You can do it too. Fear is one hell of a motivator. He threw a punch and she clambered back, only to find him slower than before. Or was he? A blazing kick nearly took her head off, but she was able to dodge it by ducking low and batting him back with her blade. Only then did she realize, he wasn't slower, she'd somehow become faster. How? What did you do to me? Idly she glanced down at her hands, confused to find them, and her blade, hale and whole, more than that, changed. Much to her chagrin, Uzumaki snapped his fingers and conjured a floating full-body mirror of all things directly before her. She balked, expecting another attack, but it never came. He simply, how did you? Creation of all things. Here. He held out the mirror towards her. See for yourself. A stranger stared back at her, scarcely recognizable. The lightning bolt-shaped marks on her face had gained an extra jagged section while moving closer to her eyes, now glowing a bright turquoise green. Her once blonde hair had become an eerie shade of ashen white, with several long strands reaching to her knees at the back and two bangs framing her face. But the alterations didn't end there. She'd gained two black and white, jagged, rock-like, long and roughly triangular ornaments on her head, one on either side, angled toward each other, with an additional section on each extending outward from her head, resembling ears. From there, her gaze traveled lowered and widened slightly, because she'd lost most of her Resurrection armor and clothing, with her bare bosom and neck only barely covered by long strips of yellow ryatsu. What little of her new armor remained was more asymmetrical in appearance, yet far more alien to her. Her left arm had gained a black and gray gauntlet reaching from her wrist to her elbow, with the underside tapering off to the top of her arm in a slanted progression and with an additional small section on her tricep, the rock-like bracer resembling a crashing wave on her forearm, leaving her left hand's fingernails are also visibly longer. Conversely, her right arm was now fully armored in the same black-gray material, with a large pauldron on her shoulder consisting of yet more rockish material reminiscent of a crashing wave. Her hand had all but disappeared into her new sword, now fully reforged, loosely bearing the original shape of her standard Resurrection blade yet composed of yellow Ryatsu concentrated around a large, gray hilt floating around her before extending outward to form the body of the sword. Pivoting, she beheld the rest of her changes, silently marveling at them. Her upper back had gained a gray, shark-like fin whose base wraps around to the underside of her arms on her chest, alongside a small inverted black and gray triangle lies. Underneath her BRSS, with two curving black markings pointing toward it on either side of her abdomen. Her waist meanwhile held three long and wide white-gray strips of fabric hanging off either side in her back, with a dorsal fin-like segment on her lower back holding them close. A stray strip of fabric on her back has a large flare of yellow Ryatsu on the end, giving it the appearance of a shark's tail, with her legs were likewise armored in black fins armored akin to that of a shark. Finally, she could see her widened hollow hole at her pelvis, where her womb would be. The sight of it shamed her. What am I? What is this? She balked at herself as much as the new power surging in her form. What have you done? Me. Uzumaki rolled his darkened eyes, chastising her for failing to understand. I didn't do anything. This is all you. Welcome to the second stage. He glanced to her fallen comrades and chuckled when she bristled. Don't worry. Neliel's gonna heal them up. I wouldn't really make you sacrifice yourself or your comrades. I just want to see what you've got that even if meant playing the villain and scaring the daylights out of ya. No world is without sacrifices. Halibel realized that. This sea of blood covered in ashes, that hell was their world. Only the strongest survived it. And yet Uzumaki smiled despite it. Just what was he? He leaned forward to flick her forehead. I knew you weren't at your limit earlier, because I've seen an Arrancar blast past the first stage. And who might that be? He smiled. Sorry, that's my secret to keep. It was Neliel, wasn't it? Had to be. All right, let's continue. Halibel balked despite herself. Continue? Naruto waggled a blonde brow at her. You're not satisfied either, are you? After all, you only just got that form, don't you want to test it out? Admittedly, she wanted payback for what he'd put her through as well. Do you have what it takes to match me in this form? Rather than retort, he clasped both hands behind his head, leaving himself wide open. Suppose that's the question. Her fist slammed headlong into his face. He took it with a smile. Almost immediately she recoiled with a yelp. What is your head made of, pure metal? Nah, I've just got a thick skull. I noticed. He raised his finger again, but she wasn't having it. Herviendo! Halibel launched herself at him. She swung her blade, summoning not just a torrent of scalding water, but a massive crushing sphere of it. Trapped him in, developed him in it. Drowned him. Uzumaki grinned and shattered it with a shout. That's more like it. A fresh torrent of boiling water smashed him into the sky. Naruto laughed all the more. She struck his shoulder as he fell out of the sky, only for him to ride the force and used it to twist his body around, getting right up in her face. Time for round 2. Nell watched the carnage unfold with a wistful smile. Half of Las Noches might be leveled at this rate. Yet even so, he's having fun, isn't he? A fresh explosion followed, heralding another peal of laughter from her beloved blonde. She was so focused on it that she almost missed something. Almost, but not quite. The dull hum of sonido behind her heralded a new arrival, never once taking her gaze from the battle ahead. She smiled into one hand. Curious, are we? I am. Footsteps shifted the sands behind her. You watch him intently, woman. Of course I do. She tucked a stray strand of pale hair behind one ear as a fresh burst of water and wind lazed at the air. I love him. Love. The footfalls came to rest beside her, a pale figure standing just on the peripherals of her vision. I do not understand love. Are you not afraid of him? She lowered her hand and turned to look at the new arrival at last. Why should I be, Ulquiorra? Blank green eyes regarded her. He exhibits frightening power. That much was true, yet she knew his soul. I know, but I also know he would never use that power against me, or against anyone he doesn't want to. At that, Ulquiorra tilted his head and made a non-committal noise, causing her to laugh helplessly. Perhaps I should phrase it differently. He's my heart. Her fellow Espada scoffed. Heart, you say? Humans use that word so casually, as though it's in the very palm of their hands. She shrugged. Perhaps it is. This time, there could be no hiding his sneer. We are hollows. We do not possess such things. Don't we? She turned back to watch Naruto and Tia rip apart the dunes, wildly attacking each other. I once thought the same thing, until he convinced me otherwise. A spike of Reiatsu behind her conveyed her comrades, if she could call him, such irritation with this matter. My eyes see everything. There is nothing they do not see. If I do not see it, it does not exist. I have fought until now, convinced of that, until him. Nell tooted happily as a pillar of blue light smashed into a wave of golden, and with it, a wry smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Yes, he does have that effect on people, doesn't he? Ulquiorra made a noise caught somewhere between a snort and a snarl. What is a heart? If I rip open your chest, I see it inside. He reached a hand toward her bosom, pausing just short when she made no move to defend herself, then reached out to her face. If I split your skull, shall I see it inside? Nell seized his wrist. Careful now. Don't do anything foolish. Foolish? I believe myself to be stronger than you. Despite our rankings? Correct. She kept smiling. And what do your eyes tell you now? He stared at her for a long moment, those blank green eyes reflecting nothing, his face, a mask of stone. You are concealing a great deal of power. I am. As are you. He went still, considering her anew. Where did you acquire this strength? Nell hummed in return, readying her Reiatsu. Who knows? You'll find I'm full of surprises. Ulquiorra drew his sword in an instant. She beat him to it. Their blades clashed. The dunes blazed with green and fuchsia light. Meanwhile, in Soul Society, Retsu was not pleased. She had tried meditating, tried distracting herself, tried. That well, everything really, and none of it was working. Not a jot. All that hard work with the boy, undone in an instant. Zaraki had grown stronger, yes, was still growing a stronger, but it was meant to be by her hand, not his. That filthy Arrancar. Did you say something, Captain? Oh dear, she'd let the mask slip. She had an audience, best rectify that. Rising, she climbed to her feet and retrieved her sheathed sword. Called out after her. Where are you going? Retsu smiled at her. It was not a nice smile. For a walk. Do you feel that, Uzumaki? This is something that you lost a long time ago. Retrace your memories. You became an Arrancar. You became strong. You became able to overpower your enemies. It's a sensation you haven't felt in a long time, isn't it? That is the most important sensation for a person to survive. It is called fear. Fear makes it impossible to think straight. Is that what you think, Quincy? Wrong. Fear drives us forward. Sheer force of will allows us to endure it. There is no battle without fear. There is no living without fear. There is no love without fear. I've accepted that. Idiot. Fear can be conquered with experience? The stronger, more experience you are, the harder you fall for that illusion. Fear that has a cause is easy. If there is a cost to it, then by removing that cause, you also remove what you think is fear. But true fear has no cause. That's because it's not an emotion. It is instinct. True fear has no cause or limits. It crawls up your body like countless flies. We cannot escape our instincts. You're right. Unfortunately, for you, you've also forgotten something very important. Downright vital, really. And whatever might that something be, you unruly hollow? You keep calling me that. A hollow. I am, and yet I am not. As for the matter of fear, let me put yours to rest. Aizen and I eat fear for breakfast. A future scene. Fear not the fight. You have a visitor, sir. Oh. Urahara Kisuke looked up at the sound of Tessai's voice with a cheery smile. And who has come to visit this humble shopkeeper? 3 separate Kido tore through the door while he was still speaking and struck all at once, slamming him into the nearest wall to hold him fast. Well, this was a problem. He hadn't even sensed the caster's spiritual pressure until the last moment, and they'd already snared him with a Rikuja Koro, Seijo Sabaku, and Kyu Shirbari besides. Those were some high-level Bakudo spells. He was, in a word, quite stuck. But those were 2 words. Semantics, he supposed. At length, the door slid open and he beheld Tessai's sprawled form on the floor mere moments before someone stepped over him and entered the room. They didn't even have the decency to close it behind them, not that he could blame them given their current state. But they looked livid. Dead eyes regarded him, cold and blank, their lips parted ever so slightly in distaste, long hair drawn back to reveal that the scar above her bosom. For this was undoubtedly a woman. Bugger, but he was in for it now, wasn't he? Urahara Kisuke, her voice was soft as a whisper, near silken with menace. You have something I need. Unohana Retsu, otherwise known as Unohana Yachier, did not smile, nor did she draw her blade. There was no need to. Her words were sharp enough, as was her past. He hadn't been around back then to witness it, no siree, but he'd heard the stories from Kairaku and Yucatec. And what frightful stories they were. There were 3 entities he had no desire to fight: the head captain, anyone in Squad 0, and Unohana herself. Such a troublesome woman. My goodness! Despite his bindings, he plastered a sunny smile to his face in the slim hope that being cooperative would dissuade her from doing anything rash. I wasn't expecting such distinguished company. I should have brought out my tea seat, Irk. Her hand closed around his throat and squeezed with bone-crushing force. He nearly choked to death on the spot. You enjoy theories, do you not, Urahara Kisuke? I have one for you. I'm certain I can crush your throat before you unleash your Bankai. She stared at him intently, the ghost of a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Shall we test that theory? Troublesome indeed. He liked it better when she was Retsu, who had gone and awoken her. There was nothing for it but to hear her out until he made a plan. How might I be of service? I am seeking a certain hollow by the name of Uzumaki Naruto. Though the killer's gaze never once left his, she spat Naruto's name like it was a curse or worse. The next time that fiend comes to Karakura town, you will tell me. This is not a request but a command. I have to kill him. He has to die. By my hand and no others. Do you understand? Well, I'm afraid that might be rather difficult. Ouch. Mistakes were made and they were his. You misunderstand. I can hardly open up gateway to Hueco Muendo at the moment. What you're asking takes time. No, it is you who don't seem to understand. Her grip on his throat slackened just so, allowing him to breathe. I have no intention of venturing into that disgusting pit unless he provokes me further. He will come here, I am certain of it. And when he does, I will be ready. Kisuke tilted his head, grappling with his rising dread. What makes you say that? Those half-lidded eyes regarded him intently. He's rather interested in a certain pet project of yours, isn't he? His eyes widened. Kurosaki. Yes, that boy with the frightful potential. It would such a shame if someone snuffed it out, don't you think? Here at last, Unohana Yachier smiled, and it was a most terrifying thing indeed. If you fail to comply with my command, I will kill him and Kachiki Rukia as well. I do not care about your pet project. Only vengeance. And you will deliver it to me. Crazy woman. He gulped. Might I ask what exactly you have against this hollow? Unohana regarded him for a long, ponderous moment, weighing whether to tell him or not. In the end, she saw fit to humor him. He stole my dream. My purpose. He will repay me in blood. Her piece said, she vanished, taking her Kido with her. Urahara slumped to the floor, idly massaging his throat. He could already feel the bruises forming therein. Yoruichi would be furious when saw them. He'd need to keep her off the warpath. He'd come within inches of death just now, and he didn't doubt for a moment that Retsu would honor her word. Yikes, he muttered under his breath. That is one scary woman. I can't tell if she wants to kill Uzumaki or kiss him. He paused, considering the matter further. Nope, best not to think of it. Ignorance was bliss. Strong. That single thought dominated Halibel's thoughts as she crashed backward across the dunes, tumbling end over end as she struggled to right herself, to no avail. The moment she did, Uzumaki was on her again, a falling star hurtling down from the sky. His fist struck her blackened blade and sand sprayed upward in roaring geyser in a towering plume of gritty gravel. Halibel flashed through it to gain an aerial advantage, already conjuring a spout of water in her offhand. She shaped it into a mace and smashed it down on her adversary's last known position, swamping the dunes with water they'd not seen since their inception. A startled guffaw from below told her she'd managed to hit him that time. She was, by all accounts, still afraid. Very much so. Afraid of losing. Afraid of suffering a dishonorable defeat. Afraid of so many things. And yet this fear was different from before. Potent perhaps, but not nearly as suffocating. She was smiling. Grinning even. Power coursed through her every pore, and although she was still losing and rather badly at that, the gap between the two of them had narrowed. She could feel it. Her second release state had brought her that much closer to reaching the peak. She knew the basics, of course, within an Arrancar's resurrection, was the power of their soul is shaped into a sword and released to obtain greater powers. One could even say that this skill was nearly identical to a Shinigami's Bankai with a key difference. They were not shackled by the spirit of some sword. This was who they were, and thus they could evolve further. Bankai might not be the limit for the Soul Reapers either, but it was something they must acquire through years of rigorous training, if not centuries. Whereas the Hollows could acquire power explosively through sheer bloody evolution. Naruto snapped into existence behind her and swung for her face. She parried with her sword and drove her heel into his stomach, tearing into his colorful coat to send him skidding backward amidst the dampened sand. She launched herself after him with a smirk, moving for his exposed torso. She wasn't some cackling lunatic like Neutra had been, but she found herself enjoying this battle all the same. I want to win. Her sword clashed with his open palm, only for him to grab her blackened blade and yank her toward him. I have to win. In the same instant his free hand swept upward, Siro in hand. I need to win. She let him draw her in, locked her legs around his waist as they collided and tackled him to the ground. Their foreheads collided in a jarring headbutt, and while there might have been some mouth-to-mouth contact there for a moment, she was too busy seeing stars to care. Straddling him with her hips, her lips parted as she screamed a fresh Siro Oscuras into existence directly over his face. Naruto laughed and roared back with one of his own. Gold met blue and mingled with black, devastating the area around them in a plume of murky green. They flickered into the air, leaving it between them. Halibel leveled her blackened blade his way. You still won't unseal your sword? Nope, he shook his head. I won't use it. Don't need to. Her brow furrowed. Not even now? Another shake of the head. She clicked her tongue. However. What? There's something I've been meaning to test out. Now seems as good a time as any. Consider it a reward. He lengthened his stance and drew his right hand over his face, fingers curling into a claw. There was something intrinsically alarming about the movement. It set her nerves on edge. You see, Uzumaki drawled with dark amusement. Aizen once told me about a little experiment of his from a while back. You wouldn't know about it, of course. It had something to do with a bunch of Shinigami and well, he amended his speech with a laugh. I won't bore you with the grisly details. Long story short, he implanted them with hollow powers. It didn't end well and he eventually lost track of them. I thumped him over the head for pulling a stunt like that. The air grew thick and stifling suddenly, humid even, as though they stood in the maw of some great beast. I know what you're thinking, Naruto sang back at her, grin growing. Uzumaki, you're already a hollow. What you're doing has no meaning. It'll be cosmetic only. She stilled, eyes widening ever so slightly. You're correct and very wrong. Like those poor wizards, I've got a monster inside me too, he winked at her with his visible eye. Difference being he's no hollow, and I made peace with him a long time ago. Dying with me changed him a little, for the better, thankfully. The air began to shake, shuddering in the grasp of an unseen giant. I'm not a Shinigami, yet I'm not entirely a hollow either. I have the aspects of both, but belong to neither. Nor am I human. He thumped the hole in his chest with his free hand for good measure. Truth be told, I don't know what I am, and that's fine. It lets me experiment. Even went and asked Aizen for some Kido lessons, you know. Her brow furrowed. Hollows can't use Kido. Who decided that? His already golden hair sparked suddenly, then began to shift and shimmer like flame while he spoke, as though it were a burning inferno itself. Meanwhile, bone marks on his face began to lengthen and grooved sharper, becoming more feral than before. His teeth didn't sharpen, but his canine denticles suddenly seemed longer now, more akin to fangs meant for biting. It wasn't the sudden, sharp transformation of a resurrection state but something subtler, an improvement all the same. Unbidden, his visible eye gleamed gold, while the other burned a sinister red between the fingers of his right hand. In a way it was similar to Apache's heterochromia but far more frightening. Her eyes were different colors because she'd simply been born that way. Uzumaki's eyes had changed as a result of his altered state of being, birthing a power she didn't wholly understand. Yet he wasn't done. This isn't my release state, but it's something else. Darker, yet brighter, if that makes any sense. Naruto shrugged. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. I don't really have a name for this yet either. What would I even call it? Gestalt? Super Naruto? Ultimate Hyper Shinobi Mode. He laughed, not at her, but himself. They all sound ridiculous, don't they? I'll figure something out in time. Before her very eyes, he swept that hand away from his face in a shower of blood. Let's go even further beyond. When had he bit his palm? No, he hadn't. He'd literally slashed his face with his clawed fingers. The air thickened. Then, all at once, it happened. As she looked on, that blood congealed over the entirety of Uzumaki's face to form something else. It grew there with those bone fragments on his face, rapidly gaining mass and form until it took on the likeness of a large fox skull, jaws and all, sinister scarlet lined with touched of black on white. It was not a mask. Not at all. More like a helmet, really, one that completely encased his visage from head to chin, encompassing his hair and jawline alike. Only his altered eyes shone through its darkened depths. Thump, thump, thump went her heart. Halibel tried to inhale, only to find that she couldn't inhale. The sheer spiritual pressure alone threatened to choke the very life from her until she rallied with her own, and even then she was only barely able to breathe. What was this spiritual pressure? It wasn't solely that of a hollow or a Shinigami, or even a human, and it certainly didn't belong to some mere Quincy. Then what was it? What was he? What? She choked the word out. What did you do? Now then. Uzumaki's voice, when he spoke, was likewise changed, altered to a low, distorted hum. Say hello, Kurama. Halibel blitzed him in a rush of gold. She never made it. A heel clipped her chin and sent her rocketing into the air, leaving her tumbling end over end like a kite in the wind. Damn it. An open palm pressed into the small of her back, bringing her short-lived flight to a sudden end. Checkmate. He blasted her to the ground. She countered with a sudden rush of water to slow her fall and whipped it his way. Uzumaki tilted his head back, then moved his face forward and roared through his helm, rendering the subsequent shockwave rendered her attacks so much missed. Her eyes bulged in disbelief, but she swiftly marshaled said mist into a sphere of hardened water that she used to enclose herself from him. Too late she realized her mistake. Yes, she'd wrapped herself in her element, ensuring her safety, but now she couldn't see him coming. Which meant, a Zero tore through her sphere and struck her head on, smashing her into the ground. Through ringing ears she heard him approach. Through bleary eyes, she watched him unslung his staff from one shoulder. Her throat closed. Was he finally going to show her his release state? You may be strong. Uzumaki paused and lifted his fox-like helmet to smile at her, but brute force isn't always the best approach either. Observe. The helmet slammed back down onto his face, then he was upon her. It was all she could do to block his staff. Sweat beaded upon her brow as she found herself forced to brave her blade with both hands. Even then she was the one forced back. Was this why he'd refused to use it? Because he was too powerful with it. How broken could you get? Lesson 1. Naruto snarled through his helm, mismatching eyes searing through to her very soul. All it takes is a well-timed counter to turn anything into a mighty weapon. Taking a hand from his staff, he smashed a brutal fist into her gut, winding her, driving her down to her knees with a startled wheeze. Lesson 2. Strike when you catch your opponent off balance. Battles are all about creativity and skill. Catching her by the face, he slammed her into the ground and held her there. Lesson 3. Always aim for your target's weak spot. His staff smashed down into her skull. Halibel blacked out. How very irritating. Ulquiorra regarded the plume of light in the distance with a scowl. He took too long to finish her. Neiliel's giggle was his only warning. He looked back to her, incensed. Why do you laugh, woman? Isn't it obvious? For the first time in forever, her smile held an edge. If he's wrapping things up over there, then shouldn't we do the same? She raised her blade and held it out horizontally across from herself. An ominous pink haze arose from her Zanpakuto, reflecting in her steely eyes. She held that stance with intent, as if that weren't warning enough. Her spiritual pressure tripled, crashing down on his shoulders in an ocean of raw reiatsu. Declare. His eyes widened as he released her intent. He swiftly raised his blade and pointed it her way in return. Enclose. Gamuza. Murcielago. The dome of Las Noches burst outward as their blades released, hers a split second ahead of his own. In truth, Ulquiorra scarcely noticed, for his focus was already elsewhere. Black wings slashed across the smoke as he took to the air in search of his prey. Irritated green eyes surveyed the sands, only to find no sign of her. Where was she? Where would she attack from? What? Movement below. He pivoted a tad too late. How incredibly irritating indeed. Sure enough, Neiliel's lance pierced through the haze, struck him between the shoulders, and drilled him toward the ground. Righting himself at the last moment, he whirled and unleashed his most powerful Siro Oscuras in her direction. She was too close, too exposed. There was no chance of evasion, much less deflection. He had her. Victory was his. Much to his dismay, Neiliel opened her mouth and inhaled it. No, she drank his Siro Oscuras as though it were naught but liquid, guzzling the black and green light down with ease. What manner of ability was this? He'd never seen the like before. How could someone swallow a Siro? No, wait, she hadn't swallowed at all, which meant. Ulquiorra had all of a split second to frown, his eyes widening in alarm. Neiliel spat his own attack back at him. Let there be light. Love's a funny thing. There is nothing quite so beautiful in this world, nor so terrifying. We do terrible things for love. We become heroes for love. But we also become monsters. A future scene. Love is a monster. He'd been defeated. Ulquiorra realized it the moment he awoke. And what a bittersweet awakening that proved to be. It likely had everything to do with the cloven foot currently pinning his skull to the sand. That and the business end of Gamuza's massive lance resting against his throat besides. Both were ready to pierce the iron skin of his hierro at the slightest provocation. Each were more than capable of ending his life alone. He could survive many things and recover from a great deal more. Indeed, he was one of the few Arrancar capable of rapid regeneration. But having his throat torn out? Or his brain pierced? That would kill even him. As such, the Quattro Espada took a moment to assess his injuries. He was still in his release state, which suggested he hadn't been unconscious for all that long, and his organs were intact, but that was where the silver lining ended and his problems began. His right wing was gone, reduced to a blackened nub behind his shoulder. Furthermore, his left eye was missing, smoldered away in the fires of Neiliel's counterattack. Likewise, his body was wreathed in burns from tanking. Such a blast, and it certainly didn't help that he was lacking his limbs. All of them. Someone had taken pangs to deliberately destroy his arms and legs, pulverizing them at the elbows and knees until they were simply smashed off his body. He could see what was left of them lying in a bloodied pile not a yard away, still bleeding. Was it a warning, perhaps? At his peak, It would be a trifling matter to regrow his lost appendages, recover, and go on the attack. Therein lay the problem. He wasn't at his peak. Far from it. He'd unleashed a point-blank Ciro Oscuras, only to have it returned to him with double the force. He was very much wounded at the moment, while his opponent remained fresh in her release state, ready to end his life at the slightest provocation. Simply put, he was locked in an untenable position. How very irritating. He shifted ever so slightly, and Nilio reacted instantly, stomping down on his skull to grind his face into the sand. An annoyed grunt was forced from his lips as he endured the indignity. "You survived." Her words was soft as ever, but there was undeniably something different about it. "That's good, Ulquiorra. I was afraid I'd killed you." Empty words coming from the woman who'd torn off his limbs. She was up to something. He knew it. "But why have you maimed me?" he asked. "What purpose does this serve?" "Purpose?" Her hazel eyes blinked once in confusion. "Do you think I'm like Neutra? That I enjoy hurting others?" He supposed not. She'd always been soft. "Kill me then," he sighed. "I'm ready to die." The Trace Espada frowned. "What?" "End my life. Now." Nilio tilted her head. "Today?" She shook her head slowly, sending her long green mane of hair swaying behind her back. "No, you're not going to die today, Ulquiorra. You're not going to die for quite a while, if at all. No, you have a purpose to serve." So speaking, she reached down to cup his cheek with her free hand, fingers tracing his burnt face like a mother's caress. "Be a good boy and stay still for a moment. I want to show you something." His good eye widened. "Be still," she said? What nonsense. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. What was she playing at? "Watch closely now," Nilio crooned, her voice the darkest of whispers. "And don't tell anyone about this." She didn't give him a chance to ask if that was. Her fingers bit into his cheek and her spiritual pressure spiked without warning, scratching against his skin like a sandstorm. With it her body and the hand stroking his cheek vanished in a pillar of light so bright that he found himself forced to avert his eye lest he go blind. And then suddenly, that light was gone. No, that wasn't quite right. All light was gone. As though something had swallowed it, drank it in, just as she drank his Ciro Oscuras. In that utter absence of light, his eyesight gradually adjusted to this strange new world into which he'd been moved. Nilio had changed. Her new form, what little of it he could glimpse in the gloom, wasn't just frightening. It went well beyond that. He didn't even have the words to describe it properly. He could only manage a fumbling description at best. It took the most dangerous aspects of her human form and her centaur form and merged them into one while retaining the best qualities of both. Her lance was long gone now, stripped away by her latest transformation, but he still had the distinct feeling of death pressed into his throat. She looked like some sort of bipedal demon, wreathed in shadows, obscuring her true form. Her eyes burned, but the whites of her eyes now stood stained a shadowy black, an inky darkness in which he could see little light beyond her now bright pink irises. When she spoke her voice was a satiny caress, akin to being draped in a mountain of soft sheets, entangled and slowly smothered from all sides. He could use his second release state as well, but that would mean revealing it to Lord Aizen. Moreover, he suspected that would give Nilio cause to kill him. How did she gain hers anyway? Had she been training with Uzumaki in secret? Or had she always possessed this form? He didn't know. Perhaps in another world she might have been weaker, but this was very much a Nilio who had maintained her peak then surpassed it, ascending to even greater heights, even now threatening to crush him with the sheer weight of her presence alone. Nevertheless, he was able to force out a single word. "How? How did I attain this power?" Nilio ground a cloven hoof into his throat, preventing him from speaking the question itself. "It came to me shortly after I lost Dondochaka and Pesh." Ulquiorra made a confused noise. "You don't know their names, I see." Those blank, slitted pink eyes regarded him. "I'm not surprised. My fraction were beneath your notice, no doubt. They meant nothing to you. But they meant everything to me." The raw Reiatsu in the air spiked, stealing the very air from his lungs. "Neutra did something to them before he died. I never figured out what, but whatever he did caused them to disappear. She fell silent for a long moment, staring past him, lost in a memory. I don't know where they are now, whether they're dead or alive, if they even still exist. I can't even sense their spiritual pressure. A shadow hand rose to cup her left cheek. For the longest time, I pretended they were still around. I didn't want to admit that they were gone. They were my family. I loved them. Her eyes flashed. And he took them from me. Ulquiorra felt his bones begin to creak beneath the raw weight of her Rietsu. Then he died. Neliel scarcely seemed to notice, lost in memory as she was. I never got my answers from him. How he did it, who he was working with, what the number and location of his allies were. Lord Eisen killed him before I could have my answers. To have something torn away from you like that. Can you even comprehend how it feels? Suddenly the shadows peeled away from Neliel for a moment, just a split second, enough to reveal herself and her weapon to him in their entirety. His throat closed. What was this sensation in his chest? Was this fear? He'd never felt the like before. The glimpse was blessedly brief, for the shadows swept back in and her gaze focused on him once more. I awakened to this form in a fit of grief shortly afterward, she explained, regarding him with misty eyes. I've kept it secret ever since. I won't lose Naruto the way I lost them. Then why show me now? Because I love him and want to protect him. She said it as though it were so simple, like those words. Explained everything. And so long as you don't have a heart, you're a danger to him. So I thought I'd educate you on what love really is before you went and did something foolish. Love? He scoffed, despite his prone position beneath her. Preposterous. Hollows cannot feel love. Neliel shook her head. Untrue. I love him. I saw him first. He's mine. How naive. Strength attracts strength. You know this, Neliel. You can't possibly hope to keep him to yourself. When Neliel twitched, he saw a chance to torment her. There have already been other contenders for his hand, haven't there? The twitch became a spasm. He noticed. Adversaries, other women he's spoken with, those who've caught his eyes. Neliel didn't answer. She didn't need to. Her silence was response enough. Ulquiorra regrew his limbs and struggled to rise. She stomped down, pinning him anew. I don't care. She all but spat the words at him, abandoning all semblance of her composure at long last. I love him. Him and only him. I'll fight anyone who tries to take him away from me. She cupped her other cheek face with her other hand now and smiled down on him, allowing him a glimpse of the madness in her eyes, a mania born from pain and loss alike, long hidden beneath a thin veneer of civility, now rearing its ugly head for him to see. I love him, I love him, I love him so damn much it feels like I might lose my mind sometimes. Here at last her voice peaked, bordering on a laugh as she threw her head back and shouted at the moon. I won't let anyone hurt him. Not ever. I'd rather die. She lowered her arms suddenly, let her head slump, and steadied herself with a deep breath. Earlier, you asked me what it meant to have a heart. Her gaze met his, calm once more, but flecked with silent sorrow. This is what it means. To always guard against losing that which you hold most dear. To slowly go insane trying to keep them safe, so that you might never feel the pain of losing them ever again. You underestimated me and overestimated yourself. It's called pride, Ulquiorra. You possess it. Just as you too have a heart, even if you won't admit it. Why else would you try to torment me? But know this. Quick as can be, she reached down and seized him by the throat. Interfere with me again, and I will kill you. Are we clear? He grunted. Crystal. Good boy. She released his neck and flickered away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Anger stirred in him. He didn't enjoy losing. How surprising. Ulquiorra stared up at the sky. A heart, you say? Halibel lurched back to life. Or rather, she hadn't been dead at all. After that last blow, it certainly felt like it. She stirred with a start to find herself still very much in her release state, so the blackout must have been brief indeed, but enough to worry her subordinates all the same, because she awoke in the sands to find her fraction practically leaning over her with baited. Mila rose, Sunday through Sunday, and even Apache looked absolutely stricken with relief at the sight of her. And there behind them, that horrifying bloody bone helmet of his still very much in place, just as before. Naruto raised a hand and waved her way, voice still distorted through his helm. "Oh good, you're awake. Did you sleep well?" Halibel raised her head, then paused as she realized something. "Where did this pillow come from?" "Creation of all things," he hummed. "Wasn't hard to make. See." As she looked on, he casually pulled Raisher from thin air and used it to create another pillow for her viewing pleasure. Apache squawked. "What the sheet?" Tia's gaze bulged in disbelief, though she was proved more silent than her subordinates. Absorbing raw Raisher from the environment, then using it to create things. Didn't he realize what he was doing? Only a Quincy could do that. And yet Naruto was not a Quincy. He was undoubtedly a hollow. He must be. He had to be. Nothing else made sense. He used all the techniques of an Arrancar. Did Lord Aizen know? Was he aware? Surely he was right? She had to assume so, that this was all a part of her master's grand plan. Because the alternative meant that Uzumaki somehow possessed all the powers of a hollow, a Shinigami, a human, and now a Quincy. What was he? Neleal apparently decided that was the best time to return from her own battle, having resealed her sword some time ago. In one graceful bound she reclaimed her place at Naruto's side, clapping softly. "Well done," she teased, patting his shoulder. "I knew you'd handle them. Perhaps a modicum of restraint next time, though?" Naruto took a slow breath and removed his helm, allowing it to vanish into a red mist. A stray bead of blood dribbled down the corner of his mouth, suggesting there was some price to be paid for conjuring that terrifying visage of his, but he didn't seem bothered. His eyes still burned with energy, while hers were running low. She'd only just achieved that form after all. She had no doubt she'd collapse the moment she resealed her sword. But if Uzumaki still wanted to fight, that let's call it here, that. She released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Tia's face softened a fraction. Agreed. Her gaze flicked down to the sandy ground, alighting upon each of her wounded fraction in turn. You were indeed impressive. I did not expect such power. Naruto stood tall and proud, planted both fists on his hips and moved his chest forward. I had a good teacher, and you know, a certain tailed beast companion. His grin broadened. Do you have one of those? Because if not, you gotta try hugging one sometime. I still do not understand what a Kurama is. Nell giggled softly into one hand. You will someday. Tia smiled faintly. She lifted her right hand to the side of her head, almost in a salute. I admit it. I underestimated you, Naruto Uzumaki. Thank you for showing me. Naruto chuckled, rubbing at his cut lip. All good. I didn't rough you up too badly, did I? She was going to be sore for quite some time, so yes. But she chose to be gracious about it. Lady Halibel, Mila Rose piped up, quietly curious. What is that new form of yours? Naruto chuckled. The three of you can probably achieve something similar with enough training. Mila rose, Sunday through Sunday, and Apache struggled to sit up, furious but unable to stand. Apache groaned into the damp sand. Please, no more. I've had enough today. Sunday through Sunday laid a hand on her side, and pulled it away with a pained gasp. By the look of her, the girl's ribs were not hurting nearly as bad as Mila's. She looked up, blinking rapidly, and bowed her head slightly. To Naruto. I suppose I should thank you for sparing us. Naruto waved away her thanks. Nah, don't mention it. I mean it. We all got a little carried away. I'm sure I'd feel the same if I were in your shoes. After all, if anyone hurt my friend's girls, he cut himself off with a grin at Tia. Even if they weren't my girls, I guess. He used air quotes that almost disappeared in the stale wind. Neleal sighed. Don't mind him. He's an idiot. So. Naruto brought his hands together in a quick clap. That was fun. Then he added, pointing at the trio. You've got a good team there. We'll have to train again sometime, maybe the three of you against me and Nell, or all four of you, 5, whatever. Or better yet, all at once. His grin became decidedly sunny. That might be fun. Neleal's face turned rosy. Apache and Mila Rose sputtered. Sun Sun's face turned a shade of pink to match her eyes. Halibel herself tensed at his impudence. Did he even realize the double innuendo of what he was suggesting? Probably not, the silly man. We have no such friendly sparring, Naruto, she said quietly, pointing a finger at him, a single water drop of Ryatsu dripping forth from her finger. Your fighting style, your lack of restraint, it's more than unusual amongst Arrancar. It's downright reckless. Naruto shrugged, arms still behind his head. I fight for fun mostly, he said lightheartedly. Not for titles. But I'll try to be more Arrancarsh, if that makes you happy. He paused. Though I think fighting is fun in any culture. Sunday through Sunday rolled her shoulders stiffly in silent, smoldering disagreement. Mila gawked his way, looking like she wanted to smack him. Apache stuck out her tongue. Idiot. Naruto winked. Who me? All I want is just to make sure we're cool. I know you're all up in arms about this whole Hueco Mundo chain of command thing, so don't be. I already told you I'm not a part of the rankings. In what world? Mila Rose was the one to voice her frustrations first. You've got to be the Primera at least. Nope. Halibel balked, but didn't dare speak. With a strength like his? If he wasn't, then who was? Sunday through Sunday move a finger at Nell. Then what about her? I'm the Tres Espada. Neilio lifted her chin just so, staring Halibel down intently. For now. Apache flung up her arms in sheer exasperation. Ah, hell no. Alquiera is Quattro, by the way. Apache made angry Apache noises. That nihilistic BSRD ranks higher than us. He's stronger too. Are you trying to make me angry? As her fraction bickered with Neilio, Tia glanced to Naruto. Abindi studied his face. The earnest, foolish grin. The crude but sincere way he spoke about strength and friendship. Perhaps this was what Lord Aizen saw in him. Perhaps she was being manipulated, or just charmed by his superior strength. Regardless, her lips twitched up in the smallest smile. Which begs the question, Neilio hummed suddenly, looking her way with half-lidded intent, what's to be done with this one? Halibel's 3 fractions shot Neely furious glares, each a little spike of anger that she subsequently ignored. Naruto just laughed. Now, we're obviously taking her with us. Nell laid a hand on his shoulder, steadying him as he swayed a little in place. I think that's up to her, no? She cast her eyes from the fallen trio up to Tia herself. What say you? Tia met Nell's keen gaze. Then she looked back at Naruto. Not for the first time, she appraised him, this strange, bright wanderer with the hole in his chest. He's unlike any Arrancar I've seen, she admitted at length. Almost godlike. Naruto scoffed immediately. Don't start with that. I'm no god. And yet he'd batted her about like a leaf in the wind. Was that not what a deity did? Behind her, Sunday through Sunday and Apache were finally dragging themselves to their feet, wincing and limping, blood oozing from various cuts. Naruto noted it and frowned. Hold up, he said, turning toward her fraction. Don't just try to get up on your own. I really roughed you up. Here, let me... Tear frowned. Naruto, no. Naruto, yes. Don't tell me what to do. He was already gathering light around his hands as she looked on. What was that? Kido? No, something else. A soothing golden radiance freely flowed forth from his fingers to envelop not only her 3 followers but herself as well. It was so very warm. After the battle she had, Halibel felt unworthy of it. Naruto, I appreciate the gesture, Tear said gently, but this is unnecessary. They can recover on their own. Perhaps, Neilio supplied, but there's no need to. Mercy among hollows. Such a foreign concept. Come on, don't be shy, Naruto belted out a cheerful laugh. If I don't make sure you're all okay, it's gonna bother me all day. As he spoke, he stepped up to Apache's and placed a glowing hand upon the younger Arrancar's cheek. A warm golden aura seeped into the wound. She yelped as pain turned to soothing warmth. Likewise, Sun-Sun's head snapped up in surprise as Naruto shifted his chakra onto her shoulder. In moments, the spit of golden light closed cuts and knit bone. Mila opened one eye as Naruto ran a brisk hand over her forehead, content to sit in stoic silence as he finished his treatment. And then he laid his hands on her. Halibel hissed instinctively as countless pins and needles pervaded her body, but the pain was only temporary. In a matter of moments the agonizing ache in her bones abated, replaced by quiet comfort. Replacing one's raw Reiatsu was no easy task, but at least now she needn't fear her body giving out on her. His work completed at last, Naruto leaned back. "All right girls, you all good?" Sunday through Sunday sat up straighter, groaning a little but nodding. Apache winced as she flexed her ribs, definitely still sore, but thanks to Naruto not shattered. Mila took a deep breath, got to her feet unsteadily. Her eyes simmered with grudging respect. None of them said a word, perhaps their shame wouldn't allow it, or their pride prickled in defiant. Regardless, they held their tongues. Naruto mistook their silence for appreciation as he dusted off his hands. "All set? Great. No need to thank me." Apache winged a pebble off his thick skull. "You started this mess in the first place, ya blonde bee. And I apologized for going overboard." He winked at Tear. Her eyes softened. "You truly aren't anything like other warriors here, are you?" "Not at all." Naruto beamed at the compliment. He glanced at Nell, who was smiling, and bumped her with his hip. "Nell told me you'd be awesome, and I got a tad too excited." The voice suddenly dipped a notch, perhaps realizing what she was about to ask of him. "If you're gonna tell me to finish you off, don't bother. I don't kill unless I have to." Tear nodded once. The wind tugged at her hair and she suspected the pale moonlight made her look almost ethereal. "I believe you." Neilio hummed her approval. "He's a bit soft, but he means well." Naruto took a deep breath, then turned back to her with his biggest grin. "So, now that they're up, I've got a question." He paused, letting the anticipation simmer. "Oh, wanna go another round?" "Another round? I mean, you're pretty good at grappling and all, and I need to work on that." "Grappling?" Heat seared through her face. Phrasing. Did he even realize how someone might interpret those words? Naruto poked his own chest with an amused expression. "Just for practice, you know." For one heartbeat, Tear's calm composure cracked. Her eyes widened, her mouth fluttered, caught between disbelief and confusion. Finally, she schooled herself back into statuesque silence. The suggestion, or rather the offer, hung in the air like quicksilver. Nell's eyebrows shot up as she hastily pressed a hand to her lips in a vain attempt to stifle the giggle rising in her throat. At first hearing, she thought he meant another fight with Tia, and her heart swelled with pride that he would dare challenge such a formidable Espada casually. But then, the expression on Tia's face turned faintly pink at the edges. Surely, that couldn't. Naruto, oblivious, was left leaning forward, elbows on his knees, head tilted in genuine inquiry. Sunday through Sunday and Apache's eyes turned comically round, and their cheeks flushed the same startling blue as their Reiatsu. Mila Rose dropped her head to glare at him. Sung-sun made the first sound. She squeaked, "Why, he's serious? He's asking her? You know. Him?" She jabbed a finger at Naruto, then at Tia, back and forth, losing all decorum in her flustered state. Apache was no better off. "Wait, hold on," she whispered frantically, all signs of tomboyishness gone, utterly overwhelmed for a moment. "Is he really asking what I think he's asking?" Naruto blinked in bewilderment. "Asking what? You're all Arrancar, aren't you? I was wondering if you were up for it." "All four of you. On friendlier terms this time." Mila Rose gawped. "All four of us." Tia's hands flew to her face. The question seemed completely innocent to Naruto, yet it had shaken her most of all. Mila strode in, seized the baffled blonde by the collar and brought a clenched fist close to his face. "You dare disrespect our mistress?" Nell cleared her throat loudly. "That's not what he meant, you big oaf." "Isn't it?" Naruto stared, caught between Mila's anger and Tear's gasp. "Right, okay," he said quickly, breaking free, stepping back a bit. "I think there's been a bit of a miscommunication here. Well, you're all so strong. I figure, why stop at a few separate matches? Wouldn't a free-for-all be for fun?" That made it even worse. Tear's eyes snapped to Naruto and belatedly, she realized exactly what he truly meant. His carefree way of speaking, A naive challenge offered with all the subtlety of a freight train. He wasn't talking about that, but rather he wanted to fight her again, because why not? A sudden, comical silence filled the night. Apache, literally flustered, began to stutter. He wants, oh gods, that ninja's nuts? Sunday through Sunday hid her mouth behind a long sleeve. I didn't realize you were such a brute. Mila was breathing hard, angry. Her angry snarl turned to an astonished frown. Naruto scratched his head. I mean it as an invitation to duel. I dunno, I got a feeling this could be fun. He added sheepishly, unless y'all want to make it not fun. Halibel could feel her face burning up. She wasn't sure how to respond to such an offer. On the surface it seemed like a simple request to square off again, and yet she found herself dithering, because in all her years, no one had ever invited her to fight for fun, least of all a madman with barely a shred of fear. Part of her was alarmed, part was intrigued. He's not just a hollow, is he? She thought, scanning him closely. He's something different. Something new. Blast, but he was looking to her. Everyone was now. She had to say something. Tears stood still a moment longer, somewhat frozen by sheer surprise. Finally, she cleared her throat softly to speak. Uzumaki, Tear said calmly, though her voice trembled a little, you pay no heed to the words you say, don't you? She took a small step forward, a spot of high color in her cheeks as sought to gather herself. Absolutely none at all. Naruto scratched his chin. Yeah, sorry about that. I just like sparring. He took a breath, still grinning, ready to spout another joke, only to stop short as he seemed to realize she was serious about this, maybe even a bit unnerved. I won't pressure you. He waved a hand. You just looked like you weren't satisfied and wanted more. Naruto. Tear's voice was low. By the look on Nell's face, she knew her embarrassment was visible to all, even as she cleared her throat. Please stop talking. His immediate reaction was to apologize, which spoke well of him. Naruto's honest eyes flicked over Tear's flushed face. Heh, sorry if I weirded anyone out, he said softly. My bad. If he sensed their discomfort, he made an awkward effort to backtrack gracefully. Who was joking? If you're not up for a little hand-to-hand, no hard feelings. It's all just fun to me. Unbidden, he let his grin return once more, bright and open. Next time, he added quickly, winking, we can do something else. You know, maybe just have some sake or something else. Tia sputtered helplessly. At that, a loud snort came from Nell's direction. The whole group turned to see her covering her mouth, with one hand, the other wrapped around her waist as she bent double, her long green swaying with every giggle. Naruto, she exclaimed, hand to mouth. I'm so sorry about him. Straightening up, she wiped a mirthful tear from the corner of her eye. He meant sparring, not screwing. Much to Tia's chagrin, all heads whipped back toward her and Naruto. She was certain the flush in her face now looked downright crimson. Apache's big eyes had become saucers. Sun's were still closed, forehead flushed. Mila too speechless to do anything but glare. Naruto's brow shot upright, nearly vanishing into his hairline. Wano, he protested, flailing his arms. I was talking about a fight. How could you know? No, that's not it at all. I mean, sure, you're very pretty and all. Tear pressed a hand to her lips, trying not to laugh. Was he really that clueless? The girls around her exchanged horrified and amused expressions. She kept her mouth covered to hide the traitorous twitch of her lips. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, she said, voice trembling. Uzumaki, I think it would be best if… What? She considered him for a long moment, pondering the matter. He was not unattractive. She kept staring. And staring. Stared a little more now. Naruto blushed furiously beneath her intent gaze, but to his credit, tried to recover with a dismissive wave of his hand. Let's just call it a misunderstanding and leave it at that. He bowed to her quickly. Sorry. Neilio, seemingly crestfallen that the misunderstanding had come to an end, sighed quietly. Nobody could have meant it like that, Naruto. So speaking, she approached Tear with hands raised in placation. Forgive him. He's one of a kind. Hey, he glowered at her, that sounds suspiciously like an insult. Nell kept smiling in return. What does? He scowled. What you just said. She touched a finger to her lips. What did I just say? It seems to have slipped my mind. Naruto rounded on her with a squawk. Hey, don't play dumb. Perhaps if you gave me a kiss, I'd remember. Neilio. Halibel watched them banter with quiet consternation. Were these two already an item? Paired up, perhaps? That no. Judging by Neilio's body language, it seemed to be something she desired very much, but alas, Uzumaki seemed oblivious to it. And if he wasn't, he was doing a damn good job at deflecting her. Likewise, it was all but impossible to miss the not-so-subtle looks the Espada was sending her way. Pity. She'd be forced to fight for Uzumaki, tooth and nail, most likely. So be it. At length, Tia nodded and granted Naruto what she hoped was a warm smile, something she had admittedly little practice him warm. No harm done, Uzumaki. She placed a gentle hand on his arm, noting how his pulse leaped at the normal contact and the face Neilio made. Yes, no harm at all. Neilio yanked him back to her, bosom pressing into his elbow. We simply must be going. What's the rush? Halibel drew Uzumaki back to her, making her own position abundantly clear. Their eyes met. Sparks flew. And not the good kind. Rivals for life. Naruto cleared his throat and glanced about for an escape, trying to regain his usual composure. You all right over there? He asked, turning back to Mila, Sunday through Sunday, and Apache. You're being awfully quiet. Likely because her fraction knew better than to get involved in a bidding war between two Espada. Sunday through Sunday sighed in relief. We are alive, so it's fine, she said, brushing sand out of her hair. Apache sniffed angrily. I'm never getting that face out of my head. Mila just rolled her eyes. Naruto grinned sheepishly. Looks like I won 2 battles and had a heart attack trying to get a third for free, he said, holding up 3 fingers and touching his own chest in mock shock. Good evening for me, I guess. Tia let out a small laugh. It was a rich, soft sound, surprising even her. When was the last time she'd laughed like that? Shaking her head removed her hand from Naruto's arm and stepped back. Yes, quite eventful, she agreed. Then she turned fully to her fraction. Come, she said, nodding, and the 3 on the ground began to gather themselves, stinging muscles and all. Naruto slipped out of Neilio's hold and offered his hand to help Mila up. She stared at it warily, then spat, Save it for someone else, Shinobi. He shrugged, and Nell stepped in, using a bit of her own strength to lift Sunday through Sunday back to shaky feet. Apache groaned and pressed a hand against the rubble of sand underfoot. Naruto pivoted on one foot so that the newly upright Arrancar would catch the back of his colorful coat for balance. Hold on there, he declared dramatically. Gotcha. Apache flailed her arms, let go in a huff and dusted off her stained uniform to smack his hands away with a glare. You got nothing. Naruto sighed and for a moment, just a moment, Tia could have sworn she saw a glimmer of anger in his eyes. Whatever it was, it passed. He tugged at his jacket collar thoughtfully. Yeah, anyway, he said loudly, I think that's enough excitement for one night. We should get out of this desert before something else jumps us. Tia turned back to him. Agreed. The girls and I will return to Lord Aizen's stronghold. She gave him another appreciative glance. We will remember your kindness. Among other things. For his part, Naruto saluted playfully. Anytime. You know where to find me if you want another round, he joked, poking her lightly in the shoulder. Apache practically choked on air, thinking he was literally poking Tia as a dare. Sunday through Sunday jerked out of the way. Mila clenched her fists all over again. Tia herself blushed deeper at that. Naruto, she chided softly. Her tone gentle, but exasperated. For some reason, she simply couldn't stay annoyed with him. Such a strange man he was. The object of her affection scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Right, sorry. He straightened, offering her one last lazy salute. Until next time, then. Tia turned toward the distant, still smoldering form of Las Notches on the horizon with a sigh. You have my thanks. We will be in touch, and, he tilted his head. What did she have to lose? Her reputation was already in shambles, her strength shattered. And yet she'd become stronger for it. He'd even apologized for starting the brawl in the first place. Was that not worthy of a reward? Screw it. In a flicker of sonido, she materialized before Uzumaki, grabbed him by the face and smashed her lips to his in a searing kiss. Her fellow blonde froze, but made no effort to push her away, and she took that as her chance to deepen the kiss before drawing away. Remember this moment, she intoned, meeting his gaze with smoldering. Remember me, her piece said, and averting her eyes when she saw Nell's stunned visage, she vanished in a fresh whirl of sonido with Mila flanking her, Sunday through Sunday limping behind, Apache jumping to keep up. As such, none of them stuck around for the aftermath that followed. And well that they didn't. Naruto clapped a hand to his forehead and swayed on his feet. Well, Tiemen. Neiliel made many angry Neiliel noises behind him. This means war. Naruto looked back just in time to see his partner draw her sword. I know. Just calm down. I will not. Gamuza. Naruto's yelp filled Hueco Muendo. Did you enjoy yourself? That not a word, Aizen. If the Shinigami was feeling smug as he watched him limp back into the foyer, he certainly didn't say anything. Come to think of it, wasn't it strange that his ally was here in the first place? He wants something. Then again, didn't he always? He was in no mood. Why the hell had Neiliel thrown a tantrum anyway? He hadn't done anything wrong back there. That was Halibel. Which made him the victim, even if he had enjoyed the kiss a bit. So, yeah, he'd let Nell smack him around a little in the hopes it would calm her down. And while it had, she'd also stormed off into the human world, leaving him on his lonesome. Girls were confusing. Had he upset her somehow? Did she care? Well, obviously she did, but he didn't know if she cared, you know? A peck on the cheek was one thing, but he had to be sure. He couldn't bear the idea of ruining his friendship with her not if he was wrong. Kurama sighed. Dolt. He flailed inwardly. What did I do? It's what you didn't do. Make it up to her. And how do I do that? Aizen coughed into a fist, reclaiming his attention. Regardless, you have my thanks for providing valuable data today then. His ally granted him a wan smile. I'll need to reinforce Las Noches in the future. Naruto paused, if only because he knew that tone. I'm sensing a but here. Not at all. Aizen adopted a contemplative look. Strength is like happiness. Without either, it becomes impossible to look to the future. Of course, he thumbed his own chin, considering that happiness may come in different forms. Some derive happiness from protecting others. Some enjoy trampling others. And still more find happiness simply by fighting. In the end, it matters not. Taking that hand from his chin, he swept it out toward him. Everything is in the palm of our hand. Wouldn't you agree? So far, this. But Lady Luck loved her games. There a reason you're telling me this? Quite so. His comrade stepped to a nearby curtain leading to an adjoining room and swept it back. I finally found a suitable fraction to serve you. The first of many, I hope. But Naruto balked, recalling Nell's earlier outburst. Now wait just a second. Aizen Sosuke waited for no one. Say hello, Roka. Back went the curtain, and he found himself face to face with a rather slim individual bearing shoulder-length black hair and gray eyes. Her mask fragments took on the form of half a skull covering the right half of her face. She wore a long green striped dress with a turtleneck and black boots. This is Roka Paramiya. He indicated the girl with a sweep of his hand and received a silent bow in return. I believe she will be most useful to you in the days to come. Naruto considered the girl with a gimlet eye. Why give this girl to me now? Aizen hummed, pleased by his intelligence. Because there's someone I'd like you to meet. Ideally, it would benefit us both if you took her with you. I understand this particular hollow is more receptive to meeting groups than individuals. Naruto sighed. He knew a plea when he heard one, even if Aizen would never admit it. Fine, fine. I'll play ball. Who am I scouting out this time? Aizen was happy to inform him. He's a recently discovered Arrancar who evolved entirely on his own, without assistance from me. Naruto perked up, intrigued despite himself. A newly born Arrancar? Interesting. What does he want? Aizen smiled. A friend. The strong are always lonely. When I battled him, I could feel the spirit within his sword, and I can tell you with complete certainty that when I crossed blades with him, there was nothing but loneliness in his Zanpakuto. If his powers were superior from the moment he was born, perhaps he's been searching all these years for someone he could truly regard as his equal. It must have been frustrating at first, and then just depressing. At some point, he probably gave up thinking he would ever find such a being. I imagine he's been wishing somewhere deep in his heart that he could once again become a simple soul like the others. And if he couldn't do that, then to just find a friend. Kurosaki Ichigo. Among equals. You don't talk much, do you? It was with some small amusement that Naruto watched Roka duck her head and wring her hands as she trailed after him over the dunes of Hueco Mundo. For the last 3 hours now, she'd been utterly unable to look him in the eye. Not unwilling, mind you, unable, simply lacking the courage to address him properly. There was an important distinction between the two. One implied that she wanted nothing to do with him, whereas the other meant she was simply shy. He'd dealt with shy people before. Wasn't that hard? You just had to talk to them, you know? They opened up eventually. Sometimes the shy ones turned out to be the bravest of all. Sometimes they could be pretty DMN scary. Why did he find himself thinking of Hinata? Probably not important. His memories of his life, and how he died, might still be fuzzy in places, but he was fairly certain she hadn't been the one to kill him and Kurama. He would have remembered a traumatizing event like that. Besides, Hinata wasn't an enemy, she was a friend. She was badass. She'd stood up to a self-proclaimed god and decked him in the schnoz. You didn't get much cooler than that. Hadn't she said something at the time, too? There it was again, the nagging sensation that he'd forgotten something terribly important. Kurama offered the mental equivalent of a shrug. Your guess is as good as mine. His memories would come back eventually. Clasping both hands behind his head, Naruto found himself talking to his new fraction regardless. You're not mute, are ya? Because I'm gonna feel like a JRK if you can't speak. Roka peeked up at him through her dark hair. I can talk. Progress at last. She was clearly skittish but not afraid of him. Slowing his stride a bit, he let himself fall back until he was walking beside her across the dues. So, we've got time. What were you up to before my best buddy assigned you to me? The poor girl sputtered in confusion. Best buddy? You're not talking about Lord Aizen, are you? Yup. He grinned, imagining the latter's bemused expression if he heard himself referred to as such. He's my pal. Roka took a moment to process that, her visible eye widening as she came to terms with the revelation he'd just granted her. Naruto let her, knowing that her curiosity would compel her to speak eventually. She simply couldn't contain herself. Sure enough, she didn't disappoint him. Lord Aizen has brought a great many Arrancar together. Sure has. She tilted her head. Was that how you came to be under his banner as well? Naruto chuckled ruefully as they skirted around the decaying remains of a slain Ajuchas, leaving it to rot. Sneaky little one, trying to find out more about him. Nope. Died and awakened like this. As he spoke, he used creation of all things to casually create a little red cap, which he casually plunked down on Roka's head. I'm a bit of a special case. She accepted the gift and tugged said cap over her eye to hide her gaze from him. If I may ask, he adopted a full royal tone. You may. Which rank are you? None. She squeaked in confusion. Boo! I exist outside of the system. He patted her capped head, tousling her dark hair beneath it as he steered her around the corpse of another hollow. Think of me as a mediator or enforcer. Removing his hand, he held up a finger and watched her dark eye follow it. I'm not a part of the main rankings, I just keep them in check. But with your strength, you could easily be the Primera or... Could, he shrugged, but I don't wanna. Alright, I've told you my life story, now it's your turn. Roka withdrew into herself for a moment, clutching the cap he'd given her. She walked beside him in silence for some time, either ignorant or simply uncaring of the dead hollows they encountered on their journey. Naruto, however, took note of them and their increasing frequency. Most of these were freshly killed. He could sense a powerful presence in the distance. They were getting close to their destination, now. Roka surprised him suddenly by speaking. I was once the fraction for Sayazul Aporo. Perhaps you've heard of him. Naruto squinted, then shrugged. Nope. Never met the guy. He's the Octava Espada. Eighth, huh? He shrugged again. Then he's weak. Not at all. Roka disagreed loudly, amusing him once more with her vehemence. The upper ranks of the Espada may be the strongest, but the lower ranks are the most vicious by far. There's no end to their cruelty. He supposed she had a point. He'd only ever interacted with the upper crust of the Espada thus far, and while he had seen Grimmjow from afar once in passing, he hadn't associated with ranks 7 or lower yet. Supposedly there was also a 10 that served as 0 at full strength. He didn't really understand that. Shouldn't the ranks be numbered from 1 through 9 like normal math? What was the point in having 0 be a number? How confusing. In any case, the rankings were currently very much in flux at the moment, given the deaths of Neutra and more recently, Baragon. Neliel was very proud of being Trace while Ulquiorra claimed Quattro for himself, but that left the placing of newer Arrancar like Halibel and Grimmjow very much up in the air. He'd suggested Quinta, that is to say 5th, for the latter Arrancar. Such would put him in direct competition with Ulquiorra, yet that left the matter of Halibel uncontested. He touched a hand to his lips, remembering her heated kiss. Really, they needed a proper Primera and a Segunda, someone to keep the other Espada in line so he didn't have to constantly play mediator between them. That said, he didn't dare suggest Halibel for either position. Neliel was already in a foul mood, but if he pulled a stunt like that without telling her, she'd never forgive him. Maybe place Halibel as Sexta and see if she could fight her way up the ranks? Provided she was inclined to. Or you could just let those two fight it out amongst themselves. Kurama offered. Whoever wins gets second, loser gets third? He knew who he meant by those two, it was fairly obvious. I dunno, Nell's pretty proud of that tattoo on her back. So you admit to staring at her backside? Gah. So, Roka, he asked apropos of nothing toward Kurama off as much as his own thoughts, if you served this Sayazul guy, why are you here with me? The slim Fraction looked away from him, idly tugging at the collar of her dress. It was Lord Aizen's command. He said Sayazul was unworthy of me. Squandering my potential. He wasn't happy about it. He'd never met this Sayazul guy and already made an enemy of him. That said, what was so special about Roka? At a glance she looked harmless enough. A newly minted Arrancar, nothing special. Her hollow mask was certainly different from most, but her spiritual pressure was middling at best. Then again, she could be suppressing it for all he knew. It was always the quiet ones. She noticed his sidelong glance and looked down, hiding her face in her hair. My resurrection is rather unique. Lord Aizen himself said it was spectacular. Naruto perked up, bemused by the comparison. Funny you should mention that, so's mine. Her visible eye widened with curiosity. How so? Oh, the things he could tell her. It would be so easy. But he wouldn't do that just yet. They'd only just begun working together. Wouldn't want to break her, after all. That's a secret, he poked her forehead instead, earning a fresh sputter from her. Right? So you're my subordinate, which makes it my responsibility to look after you and teach you. I take it you're all right with that? My lessons ain't exactly conventional. Roka stopped short. You're going to teach me? Naruto turned back to face her. Of course I am. You're my student now. Why wouldn't I? She averted her gaze. Sayazul never taught me anything that he only ever hurt me. Naruto twitched. Is that so? I'll have a word with him about that. Her gaze drifted to his hands. Why are you cracking your knuckles, Lord? No reason. Roka blinked slowly. I think there's a reason. No, you're imagining things. He forced a smile he didn't completely feel to his face, likewise had to physically cross his arms to keep himself from cracking his knuckles and imagining driving said knuckles into the face of a certain Espada. Here's your first lesson, listen to your teacher. Now, let's see this spectacular resurrection of yours. After that, we can start working on your Zero and the rest. Her face flushed at his praise as she sketched a quick bow. Understood, sir. 2DMN cute. He unbent enough to pat her head again. Good girl. A sudden surge of spiritual pressure commanded his attention. He smiled, quietly delighted. Seems they've noticed us. Indeed they had. Alone. Always alone. Always, forever, alone. When we remove our masks and regain our reason, we gain unimaginable power along with it. I never asked for that power to be given to me. I never wanted it. Because of that power, all the friends I had around got their souls destroyed, just by being near me. Their remains piled ever higher. Those that were dear to me, and those who weren't as well. Didn't matter who. That's why I chose to be alone instead. That awful loneliness. I continued that way for years. Immeasurable, innumerable, until we could bear it no longer. And so I divided my soul into two. What was our original form? Who knows? Maybe it wasn't anything like either of us is now. Ignorance is bliss. I remember that saying from when I was human. The one who split off from me called themselves Lilynette. And I gave myself a name as well. Sir. That lively brat who wears her heart on her sleeve. With her, I could feel that loneliness I'd endured for so long finally begin to slip away at last, but even so it never dissipated completely. Its echoes remained. Even after we divided, those around us continued to erode and eventually fall, which led to more remains. I came to envy the weak. You get to stay with the pack if you're weak. I wanted to be weak. Or if that wasn't possible, at least have a friend who was as strong as we were. As I was. That's the way I always felt. And then he came. He appeared before us one day, stood before us, our backs to our ever-growing pile of bodies, and displayed not a single hint of weakness at all. Beside him stood a girl, a companion, but my eyes were drawn to him. You seem strong. You seem strong. Do I? The blonde Arrancar beamed back at him, whiskered cheeks dimpling in a wry grin. I happen to think I'm pretty and weak. Stark considered the being before him and fought down a scoff. There was nothing weak about this being. I'm looking for friends. What a coincidence. The ghost of a smile touched his weathered visage. So are we. Are your friends strong as well? He held out his hand. You're welcome to see for yourself. Never before had anybody said those words to him. It surprised him. And yet he was the first thing they'd met that one could truly consider strong. With him, perhaps we could. Lilynette perked up beside him. Hey, Whiskers. The blonde quirked a brow down at her, bemused. Whiskers, huh? That certainly seems to be my nickname these days. What's your name? His grin grew, becoming a touch more bemshed. Naruto Uzumaki at your service. He gestured to his companion, who bowed politely, and this here's Raka Paramiya. Lilynette curled her lip, noting the sweat beading upon the younger Arrancar's brow, the strain she endured by standing before them. Your friend looks weak. Naruto hummed and laid a hand on his comrade's shoulder. Is that what you believe? You stupid or something? She clearly can't fight, which means she gonna. Naruto's gaze flashed. Stark saw it and thumped his other half over the head before she could demon them both. Oh. Stark, what the hell? Be quiet for once in your life, Lilynette. Looking to the now frowning Arrancar, he steeled himself for retaliation, but much to his surprise, none came, and he was allowed to speak. Sorry about her, he apologized. She likes to run her mouth. Laughter was his reward. Bit of a spitfire, ain't she? You have no idea. Naruto smiled anew. So you're Stark and she's Lilynette? Those are good names. Strong names, why don't you join us? A moment of silence fell between the two of them, and Stark took full advantage of it to reassess their mysterious benefactor. There was something odd about his spiritual pressure. It was both that of a hollow and yet not somehow. Just what are you? I'm a bit unique. The beaming blonde adopted a self-same smile. I really wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't. And that doesn't bother you? Nope. There's so many things I want to see, techniques I want to master, places I want to go. Unlike everyone else, my potential is limitless. I enjoy putting in hard work. spending my time learning new skills, enhancing them, customizing them, getting stronger and making new friends along the way. That's the way I want to live. Traveling and meeting lots of different types of people, each of whom have their own ideas and goals, that sort of experience also made me grow. So that's why I'm going to keep moving freely, like I am now. He held out his hand to him. Wouldn't you like to do the same, Stark? More than anything. He craved comrades. And yet, you want us to join you? Naruto nodded eagerly. Sure do. We'll follow you but on one condition. Name it. His gaze drifted to Uzumaki's staff. Unseal your sword. Show us your true strength. Prove that you're worthy of leadership. Naruto sighed. Why is everyone asking me to do that? Oi, Roka. His fraction perked up. My lord. Hold your breath. So speaking, Uzumaki unslung his staff from his shoulders, held it out into the air, and turned it like a key in some unseen lock. The air rippled as a sullen chime filled the air, as though somewhere far, far away from here, a great bell had been rung. Whispers of spiritual pressure began to stem from his shoulders, staining the whites of his eyes an eerie, ominous shade of black. He exhaled harshly, expelling a sudden plume of steam. Finally, his eyes rose to meet theirs, face grim as he uttered single, solitary word. Protect. Red light burst from his stomach and engulfed him. The sky split. The moon itself cracked. Huisio Muendo screamed. Such spiritual pressure. Ho! Yamamoto creaked an eye open as the air around him shrieked in protest. This fearsome Ryatsu. He'd experienced a glimpse of it briefly some time ago, only for it to vanish just as quickly. Not so now it lingered. Even a world away, he could feel it humming in his bones. High above, clouds swept in across the once blue sky, swarming to blot out the sun as a primal force seized the weather by the throat. It was not the element of fire as his Ryujin Jaka, nor that of Hitsugaya's Hyorinmaru, or even the lashing lightning of Chojiro's fabled Gonryamaru. This was something that knew. The floor trembled, wooden boards creaked beneath his feet, and the wind? The wind picked up, rising from a gentle breeze to a sudden squall before becoming an outright shriek in the air just outside his office. Within, the first squad barracks remained untouched, protected by his powerful presence, but beyond that, the old Reaper strode to the balcony, idly tooting as his beard began to sway in the breeze. Well, the wind's howling. Looking out amidst his realm, he watched the skies darken as tornadoes began to form, great gray spouts of wind ravaging the surrounding area, causing panic below. And still that powerful spiritual pressure persisted. It was undoubtedly that of a hollow, and a powerful one at that. The power to lay one low with a glance, destroy them by being in their presence, to oppress an opponent completely just by making eye contact. He knew it well indeed. It felt as though the very world of Hueco Muendo itself were challenging the Soul Society. The barest beginnings of a smile touched his weathered visage. Any Arrancar with such power was a threat indeed. How nostalgic. It reminded him of another such creature he'd encountered in his youth, one Arturo Pleiadieu. But that Arrancar and his abilities had been bothersome to deal with, too powerful to kill in a timely manner, and, as he'd been unwilling to use his Bankai at the time, the wretch was sealed away for the good of all. He'd grown stronger since, and would not make the same mistake twice. That said, he hadn't enjoyed a proper fight since the days of Yhwach. Perhaps he had grown rusty in the absence of his hated foe, indolent in his old age. Mayhaps it was time to revisit his training once more and remind the youngins why he was their head captain. But until then, Yamamoto tapped his cane against the ground, eyes creasing in a smile. Come then if you dare, young Hollow. I shall give you a grand pyre. He was Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, and he had never known defeat. Protect. Stark didn't hear the rest of the release command, nor the name that followed. No, rather, he couldn't. Something stopped him from comprehending it. As though static snarled through his ears, like some great beast had roared, drowning the rest of the words out, like he was unworthy of hearing them. He glimpsed Naruto's horrific release for all of an instant before the wind overtook them. His very presence birthed a sandstorm, obscuring the creature he'd become from view, a great hulking figure of shadow and dark light. Could light be dark? Unseen yet for its eyes. Those horrible red eyes. They seared into his very soul. Calm yet furious. Peaceful yet enraged. Destruction incarnate, yet placid as a pond. Lilynette sank to her knees with a whimper. What is that? What the hell is that? Stark didn't have any answers for her. His mind recoiled instinctively from the contradictions as much as the sight. His very psyche hissed, and he found himself flinging an arm out to draw Lilynette behind him lest she be crushed beneath the raw, rampaging Reiatsu before them. Monster. He was looking at a monster. This guy was some kind of smiling monster. Naruto sealed his sword suddenly, and the sandstorm abated, revealing him once more, but the sight stuck with Stark. It lingered, even as Uzumaki ignored him to help Roka to her feet, patted his fraction on the back, and praised her for enduring his transformation. The sight was utterly at odds with the monster he'd just seen, and yet, stowing his staff, Naruto held out his hand to him once more. Satisfied? Undoubtedly. He didn't dare cross something like that. And he was strong. Stark laughed hoarsely and accepted it, shaking his hand. All right, we'll join you. It seems you can at least be around us without getting killed. He pitied anyone else who sought to partner with this madman. They were in for a hell of a time. It's not Faye a year. Why did he always have to deal with the crazy ones? Was it a curse of some sort? Or did he simply have spectacularly bad luck? Kisuke Urahara couldn't tell you. In truth, he'd begun to believe it was the latter. Because, you see, there was an errand car in his shop, currently nursing her 9th can of beer, 3 sheets to the wind, her head pressed against his table as she threw the mother of all tantrums. I want him, I want him, I want him. Her fist slammed down on his poor tea table, threatening to shatter it at any moment. But he's thick as a brick when it comes to romance. All he does is fight. I hate him. Should he tell Retsu about this? He was technically honoring his deal with Unohana. She had asked, commanded, him to inform her if Uzumaki blundered his way back into Karakura town. Neilio was not Uzumaki. So, in a sense, he didn't have to let Retsu know now, did he? Then again, wasn't this an excellent chance to get intel on the enemy? He had no way of knowing what they were up to these days. Oh, he knew Aizen was up to something, but not what. Hirako's former lieutenant was devilishly good at playing the great game, and while he couldn't prove Sasuke was actively moving against Soul Society yet, mind you, he knew that BSTRD was up to something. That something involved the Hogyoku. It had to. While he'd likely crafted his own by now, Kisuke knew that man wouldn't stop until he seized his own. Aizen wasn't a man to stop at half measures. Something was coming. He simply didn't know what yet. So why not pry a little? It wasn't as though he had anything to lose. So long as he kept that within Rukia, it would destroy itself eventually, with or without Aizen's meddling. Sure, Yoruichi would hang him by his toes if she found out he'd let an errand car in here, but this was simply too good an opportunity to pass up. There, it's all right. He gently massaged Neilio's back, knowing full well she could turn violent at any moment. Why don't you me about it? She hiccuped into the table, slurring her words against the wood. He let her kiss him, the beastity. Stupid blondes and their blonding. Well, that made no sense at all. Still, in for a penny, in for a pound, as the Americans said. And who, might I ask, is her? Neilio warbled and wept. That no-good beach halibel. She wants his babies. Oh dear. That sounded like a woman's name. Pressure. A sudden wave of raw Reiatsu slammed down on his shoulders, nearly driving him to a knee. Not this again. Worse, it wasn't from Neilio. Her eyes were just as wide as his, her expression transfixed with shock. He couldn't breathe. As though spurred by that very thought, the vicious spiritual pressure vanished, abruptly leaving him gasping for breath. What on earth? Neilio growled and cracked open another can of beer. No good BSTRD using his release while I'm not there. That was from Uzumaki? Evidently saying his name was a misfake, for Neilio took a long draught of said can, threw it away, and promptly thunked her head down against the table with a whine. Naruto. The door to Kasuk's shop slammed open before he could inquire further on the matter. "Oi, old man." Familiar voice brayed from outside. "Did you feel that? Any chance you'd be willing to help Rukia and me learn Aikido or Point 2? Those words trailed off as Kurosaki Ichigo stepped into the room. He stopped short, realizing what he'd just inadvertently blundered into. In the silence that followed, one could have heard a pin drop. Nobody dared move, nor breathe for that matter. It was a standoff, one none dared break. A moment of silence followed. And then, "Oi!" Ichigo saw Nilio and squawked at her, moving an indignant finger the Arrancar's way. "You again? Why the are you here?" Nell ponderously lifted her head from the table and glared daggers at Ichigo. "Strawberry." Urahara edged backwards. "Well, that he did to... At this rate." Sure enough, her brow furrowed. "It's your fault." Nell launched herself at Ichigo. Chaos ensued. Potential. Because that's what it comes down to at the end of the day, doesn't it? Do you have it? Don't you? Are you worthy? Let's find out. Heed the wind. The wind was howling. Unohana loathed every moment of it, and yet for all her anger, there was nothing she could do to stop it. She could only stare silently and seethe, as towering tornadoes sundered the Siriidii from the sky, the winds of which whipped her long hair free from its customary braid as she glared up at the heavens. Whatever this entity was, it powerful enough to birth such storms in the Soul Society, yet unwilling a single drop of rain. There was no lightning, no crackle of thunder, just pure destructive wind power, roaring at the world. All the while, this suffocating spiritual pressure persisted in defiance of reality. She stood tall in the face of it, but Aisane wasn't so fortunate. Her poor lieutenant slumped to her knees at her side, barely able to breathe. Retsu scarcely noticed. Or rather, she did, but in this moment she simply couldn't bring her mind to attend to her subordinate's plight. Her focus was decidedly elsewhere. It was him. That blasted Arrancar. Had to be. The one who had ruined her dream. Destroyed her purpose. Her very reason for living. Minazuki trembled in its sheath, not from fear but fury. How she longed to draw her Zanpakuto and lash out. A muscle jumped in her jaw as she ground her teeth. Uzumaki. Was he mocking her? Calling her out? Making a fool of her? "Here I am." His roaring ritz seemed to rumble at her, taunting her with its presence, a stature beyond words and worlds alike. "I'm the one you want. Come get me if you dare." And then, just when she was sure she had gotten a fixation on his Ryatsu, when she was sure she could track him down to wherever he was hiding and kill him, gone. It was as though someone had flipped the switch. One moment she could sense him a world away, and then quite suddenly he was gone. Unohana nearly screamed. To be so close and then denied. There could be no greater insult in this world or the next. She stomped a foot down, shattering the floor. Aisane jumped. "See, Captain? Are you going?" Unohana stormed away. "For another walk." Nell went where? Naruto regarded the viewing orb before him with well, he wanted to say a chagrined expression and he felt some concern for the scene unfolding before his eyes, but truth be told, he was doing his best not to laugh at the utter hilarity taking place within the small screen. Poor Ichigo. He really did have the worst luck when it came to opponents these days, didn't he? Upon returning to Las Noches with Stark and Lillinette in tow and helping them get settled in, he'd wanted to get some shut-eye, intending to apologize to Nilio come the dawn once she calmed down. Or what passed for dawn here in Hueco Muendo. Regardless, he genuinely thought he'd endured his fair share of excitement today. He was wrong. "I'm terribly sorry about this." For the first time since he'd met him, Aizen actually sounded and looked like he was doing his best not to laugh. "She appears to be quite drunk, which would explain her current state." Roka squeaked at his side, a crimson flush searing across her face. Naruto, for his part, merely arched an eyebrow. "Arrancar can get drunk?" "Apparently so." Aizen seemed entirely too interested in that, as evident by his smile. "Did you know most of them can have children as well?" Said brow shot into his hair. Why did you feel the need to elaborate on that point?" "No reason, I merely wish to inform you of the fact." Sure he did. And potatoes grew on trees. Worse now, Kurama was laughing at him. Roka made flustered Roka noises. Naruto frowned. Aizen. His comrade refused to answer, however, and together, they turned back to the viewing orb just in time to see Nilio suplex Kurosaki into the ground. Then she started squeezing him. He could hear the poor boy's back crack from here. Naruto winced the wince of every unfortunate man who had ever found themselves caught in a drunken bear hug. So, what are the chances she kills him? Admittedly somewhat high. Aizen thumbed his chin, considering the matter further as they watched her fling him up and down like a squeaky toy. She's been playing with him this entire time, but sooner or later. Naruto heaved a sigh. Yeah, he's probably gonna lose an arm at this rate. Would you mind? He really couldn't pawn this off on anyone else, could he? None of the lower ranks would be able to corral her. Grimmjow would absolutely try to pick a fight, to say nothing of Ulquiorra. Halibel? No. Nell was already angry with her. If he sent his fellow blonde, their catfight would wreck Karakura town. Stark had literally just joined them and as such was presently sound asleep, taking a much-needed nap. Aizen could hardly go himself, nor could Jin or Tozen, not only because they didn't want to draw attention to themselves, but because they weren't supposed to be here. Figures. With one last long-suffering sigh, he dragged a hand down his face. Has to be me then, doesn't it? Unfortunately so. I can promise you a reprieve after this, if you'd like. Nah, it's fine. He waved a hand, shouldering his staff as he pivoted away. I'll get this sorted. Some might have found the idea of flitting from one fight to another annoying, exhausting, even. Not him. Truth be told, he reveled in it. There was never a dull moment in this strange second life of his, not once. Hueco Muendo didn't lack for entertainment, nor did the human world. He wondered what the Soul Society was like. Surely he'd have a chance to cause chaos there someday. That said, Aizen's voice cut through his reverie suddenly, prompting him to look back his way. I would advise caution when you retrieve Nilio. Look, I know I screwed things up with her, all right? We'll sit down and talk things out. Aizen shook his head. You misunderstand. That wasn't what I meant. Naruto tilted his head, somewhat nonplussed. Then why? Someone may be hunting you. Hunting him? That was new. Sounded like something of a recent development at that. Aizen knew something, didn't he? Then again, he always did or seemed to. Say what you would about his means and methods, but the man ran a tight ship for the most part. At least he knew about any potential ambushes beforehand, not this time. Crossing both arms before his chest, he fixed him with a stern glare. Do we have a name for this someone? Aizen's smile grew an inch as his gaze gleamed. I may have an inkling as to their identity. Teasy, shifty BSRD, but still his friend. Am I going to like this inkling? Aizen merely hummed. That depends entirely on you. Suffice to say, they are presently stronger than Zaraki Kenpachi. They may prove a moderate challenge for you with the current limitations you've imposed upon yourself. Well. Naruto perked up, unable to contain the glimmer of excitement in his eye. A moderate challenge, eh? Now wasn't that exciting? Right? So be on my guard, got it? He flicked a glance to his fraction, grinning from ear to ear. You coming along, Roka? His fraction perked up. As you wish. I would advise against it. Aizen interjected before he could finish. If you are indeed ambushed as I believe you will, it may cost the girl her life. Yeah, maybe he had a point there. Naruto Nell could take a beating, but Roka was fragile. He still hadn't seen her release date yet, and he didn't doubt its potency, but it just took one ambush for things to go south, and he was gonna have his hands full wrangling Nell. Maybe you're right, he patted Roka's head, drawing a confused noise from her. She should sit this one out. Thanks for the Kido lessons, by the way. Might have to try out a few of those binding spells on Nell. Roka meeped. Aizen arched an eyebrow. The words caught up to him a moment later. Okay, Naruto amended with a flush in his face. Not what I meant. I'm just really eager to test out those spells, you know. I may be out of contact for some time as well, Aizen informed him. We've had scouts on our border. Kenim managed to kill one, recently. Naruto frowned. Shinigami? No, I don't believe so, merely rogue souls. He tapped a finger to the table, considering. Judging by their garb and the item the deceased was carrying, I believe they may be Quincy remnants the last purge. The words drew a blank in his mind. Quincy? Purge? Never heard of it. That I see. I forget how little you know of your world, at times. It's rather amusing. For some reason, his comrade sounded deeply amused himself. I shall tell you about them upon your return. Suffice to say, they are something of a dying breed. However, these Quincy always seem to vanish into shadows whenever our forces get close. Tozen only encountered one by chance, and even then they fought him to the death rather than be taken alive. Diamen, now his interest was properly piqued. Have you tried capturing any yourself? Your Zanpakuto would make it easy. A brown brow rose. I'm assuming that's a rhetorical question. I haven't the time. Naruto brought his hands together in a resounding clap. And why not? Aizen stilled. Did I beg your pardon? Why not get your hands dirty? Said Blonde found himself shrugging his shoulders, bemused by Aizen's surprise. You wouldn't want to get rusty now, would you? Besides, it might be fun. Was that a joke? Come on. Naruto flipped him off. Just give it a try. You might enjoy it. Aizen considered the table for a long, ponderous moment. At length, he chuckled ruefully. Fun isn't something one considers when rebalancing the universe, but I admit, the thought of investigating the unknown does put a smile on my face. Though, maybe he shouldn't have encouraged them. It was fine, right? Encouraging Aizen to take action on his own? Surely nothing bad would come of this, right? This was Aizen he was talking about. The man had a god complex for a reason. He was just that strong. It would take something downright almighty to make him struggle, let alone use his Bankai. Well, he hedged, choosing not to voice his concerns, keep an eye out and let me know what you find. Surprisingly, the Shinigami granted him a nod. Rest assured, you'll be the first one I'll go to with this. Naruto grinned in return. Meaning I'm the only one you can trust. Admittedly, yes. Aw, you big softy. Naruto laughed and clapped him on the back. You should try being honest more often. It suits you. Speaking of honesty, still wearing a smile, he slung an arm around the shoulders of his erstwhile ally. You mind punishing Saizel while I'm away? May I ask why? Pivoting, the blonde patted Roka's head. He hurt my student. Aizen looked between them, bemused. I shall see him suitably chastised. And those Quincy scouts? As I said, I'll look into them. You have my word. Naruto offered him his hand. Good hunting, Thun. The Shinigami reciprocated the gesture. And to you as well. Together, they shook as equals. One last thing. Releasing his hand, Aizen turned back to the table and withdrew a wrapped parcel from beneath it, wrapped in white cloth. As he looked on in quiet consternation, he promptly presented it to him. I have a gift for you. Naruto considered the item with a wary eye. What is it? A gift. I can see that. Please don't open it until you reach the human world. Now he was just curious. Whatever it was, it is long and slender, some might call it thin even. He adjusted his grip on it and felt something rattle within. His eyes widened. Is this what I think it is? Aizen preened, unable to resist a chance to gloat. Consider it a holiday gift. I spent a great deal of effort to acquire it and make certain it would survive your heavy-handed nature. Roka poked at the wrappings and recoiled with as yelp as she glimpsed something extraordinary. That settled it. Naruto laughed a little, positively giddy. First a fraction, now this? You always get the best gifts. Guess I gotta pick you up something nice while I'm in the human world. Aizen blinked, baffled by his response. You needn't. Naruto happily talked right over him. No, I will. That's what friends do. One good turn deserves another. Pausing, he gave Roka one last head pat and bid her to be good while he was away. He received a bow in return and a request for him to come back safely. Satisfied with the result, he hefted his prizee and strode away with a spring in his step, whistling while he walked. Judging by Aizen's tone, Saizel would be lucky to lose an arm. In the meantime, however, he had a strawberry to save. Preferably before Nell broke the boy's back. Death to the strawberry. She's loose. Run for your life. Damn it, Urahara. Ichigo yelped and desperately ducked for what felt like the umpteenth time this evening as a tan fist perforated the space his skull had occupied only a moment prior. Even then the sheer shockwave of the attack blasted his hair back and threatened to send him flying. A bead of sweat ran down his brow, only to evaporate alongside a good portion of his ribs as his arch-adversary came about with impossible speed. He never saw her punch him in the gut, but he sure as hell felt it as he doubled over with a pained retch. This was impossible. Utterly impossible. Damn it. Gasped for air, he raised Zangetsu to defend himself, only for her to slap the blade aside and smash a hellish heel directly into his chin, sending him flying. The outcome had never been in question, only the timing. He rocketed across the street, smashed through a building, and wound up in a dumpster, flat on his back. Head reeling, eyes spinning, he gazed up at the starry night sky, unable to move. Zangetsu groaned and laughed in his head all at once as the smell of trash assaulted his senses. What a woman! How does that whiskered bee even handle her? Ichigo brandished his blade, mustered his strength, grit his teeth as he forced himself upright, tumbling freed of yesterday's refuse. Now is not the time. Isn't it? His other self stared back at him from within the steely surface of his Zanpakuto, golden eyes gleaming as he grinned. Because the way I see it, amateur, she just rocked your world. She's kicking your butt too. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, my dear misinformed king. His pale counterpart wagged a finger at him with a saccharine smile. I haven't an butt for her to kick. I'm just a sword. Why did his sword spirit have to be so damn mouthy? Oh, don't tell me you'd prefer the old man? His brow furrowed. What old man? A shadow fell over them both. Ichigo. Kurosaki dodged purely out of reflex by flinging himself to the floor, only to realize his mistake a moment later. In his haste to escape another beating from the drunken errand car, he'd inadvertently left himself wide open to her next assault. She took full advantage, seized him in a ferocious bear hug, and suplexed him headfirst into the street. It wasn't pretty. Ichigo didn't just see stars. He saw the whole universe. His tongue tasted colors. And then the crazy beach did it again. Calm your melons, woman. He only dimly heard Zangetsu's voice through ringing ears, feet twitching as he lay half buried in the asphalt. He'd been ducking and dodging the drunken well into the evening now, and already, with only a few hits, he was badly damaged. She seemed determined to thrash his hide for reasons he couldn't fathom. Something seized his ankle and pulled him from the earth like a farmer's carrot. In an instant he found himself hanging upside down before Neliel. She squinted at him, cheeks rosy, eyes bleary, the stale scent of beer on her breath as she hiccuped. You're not dead, are ya? Ichigo absolutely twitched. I'm not losing to a drunk. I refuse to lose to a drunk. Absolutely not. Blinking through the pain, he grabbed her wrist and slashed upward with Zangetsu. Hiccuping, she swayed on her feet, weaved around the blade, grabbed him by his robes and yanked him forward. Bone met skin as she drove her skull into his. Her mask more aptly. Again with the headbutts. Another of her painful headbutts. Always with the headbutts. In conclusion, she rang his noggin like a gong. Ichigo crashed into the street, clutching at his aching skull. Why do you keep doing that to me? Nell giggled drunkenly. 'Cause I'm a goat. You're really not. She descended on him once more. Strawberries shouldn't talk. That settled it. This lady was trying to kill him. And she hadn't even drawn her sword yet. He managed a sloppy parry, forcing her fist away before she could punch or otherwise grab him, but at a cost. Shards of metal flew through the air near the base of his blade. Startled, he looked down. His eyes widened. Nell paused, looking just as confused, staring at the broken metal in her hand. Oops. Zangetsu's glee died an ugly death with a yowl of rage. That beach just chipped me. Let me at her. I'll wear her head as a hat. Ichigo glowered at his fractured partner. You think you can do better than me? Definitely. Just gimme a minute. I'll smack that smile off her face. It sounded like a bad idea on paper. No, it was a spectacularly bad idea. And yet, what did he have to lose? Ichigo sighed. Against my better judgment. Fine. You have 60 seconds. Zangetsu cackled incredulously. Wait, seriously? Only a minute. And not a moment more. Deal. His other self laughed. A wild, demented sound born of madness, pain, and just a little glee. I'll hold you to that. Strength surged through him, momentarily knitting his broken bones back together. His eyes glowed gold as a piece of something shimmered into existence over his right eye. He could still see through it, but it felt almost obscured somehow. Like someone had stuck something to his face. What was it? It almost felt like a or a piece of one, anyway. But that shouldn't be right. It couldn't be. He tried to touch a hand to it only for his fingers to freeze at the last moment, unresponsive. Nope. No touchy, amateur. His lips parted and to his horror and amazement, Zangetsu spoke through him, twisting his face into a merry grin. 1 minute. We had a deal. It starts the second I step forward. Looking back, that was the moment. The instant he, Kurosaki Ichigo, should have realized he was so much more than a simple Shinigami. All the signs were already there, staring him in the face. But he didn't see them. Or rather, he didn't want to. Refused to. He didn't want to be seen as special. He just wanted to protect what was important to him. In this case, his life, because he couldn't protect a DMN thing if he was dead. Hey now, don't go fighting me. You agreed to this. He hadn't he? Fine, he ceded control, feeling oddly weightless in his own body. Truth be told, he wasn't quite sure how to feel about this, but prepared to see it through to the end nevertheless. That said, I don't see what good you puppeteering my body is gonna make any difference. It was an eerie, disconcerting thing to feel his own face smile without his bidding. Is that a challenge, amateur? Neiliel swayed on her feet and stumbled a little before planting a fist on her hip. Who are you talking to? She promptly found herself flipped off for her inquiry. Rather than retort further, or even answer her, Zangetsu began to slowly unwind the wrapped cloth from their cleaver's hilt. He actually began to whistle while he worked, seemingly uncaring of the dazed, drunken Arrancar standing only a yard away from them. She could have attacked. Should have interrupted them. But she didn't, and in a matter of moments, Zangetsu finished his work. Only then did Ichigo realize his intent. Wrapping that cloth around his wrist, Zangetsu took a hold of it with his free hand. Then, using it as a fulcrum, he began to spin the blade, slowly at first, then with gusto. Wild winds kicked up as he spun it about, a great gale rising now as the cleaver began to burn bright, not with blue light, but an ominous red on black. The color of blood thickened with dark dye. The air thickened with ominous spiritual pressure that both was, and was not his own. A warped and twisted energy threatening to tear away at the very sky itself. And with it, Zangetsu tilted his head back, basking in it. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this. Something was coming, something powerful, something deadly. Ichigo found himself recoiling from it, not necessarily in horror, but awe as well. Just what the hell are you? Strawberry? Neiliel hiccuped as she let the shards of steel fall from her hand. For a moment there, she seemed sober. What did you do? Zangetsu burst forward with a mad cackle, his declaration directed to Neiliel and Ichigo alike. Watch and learn.